Mind, make your way to the room. All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. So we're gonna need some cooperation. Okay, Dean Bia. I'm gonna have to do the herding myself. Do you know what is that saying about herding cats? Yeah.
I can't whistle.
Thank you, bud. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Please. Hey, Charles. How are your herding skills? Are they pretty good? Do you think you can make the provost come in? That was amazing. Charles, that's amazing. That's a skill I should have developed a long time ago before I got into academia. Wow. Hey, good morning, everyone. There are chairs all over. And by the way, if we run out of chairs, there are more on the sides. And if not, you can stand up, and that's good for you, too. Hey, Shawi.
How are you, sir?
I'm great. I am more than great. I am so incredibly excited to have this group together, actually physically together in one space, in 3D, exchanging not just ideas and information, but also energy and reconnecting as human beings. I am so incredibly excited. My name, if I haven't met all of you, Angel Cabrera. I have the honor of serving as president of Georgia Tech since September of 2019, when I took the reins from my dear friend Bud Peterson, who is with us today as well, although he's quick to point out that during his presidency there was no pandemic, and that 4 months after I arrived, there we have it. So I guess you're right. By the way, the reason why I'm so incredibly excited about the day is that this group is so amazingly diverse in every possible way. And not just in our demographics and where we come from a cultural standpoint, what country, what ethnicity, but what gender, but also professionally. I mean, we have entrepreneurs in the room, we have faculty entrepreneurs, we have student entrepreneurs, we have investors, we have institution builders, we have academics who are very interested in the dynamics around innovation and entrepreneurship. We have the Metro Chamber, Alex Gonzalez representing our partner today, the Metro Chamber, which is also incredibly devoted and dedicated to building up the innovation ecosystem in Atlanta. But so as different and diverse as this group is, there's one thing we all share in common. And if you don't, may I suggest that maybe you board a different plane, because this is what brings us together is this commitment to creating an exciting, thriving ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in Atlanta that is also an example of inclusive innovation and entrepreneurship. I think the shared dream is to not just put Atlanta on the map among the most exciting places where one can come up with new ideas and develop new ideas, but also where people of all backgrounds can have a shot at that and contribute to that joint. So that's what we're here for. Be careful. Those of you who speak today, we have an amazing panel, and the presentations are going to be short. So we will force you. I don't know if it was Mark Twain who said, if I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter. It's a lot harder to, but be careful what you say, because we're listening and we're taking notes. And the reason why we're listening carefully and taking notes is because Our plan is to bring these ideas together into a roadmap, a white paper. The world as of May of 2021, this is our understanding of what is working well in Atlanta, what is missing, what is it we need to build. And when I say we, it could be Georgia Tech, it could be the chamber, it could be incubators, it could be other entities, it could be policymakers. So that's what we're trying to do today. So when it's your turn to be on a panel, again, my hope is that you give us a little bit of context about what you do so we know where you're coming from, but don't dwell too much on that part and go straight into the things that really worked great in Atlanta for you, the things that really allowed you to do what you're doing, but also the things you couldn't find in Atlanta, the things that force you to sort of look elsewhere, and the things you wish you had in Atlanta, and that may give us ideas about what is it that we need to build and strengthen. So again, give us some context, but then go straight into the action. A word about where we're meeting, because I think it's very meaningful, and in a way, it's symbolic of lots of the conversations that we are going to have today. So a word about both this building and this park that is right next to us, which both of them are brand new on our campus. This building, which is called the Candida Building, was the result of not just a gift, but a challenge from a philanthropist, Diana Blank, and her foundation, the Candida Fund, where they challenged Georgia Tech at the time under Bud's presidency to say, okay, here's our idea is, would you be willing to build the first living building in the Southeast? The living building is the highest environmental standard that exists. It's super, super hard. It is beyond LEED. And at that time, there was no example of a living building in the Southeast. Part of the deal to be a living building is that you have to produce more energy than you consume. The water systems are absolutely crazy. If any of you are civil engineers, you can have a lot of fun in this facility. And people thought it would be very, very hard to do in the Southeast because of the hot and humid climate. Well, we accepted the challenge. We built this facility. Every element, in fact, there's some posters on the sides if you have time to sort of walk around that describe what went into this design. But the materials, the sourcing, the labor that went into the design features, everything. The whole the roof is a canopy of solar panels. The water, if you go to the bathroom, by the way, this is one of my, I know this is going to be a little bit weird, but my favorite feature of this building is the bathroom. If you go to the bathroom and you're trying to find the button to flush, don't bother, because there's no such thing. These bathrooms don't flush. They use about a tablespoon of water per quote unquote flush. And all that water is processed in the facility. I mean, it is just an absolutely remarkable example of sustainability. We teach all sorts of classes here. In fact, we promote events in this building because we want the community to come in and to be inspired. This is an example of innovation. How to use technology and different ways of thinking to provide solutions to big issues that we confront as a society. So yeah, walk around and hopefully be inspired, since we are in a community of innovators. Be inspired by what this building represents, innovation. Now, the park next door, which I know is now hard to picture, this was, until very recently, a sea of asphalt. This was surface parking, like so much of the city of Atlanta. That's what it was. And not only that, but at the end of this park, there was, in fact, Bud's predecessor, then President Wayne Clough, told me when he was a student here that he, a couple of times, had lunch at a restaurant that was at the end of this park. That restaurant became very well known because it was owned by a neighbor of Home Park by the name of Lester Maddox. Lester Maddox was known because he refused to serve food to black customers. Even though most of his employees were black, he refused to serve black customers. As soon as civil rights legislation was passed, 3 students from the Atlanta Interdenominational Seminary got in their car and came here. By the way, this was right on the outer edges of our campus at the time to have their lunch. And the owner, Lester Maddox, welcomed them. The photos are there, by the way, for your entertainment later. Welcomed them with a handgun and customers with axe handles. And the students got back in their car, went straight into the courthouse. They sued Lester Maddox. They brought in some of the most brilliant African-American attorneys of their time. They won the case, and the judge says, you have to integrate. And he says, I would rather close down. The judge must have said something to the effect of, knock yourself out. He closed down the restaurant. There's a reason why I'm telling you this whole story, by the way, in case you wonder. So he closed the restaurant, and all that publicity allowed him years later to be elected governor of Georgia, which is a very interesting part of the story. Years later, Georgia Tech, as Georgia Tech grew, purchased this site. That building was used for a number of different purposes. We never recognized that event, which was a pretty significant event in the fight for civil rights in our city. And when the design of this park, which we call the Eco Commons, was made, a decision was made to say we need to recognize the importance of that site. So during the break, although I'm afraid we're not giving you many breaks today, I encourage you to just wander through the park and make it to the end. And what you will see is a very, it's really a beautiful and thought-provoking plaza. I call it the Unity Plaza, right in the very spot where that restaurant was, which now invites you to sit and reflect. It has 3 monoliths representing the courage of those 3 students to drive change. It invites everybody of all backgrounds to come and sit and reflect. It also has some markers that describe this history and will tell you, so that we want people to remember where we come from, remember our history, what we have achieved, and what much more remains to be done. The reason why, of course, I'm telling you that story is because we're here to talk about innovation, and we're here to talk about inclusion. And this building, in my mind, represents the best that we have in terms of innovation and design, and that space represents the best that we have in terms of inclusion. It means bringing the community together, and that's what we're here for. I mean, to create an ecosystem where people of all backgrounds are welcome to participate and to make their contributions. By the way, there are other features in the Eco Commons that are awesome. There are 3 slides that I invite you to use if you want to have some fun. Do not ask our EVP, where is Shawi? Shawi is gone. Shawi's here. Our EVPR actually decided to took the first ride with me, and he was so committed. We're so competitive at Georgia Tech that he actually flew out of there's video of this, flew out and landed on his butt. It's all captured for posterity. And I'm going to use that footage as needed. Anyway, so there's slides. We also recuperated the topography, the original, what we think was the original topography. It's covered in sensors. We're such nerds. We're gathering data of every aspect of that park because we want to see how we can really learn to recuperate an ecosystem within an urban setting. All the plants, the trees, the shrubs, all those are from the local peatland forest. I mean, it's just a beauty of design. So I invite you to enjoy that. That's why we're here. That's why we chose this spot, to hopefully we get inspiration from the place we share today. So to kick us off, I have invited a dear friend, someone I admire a great deal, by the name of Steve Case. And our first panel discussion is going to be with him. Now, to put it in context, I don't think I've shared this with you, Steve, but in 1995, he was already deep into the AOL adventure. He was in his 30s. In 1995, I was graduating with my PhD from Georgia Tech. I'm originally from Spain. I came as an international student on a Fulbright. I finished my PhD, and I married a classmate in America. And then we were like moving to Spain and thinking, what are we going to do? And at the time, I had been fascinated by this company, America, because we were here. We were the first users of the internet, right, in places like Georgia Tech. This is where we had Mosaic and where we started playing with the internet. But Steve was intent in allowing everybody, not just people in research universities, everybody to use the internet. And he has America Online. He's one of the first guys that saw the power of the internet for education, for media, for news, for instant messaging. I mean, if you think about all the sort of the killer apps today, the very first versions of all of that were happening at AOL in the 90s. So the part that you don't know, Steve, is that when I went to Spain trying to figure out what to do, I had this brilliant idea. And Beth and I discussed it a lot, which was America Online, what a powerful, these guys are going to change the world. Well, before they get to Spain, how about we set up Spain Online, which happened to spell out Sol, which is sun, and Sol in Spanish is really the symbol of the country. Wasn't it brilliant? So I was going to be the founder of Sol.es, Sol.es, which, by the way, is also beautiful because it creates a plural soles, sons. I mean, it was all thought out. It was going to be great. I never had the guts to leave my day job. I was at the time a consultant with Accenture, and so we never did it. And since then, I developed this incredible admiration for the unreasonable, crazy, fearless folks, many of them represented in this room, that did have the guts of quitting their day job or parking their day job to make some crazy idea happen. So since I was not able to do it, I've developed a deep admiration, and the best I can do is live vicariously through you guys and work in organizations like Georgia Tech that are devoted to finding, inspiring, developing, and supporting those kinds of crazy, unreasonable, fearless individuals who will have these ideas that will change the world for the better and create opportunity for many others in the process. Of course, Steve went on to engage in what, at the time at least, was the largest merger in history with Time Warner, which at some point in time, the combined value would approach $400 billion. I mean, it was absolutely nuts what these guys did. But since the AOL days, Steve has devoted a great part of his life to investing in entrepreneurs, to supporting entrepreneurs, and also to create that movement, Rise of the Rest, which many, many of you are very familiar with, just to really make sure that entrepreneurship is not just a thing of the Silicon Valley and the West Coast and in some other places, but it's really something that can flourish everywhere, which is the topic that brings us together. So with that, I want to invite my dear friend, Steve Case, to join me for this panel. Thank you all for being here with us today.
Well, I'm glad you didn't do that Spanish online thing.
Why?
Well, because we later launched AOL Spain, and you might have been a threat. So
Well, it would have been a nice.
I think it seemed like you had a pretty good career arc as well. So.
Well, I had to settle with.
Although I also say, I mentioned this to some folks last night. I'm very happy for Atlanta and Georgia Tech that Angel is here. But he was at George Mason. I'm in the DC area and was one of the great leaders in the DC region. So we were a little sad to lose him. So I hope you appreciate what you got here as an inspiring leader that can kind of take not only Georgia Tech forward, but take the Atlanta region forward. So when he called a month or so ago and said, we're going to do this event. We haven't done any events in a while. This is actually my first business trip in like a year, so it's like, oh, I guess we're all climbing out from under the rock. And he wanted to talk particularly around entrepreneurship and specifically around inclusive entrepreneurship. I had to make the trip. It's great to be here and great to see the progress over the years.
Wow, thank you, Steve. I think we should leave the conversation there.
Thank you all for coming. This part of the session is now done.
Well, you have learned so much in the last, I don't know when you started Rise of the Rest, but it's been definitely more than 6 years. I don't know when exactly you started, but as you travel the country and you've seen what works, what doesn't work, you've encountered entrepreneurs, what are the main patterns that are beginning to emerge in your mind when you sort of see, okay, you go to a city, see things are happening here. I feel I would invest in this place. I think or versus another one, which is, oh my gosh, they're going totally in the wrong direction. Without naming names, but I mean, what are those patterns that in your mind are emerging?
A bunch of things, but first of all, I should introduce David Hall. If you could stand up for a minute and wave. David is the managing partner of our Rise of the Rest fund, but more importantly to all of you, he's a Morehouse grad, so knows the Atlanta area pretty well, and he's been with us at Revolution for well over a decade and led a lot of the efforts to try to kind of propel these other rising cities and identify great entrepreneurs in different cities. And through the Rise of the Rest fund, we've now invested in 160 companies in 80 cities in 35 states. And we've done actually these bus trips we've done, including being in Atlanta about 6 years ago, including being hosted by Bud and seeing a lot of things happening there. We've now done those bus tours to 43 cities. And so we've seen a lot of the country, and we've seen an interesting and encouraging sign of more and more places, kind of rising, bubbling up as entrepreneurship hubs. Obviously, Atlanta has seen a lot of momentum in the recent years and does seem poised for a real acceleration in the next decade or so. But if you just look at the data, according to the National Venture Capital Association, despite that progress, last year 75% of venture capital went to 3 states: California, New York, Massachusetts. 75%. Georgia, 1%. Ohio, 1%. Pennsylvania, 1%. Virginia, 1%. Michigan, 1%. Texas, everything I guess is bigger in Texas. It's a little bit bigger, 2%. It's still a disconnect in terms of where the ideas are and the entrepreneurs are and the creativity is, which is clearly more kind of widely dispersed, and where the opportunity is to really build a company. As a result, we've seen over the past half century a real brain drain in most of the country, where people graduating from some of the great schools who wanted to do something entrepreneurial felt like they had to go somewhere else, and usually they went to the coast, usually to the Silicon Valley. So that became this magnet for talent. And there are great things about Silicon Valley, and some people may actually prefer being there, but a lot of it was because there really wasn't much happening 20 years ago in Atlanta or in Pittsburgh or in some of these other cities. So we're encouraged by what we've seen, but there's still kind of a lot of work to do. And it's, we've published a lot of these, which are freely available on the web, Rise of the Rest playbooks in terms of what we've learned in different cities. So I'd encourage you to look at those. But if I try to really simplify it, it comes down to 3 things. And actually this should give you some comfort that Atlanta, which has, as you know, a lot of you have been working on this for decades, has been on the rise, is poised for this acceleration. One is this talent issue. You have to win the battle for talent. And that means being a magnet for getting people to come here, but it also means keeping what you already got. People are growing up here, or people are coming to Georgia Tech or other places. How do you keep them here as opposed to having this brain drain? Indeed, which is we're starting to see in a number of cities, and I guess you're an example. How do you get a boomerang of people who left that place and for some reason now feel it's time to go back? So the talent piece is hugely important. We actually are launching next month a tech talent tour across the country, tied in with Rise of the Rest, with a lot of different speakers, trying to essentially deal with this talent issue, because companies will tell you that, and investors will tell you that it's what they worry about now is not getting the company started. because that can be done with a small team and a little bit of capital. They worry about scaling the company. Like if it's successful, can that community support 1,000, 5,000 employees? And so how do you focus on the scaling and get people, including some who did leave, maybe had great experiences, Silicon Valley or some other place, who were part of scaling companies? How do you get some of those folks back? So talent would be number one. Capital obviously is number two. How do you get more capital off the sidelines locally with angel networks? How do you support the development of more regional venture funds? And how do you kind of get people on the coast paying attention to what's happening in places like Atlanta? Because people talk about, if you have an idea, the way you get started is you have like this friends and family round, and you raise a little bit of money to kind of get started. Well, that's great if you have friends and family have money, but not everybody has friends and family that have money, which ties in with your inclusive entrepreneurship theme. So you need to figure out ways to get that seed capital going to at least give people a shot of getting on the playing field. And you need to figure out how, as these companies scale, you access the larger pools of capital at the venture and growth stage to really be able to scale that company and seize the opportunity. So the capital piece is super important. And the third piece, this is one we talked about last night, that I think is encouraging in terms of what we're seeing in Atlanta, is collaboration in the community. That many places we visited are way too siloed. People are actually doing interesting things here or there, but they're not doing it in a networked way. They're not doing it in a collaborative way. And usually the universities are too disconnected from the startup community. Almost all places, the big companies are disconnected from the startup communities. And in most communities, although it's getting better, the mayors and governors are focused on economic development in a traditional way, luring a big company, as opposed to what I think is the right way, which is nurturing new companies. And so that collaboration network, and also a sense of wonder and possibility. Because, and you said this in your introduction, starting a company is scary and it's risky. Most fail. If you're in a community that basically says, if you start a company and it fails, you're a failure, that makes it a lot harder for people to want to take the risk. If you're in a community that says, well, good for you. That actually was a good idea. It didn't work out that well, but good for you for taking that shot. And I bet next time you'll be even better and you'll be more successful because you'll learn from that. And focus, even when you hear a startup pitch, as a community, not on what might go wrong, the risk factors, which of course you should be looking at, but not obsess about, but what might go right? If this works, what might be possible? And that is what's one of the great things. I have my criticisms about Silicon Valley, but one of the great things is that sense of what might go right, is that sense of networking and collaboration and wonder and possibility. So to me, those are the key ones. You gotta win the battle for talent. Atlanta is doing well on that front, and the work of Bud was doing, and Wayne before him, and now Angel and many others in the community. Again, I know, and some of you have been working on this for a long time. You're doing a better job of keeping people, and you're also starting to boomerang people, and you're getting big companies to set up offices here at Microsoft and so forth. That's all encouraging. That should be helpful on the talent front. You're doing a better job, certainly than when we were here 6 years ago, in terms of capital, both locally, regionally, and nationally, paying attention to what's happening in Atlanta. Still more work to do, because as I said, I gave you the data in terms of venture capital in Georgia. Not that good, so I wouldn't spike the football quite yet, but it's better than it was 5 or 10 years ago. And you're doing, I think, quite a good job on this collaboration community point, which is one of the areas as we travel around that I'm most concerned about, because most places are not doing well. So you should celebrate that, the fact that so many big companies are working together on, is Engage the initiative, or Elevate Engage, or something. I remember something like that. That's that kind of thing. I think is super helpful. What the university is doing, including all the things you talked about, connecting the campus to the entrepreneurs and so forth, I think is important. So it bodes well. And the final point, I know it's a long answer to a short question, and I saw this 6 years ago. We talked about this 6 years ago, and it's great to see the theme of this around inclusive entrepreneurship. Atlanta will continue to rise. There are clearly some sectors, you know better than I, where Atlanta, is well positioned to lead. But the biggest opportunity for Atlanta is to emerge, and it's not going to be easy because other cities are focused on this as well, as the most inclusive startup city. It's not just about this particular sector or that particular sector. It's creating that environment where everybody has a shot. It's much more united and collaborative and inclusive. And because of the diversity of Atlanta itself, you've got that kind of a great edge kind of going into it. It's not the case in many cities we've visited. But you need to be intentional about it, like this conference, and you need to go out of your way to be inclusive. And I do remember, just again, this was 6 years ago, a lot's changed, but when we were touring around Atlanta in our bus for Rise the Rest, there were some places we were going that were pretty nice, like Buckhead, where there's a lot of tech hub there, which is pretty interesting, and some interesting companies. And then we went kind of cross town to a place, I don't remember exactly where it was. It was more of an opportunity hub, and more of a kind of focused on Black founders. Most of the people, we invited people on our bus, which we always do, to kind of join us and wander around. Most of the people in that Buckhead area didn't even know this place existed, and probably most of them never visited that place. So it was something interesting happening that was bubbling, but it's not really my problem. So making it, your community's problem to be, or opportunity to be more inclusive, I think that's a big deal. And then I think that will then help in terms of attracting the talent. That will then help in terms of attracting that, that capital, and will build on the good work that's already happened around connecting and celebrating and collaborating. So that to me which is why the main reason I agreed, other than I like you and you asked me and I'm happy to do it, wanted to come down here, was to say this is a moment. We can talk about sort of why it's, particularly with the pandemic, in terms of how people are thinking about work and life and moving, and dispersion of talent and capital and so forth is likely going to accelerate. It's a moment. It's great that Atlanta recognizes that and is seizing that. And I would just urge you to do that in this inclusive way, because that is, to me, the number one opportunity for Atlanta.
Let's talk about the pandemic, perhaps, because I think there was a way of thinking during the pandemic. Oh my gosh, we've discovered remote work. All of us learned to use those tools. I think 9 months into it, now we even know how to unmute ourselves on time, to make my point. But we have developed this practice of working remotely. At some point in time, there were these arguments about, hey, we're all going to be moving to some farm in Vermont and work. And so all of a sudden, cities don't matter, or place doesn't matter. And yet, the first opportunity we had to come together. Look at this room, people showed up, right? By the way, we could be watching it on YouTube like many people are, and yet people showed up. Is it the end of the city, or does place still matter? Does place matter for entrepreneurship?
Well, first of all, Vermont's pretty nice, so I would not be trashing Vermont. No, I think place matters, and I think cities matter, and I think clustering matters, and I think neighborhoods, innovation districts, like you built in Midtown and so forth, matter. I think there is something to that, particularly in the early stages where you're figuring things out, and entrepreneurship at its core, other than some of the things you mentioned about just the willingness to take the risk, is bumping into an idea, or bumping into people who have an idea and saying, that's kind of interesting. Or bumping into a problem that you see that you think might be a problem for other people and saying, maybe I should do something about it. Or bumping into an opportunity saying, wow, that just had this idea that there could be a different, kind of like the internet 40 years ago for me. It could be a different, kind of way to think about things and do things. You're not likely to do that on your own. You're likely to do that in some kind of, group setting, and you're more likely to bump into a great idea if you bump into more people, and you're more likely to bump into more people if you're together with people and having kind of sometimes more casual, random conversations as opposed to, being on Zoom. So I would say the positive of the, again, there are obviously terrible tragedies of the pandemic, but a silver lining, if you're looking for one, is I think it will accelerate the rise of the rest. It will accelerate these rising cities. It will accelerate the boomerang of talent. It will accelerate, capital flowing not just from the coast, but to other parts of the country. So I actually think in the long run that's going to be a positive in terms of what's happening here. And we have learned, and most of us were surprised by this, is actually people are pretty productive remotely. And most of the surveys, even within our own company, Revolution, 95% of people said they're as productive or more productive, and 97% thought their teams were as productive, if not more productive. Nobody would have thought that possible 2 years ago. So clearly, there'll be some version of hybrid work. The idea everybody's going back to the office is not going to happen. People don't want it, and people are realizing maybe actually there are different things you do in your job, and everybody's job is different, but some actually are done more kind of solo, and probably could be done from home or some other remote location, and others are done in more collaborative group settings, and so sometimes it makes sense to be in the office, and sometimes it makes sense to not. And I'm sure there's a lot of examples of that in the university kind of setting. So we're entering a new world, which I think will be a complicated world. And next couple of years, actually, we're coming out of a difficult year because of the pandemic. We're entering what might be a more difficult year in terms of work, trying to figure out how this hybrid thing actually plays out. But I do think there's going to be continued benefits of that, as you say, the cities and the clustering. But it will be different, and if people, some from large companies or even from startup companies, have opted to do an all-remote strategy, and there's some companies quite successful, over 1,000 people, all remote, even pre-pandemic, so clearly it's possible, but I don't think there'll be that many companies that are pure remote. I don't think there'll be that many companies that are back to the office 5 days a week, 9 to 5, got to be in the office every day. I think most will be somewhere in the middle, and figuring that out will be tricky. But it does go back to this theme of Atlanta as a rising startup city does create opportunity. That it's sort of a little bit like we have this shake the snow globe moment. Nobody knows exactly how it settles out, but there are definitely a lot of people, including probably some of you, are thinking like, what have I learned from this situation? Maybe I do want to live somewhere else, and maybe before that wasn't possible. Maybe now it is possible. Or if you're in a city, big city, maybe because if you have to commute every day, you kind of don't want to live too far away. If you come in once or twice a week, maybe you can. So the exurbs around superstar cities will likely kind of develop. So a bunch of things are going to happen. I am not smart enough to know exactly, nobody is exactly what's going to happen, but a bunch of things are going to happen. And recognizing it's in flux, it's in play. It's, as I said, to sort of shake the snow globe. How does it settle out? Could be interesting. I think it would be smart for organizations and startups, including, but also cities, to say, okay, two ways to approach that. One is, assuming you buy into the basic thesis that this is a moment where there'll be some change. One is to sit back and watch, say, wow, this will be very interesting to watch. Let's see what happens. The other is to lean in and say, how can we influence what happens in a way that goes back to the key things, that we become a magnet for talent. Some moving here, maybe some connecting remotely here. We become more of a magnet for capital. It is easier, venture capitalists now have figured out, if you're getting pitched on Zoom, what difference does it make if you're down the block in Palo Alto or you're across the country? You're still on the screen, and they, as a result, have been more willing to consider backing companies in other places and building more on that community point I just said. So just how do you, a lot of great work from a lot of people in this room over a lot of years. I totally understand that. You should feel good about the progress that's been made, but I would encourage you to say there's something bubbling out there, and this is a moment, so let's seize it.
Let's talk about fearlessness, a word that, of course, sounds familiar because it's your wife Jean's favorite word, which I have thought about a lot from her book and her many talks on. So I mentioned how I was one of those who'd never had the courage to actually go out and set up. So I was not sufficiently fearless. Now, in my defense, when I returned to Spain, there was not such culture. I could not look around and see people like me who were doing that, who were quitting their jobs, who were making that idea happen. And you've mentioned how in Silicon Valley there is such thing. Well, I suspect that in building this hub of not just entrepreneurship, but inclusive entrepreneurship, role models will matter a great deal. And that means that somehow, I guess it's more of a reflection, but also leading to a question about what is the best thing we can do. I mean, recently, for example, we had Paul Judge, also, a very proud member of the Morehouse community. Better, David? Yeah. And anyway, so we invited him to be our commencement speaker. And as he was sharing his journey of entrepreneurship, I was like, this is awesome. I didn't have that, right? I was not sitting there the day I was graduating and have one of those crazy guys telling me, yes, you can do this, and this is how I did it, right? What is it we can do to elevate those role models that hopefully start creating that expectation in a city like this that, yes, you can be a Black woman, you can be a Hispanic man, you can be whatever you are, and you have a shot at this?
Well, I'd say I grew up in Hawaii, and my father was a lawyer, my mom was a teacher. The community actually is pretty cautious and risk averse, and there's some reason why historically they're more focused on protecting what they have and not really welcoming change, because change has been bad in some respects in terms of at least how a lot of people look at it. So it's not particularly encouraging of entrepreneurs. My parents, frankly, are pretty traditional. My dad worked for the same law firm for like 50 years. It's like, I went to, my first job was Procter & Gamble in Ohio. Actually then, actually lived in Atlanta for a few months working for P&G when I was doing sales training like 40 years ago. And then left that after like two and a half years to go to what was then a division of PepsiCo, Pizza Hut in Wichita, Kansas. Did that for all of 1 year, then moved to the Washington, D.C. area to join a startup. So I wanted to be part of a startup and wanted to be part of this, what I thought this internet thing would develop. And it was an interesting company, and I joined that. And 6 months later, it was like in free fall, kind of about to go bankrupt. And so my parents were kind of freaking out. Like, it seemed like he was off to the P&G. They understood. They were kind of proud of me when I was at P&G. Pizza Hut seemed like a step down to them. It didn't seem like forward progress. Joining a startup was definitely a step down, and having the startup up, kind of hitting the wall was like, whoa, this is like a bummer. So I kind of lived through this. I kind of still believed in that idea. And eventually, a couple of people I met, and we started AOL, and it was hard to raise capital. Nobody believed in us. Nobody believed in the idea of the internet. And it was a real struggle. We almost went out under a couple times. We just kept at it and kept fighting, and eventually broke through. I should say, going back to the Atlanta situation, in that first wave of the internet, when we were building the on-ramps and trying to educate people why they should get online, and getting all the content and so forth to make it interesting when they got online. And when we started in 1985, you referenced this in your opening remarks, it was still illegal for consumers or businesses to be online. It was restricted to educational institutions like a Georgia Tech, or government institutions like whatever, the CIA or something. You could be on the internet, but consumers and businesses couldn't be on the internet. And it took a while to change that law. And one of the most important companies in that first era was Hayes, a modem company in Atlanta. They were really, if you wanted to get online back then, you had to buy this personal computer. But the personal computer could not communicate. You had to buy this thing called a modem and figure out how to make that work. And most of those modems came from Atlanta, from Hayes. At the time, that first wave of the internet was regionally distributed. I mentioned we were in the DC area. Hayes was here. Sprint, the communications company, was in Kansas City. CompuServe, an online service, was in Columbus, Ohio. A bunch of the IBM's PC operations were in Boca Raton, Florida. Gateway was North Dakota. Dell was in Austin. Microsoft actually started in Albuquerque and then moved to Seattle. It was kind of regionally distributed. It's only last couple of decades in the second wave of the internet, where it's kind of concentrated on Silicon Valley, which is why I think it can redistribute in this third wave. So yeah, that just my own experience as an entrepreneur and trying to pursue something that people around me didn't really believe in. I kind of lived that experience, but at least I had a sense of what entrepreneurship was. It's still a funny word. I mean, I don't think I knew actually what an entrepreneur was until after I was an entrepreneur, but I knew I liked starting things and I knew I liked the business. But there are many people in many parts of the community, including for sure in Atlanta, that don't understand that, don't see that as a path, don't see kind of the role models, which is why you mentioned my wife, Jean. She chairs National Geographic Society and on Hill's on the board of Nat Geo. And wrote this book called Be Fearless a couple of years ago. One of the things they did at the Case Foundation, probably now 6 or 7 years ago, understanding this problem, is launched an initiative called Faces of Founders, like a hashtag Faces of Founders, because they found it may have changed, but probably hasn't changed much. If you searched on Google for famous American entrepreneurs, it's all white guys. All white guys. Occasionally Oprah might sneak in there, but for the, it was most of the time it was all white guys. If you do it today, it probably not changed that much. So they said, well, there actually are great entrepreneurs who are black, great entrepreneurs who are women, et cetera, but their stories are not elevated. They're kind of these hidden figures, and how do you, tell those stories, create those sort of role models, like a Sarah Blakely here in Atlanta, who started her company, and so how do you make sure that people see that it's understand it's a possibility. It's like maybe it's something I could do, and see examples of people who did it with with great success. So I think that's very important. It's a critical part of this whole idea of inclusive entrepreneurship.
About the talent question, which is the number one that you mentioned on your sort of your list of absolute must-haves, and you talk both about producing talent. We're very well served there. I mean, Georgia Tech is perhaps the country's largest science and tech-focused university. Georgia State is a giant among sort of urban serving institutions. Kansas State not far away. We have the HBCUs right in town. We have a very interesting ecosystem. But you also mentioned you have to keep them here.
Right.
By the way, we have thousands of alums of Georgia Tech right now in Seattle and in the Silicon Valley and in New York City. So whatever happens in the city, lifestyle, the arts, when you travel the country, how does that factor in? And by the way, knowing also that you are in that world, because you currently chair the board of the Smithsonian, which is, of course, the ultimate sort of arts and cultural institution in the country. How important is that? How important is the sort of the arts buzz, the sort of the life in a city to create that dynamic?
I think it's very important. It goes back to the clustering point. You've got to create a city that people want to live in, and that has many facets to it, obviously. But some of it is making it safe. I remember when I was in Atlanta 40 years ago, a lot of parts, including not far from here, weren't particularly safe. That sort of kind of makes people less likely to want to plant their flag, raise their family there. And you've got to make it interesting and tying in with universities and others, so it's intellectually interesting. You've got to create places like the Beltline that make it kind of integrate a little bit the city, connect the city, and also create some kind of outdoor kind of lifestyle, hiking, biking, things like that. You've got to create an environment with a little brew pubs, coffee houses, restaurants, what have you, that make it kind of fun and interesting. All that stuff matters. It sort of becomes again, helps become the magnet. One of the things that's striking about these various cities, now that we visited so many of them, is all of them have this area of the city that is the city overall is on the rise, but there's a particular area that's on the rise. Remember in Cincinnati, it was an area called OTR, over the Rhine, and Chattanooga, it was an innovation district. They all have a place where people have focused and entrepreneurs are clustering, and usually artists are clustering too. There's something about that. And so I think that makes it, and when people go to those cities, including people who've been there before, grew up there, went to school there, but haven't been there in a while, they're surprised there's stuff happening there. And people who've never been there, who visit, like, this is kind of awesome. I had no idea. And a great example is Tulsa, about 4 years ago, launched an initiative called Tulsa Remote. And they basically said, we'll pay people $10,000 to move to Tulsa because we want to get more, kind of people. And you can work, particularly jobs that were remote worker jobs. This is obviously pre-pandemic. I can't remember how many, I think they were going to pick a few dozen and got like thousands and thousands of applications, which shocked me. But what shocked me more is the majority, I guess it didn't shock me, I was encouraged by it, is the majority of the people who participated in that program had never been to Tulsa. Many of them didn't even know where Tulsa was, but they were intrigued. And then the people who came, I haven't seen the latest data, but the overwhelming majority stayed. A bunch of people bought houses because they said, like, Tulsa's like really cool. I had no idea. And so just getting people to understand that and see those different places. Over the Rhine in OTR in Cincinnati, when I was at P&G in Cincinnati, that was the worst neighborhood in town. And I think it was 15 years ago, there was like a top worst 10 neighborhoods in terms of murders in the country. OTR was in the top 10. It's not a top 10 you want to be in. Well, now it's actually the coolest neighborhood in Cincinnati. And it's been kind of revitalized, and entrepreneurs have moved in, and so forth. So it has all the dynamics I just mentioned. So before, when I was there, you didn't want to be there. Now that's the place you want to be. And there's obviously a lot of places in Atlanta have seen that kind of resurgence, and so I think that's important to create that connective tissue, that gathering. The other program that's now been modeled in other cities, and I don't know if Atlanta's doing it, but you look at it. Detroit launched something probably 5 or 6 years ago called Detroit Homecoming, and they said, like, Detroit has had a tough run. A couple, a whole host of things. Actually, 7 or 8 years ago, the city went bankrupt, and it is worth mentioning, just point of history, that 100 years ago, Detroit was Silicon Valley. It was the most innovative city in the country when the car was the hot technology of the day, and everybody wanted to be part of the automobile revolution, and people were flooding to Detroit. It went from being kind of the king of the hill in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship, kind of magnet for talent, magnet for capital, to lost 60% of its population in 50 years and then went bankrupt. But they've been doing a lot of work, again, cross-sector, mayor, foundations like Kresge, entrepreneurs like Dan Gilbert, governor, others, with including support from other companies and even some White House support. They say, okay, well, let's rebuild Detroit, and particularly starting with the downtown Detroit area. And a bunch of interesting things have happened that most people, including people who used to live in Detroit, have no idea what was happening. So they said, let's put this program together. Let's pick a weekend, like a long weekend, anchor it with like an awesome sporting event or an awesome concert that people say, well, that sounds like it's worth going to. And then build a whole set of experiences that would kind of reintroduce the city to people who had a connection, but had left it and had no plans to come back in most cases. I spoke at that a couple times, and it's interesting how some of the people who go there, all the people who go there, are pleasantly surprised by what's happening, which is more than they expected. And some have decided to move back. Some have decided to be a mentor to an entrepreneur. Some have decided to invest in some kind of startup. So it's a way to reconnect kind of the folks that have left by reminding them or kind of because reawakening them, I guess, in terms of what's happening that they might not have been aware of. And so there are all these different programs we're seeing in different cities that I think are ways to kind of get some of that talent back. But I assume you're tracking it. But I would watch the statistics in terms of at Georgia Tech 10 years ago, today, 10 years from now. Are you winning the battle to keep your graduates here? Are you starting to win the battle to lure some of them back? Because I think that will be a pretty good determiner. That the capital will follow the talent, And so,
I haven't looked at those numbers, but that's it. Yeah.
People say follow the money. I'd say follow the talent.
Follow the talent. Follow the talent. No, that's absolutely a great idea. We're going to look into those days. So, would it be a good idea to somehow figure out what the Atlanta equivalent of the South by Southwest is? I mean, does that kind of dynamic work?
It worked super well for Austin. Obviously, it helped put them on the map. And some of it was a success of Dell and some other companies there, some semiconductors, other things. But South by definitely kind of made it. A lot of people had never gone to Austin other than for South by, and like, oh, it's kind of cool. I kind of like this, and that created more of an environment, more of a magnet. So I don't think just as nobody should try to replicate Silicon Valley. It'd be hard to replicate South by. These things kind of have a certain kind of arc to them and authenticity to them that are kind of difficult to knock off. But looking for ways to create different events. I'm sure you have a lot of them, but most people don't even know about them. That are those kind of magnets to going to get people. And then when you got them, figure out ways to, of course, you should entertain them with a football game or a concert or whatever you might want to do.
Yeah,
but figure out some way to get them out in the community, some way to get them to see some of the things and meet some of the people that they hadn't otherwise met. And I think universities are particularly good at universities are good at these reunions that get people back for reunion year and reconnect people, which is great. How do you have the equivalent of that focused on this battle for talent, particularly kind of entrepreneurial talent, tech talent, using this university as a platform to kind of, again, track the people you're losing and why, and then track the people who you're getting back, and figuring out ways to keep the ones you're losing and get more of the ones you're boomeranging back.
See, we have our homework already. That's a great idea. So I'm getting signs, and I hate to ask this because it's kind of a heavy question, but maybe you can give us the headline, or you can pass if you want to. But I know.
I think I'm going to pass you before I even get the question. I kind of set up as that. I don't want to touch this.
You are passionate about it. I mean, you have been pretty vocal about immigration reform, and obviously, I pay attention to those things because I am an immigrant myself. And when I look around and my faculty colleagues, many of us are. Our EVP is an immigrant from Lebanon. Red Mayer, an entrepreneur faculty member, is an immigrant from South Africa. Yesterday, you met also Gleb Yushin from Russia. It said Ukraine yesterday by mistake. So we do have a lot of, many of my colleagues here that come from all over the world that somehow have converged here. So we pay attention when leaders like you, who you are not an immigrant, all of a sudden speak up and say, this is why we ought to. Why is this an area of policy that you care so much about? I told you it was a little heavy duty for.
No, it's not. It's super simple, because the story of America is a story of innovation, entrepreneurship, and many, not all, but many of the greatest companies and the greatest industries were started by immigrants. 40% of the Fortune 500 companies were started by immigrants or children of immigrants. 50% of the tech companies in Silicon Valley started by immigrants. Kind of seems important. If you want to win what's now talked about, the battle for talent within the country, there's also global battle for talent. And the countries that win the global battle for talent will win the future. And we went from this, I think it's worth also remembering that 250 years ago, America itself was a startup. It was just an idea, a pretty fragile idea that almost hit the wall, like several times. And now it's like the leader of the free world. Well, why? I'm not a historian. There are probably smarter people in this room, but I have a little bit of the story. Because we have the leading economy in the world. Oh, so why? Well, because we went from that fragile startup idea to lead the way in the agricultural revolution, which is kind of a big deal, and then lead the way in the industrial revolution, which is kind of a big deal, and more recently lead the way in the digital revolution, which is kind of a big deal. So we went from nothing to the leader. Many other aspects to it, but that's the key part of it, kind of maybe the underpinning of it. We've been the most innovative entrepreneurial pioneering nation in the world. And that's why America is America. So how do you continue that leadership now that other countries have figured out that the secret sauce that's powered the American story is entrepreneurship and are trying to win the next battle for all the reasons we're talking about, China and many others? Well, it seems like you have to, within your country, be more inclusive. So if you're only backing a few kinds of entrepreneurs who look a certain kind of way in certain places, that seems like a lot of missed opportunity, because some of the people you're missing may very well have the big idea of the future, not just for a company, but for a new industry. So spreading, all the things we're talking about, spreading capital more broadly and opportunity more broadly is important. On that data point, by the way, I talked about the 75% of capital going to 3 states, which that's kind of a bummer. Gets worse, just for those who aren't tracking this. I don't want to ruin your morning, but it gets worse. Last year, over 90% of venture capital went to men, less than 10% to women, even though women are 50% of the population. Last year, even though 13% of the population are Black Americans, less than 1% went to Black founders. So, it's pretty clear that it does matter where you live, and it doesn't matter what you look like, and it kind of matters who you know. Whether you have an idea, you have a shot at the American dream, a shot at building that company. So there's a lot that needs to be done just in your own community, in your own country, full stop. But you can't stop there. You've got to keep going, and you've got to figure out how to continue to be that magnet for talent. And if you make it hard to come and harder to stay, I'm sure you're tracking this with Georgia Tech, but most of the kind of students from other countries are down, and more are leaving when they graduate. In many cases, because they aren't allowed to stay. Well, that's kind of stupid. If we're able to somehow convince them to come here and give them this great education, which, by the way, we're subsidizing, and then we kick them out, so they have to go to some other country and start a company there that they want to start here that could have created jobs here. Well, that's just stupid. And so it's no more complicated than that in terms of the core issue of winning that battle for talent. It does get more complicated, obviously, because immigration is super complicated and super emotional, and there are all kinds of issues around legal immigration and border security. Everything gets wrapped up together. But at the core, if we do not change our policies around immigration to continue to be a magnet for talent, we will lose our way, we will lose our lead, and America will cease to be the most innovative entrepreneurial nation in the world. And we'll look back and say, well, that was stupid. It's happening right now. We have lost ground in the last decade, and we need to make sure we reverse that. So yes, we need to focus on our own community. Yes, we need to make sure we're doing a better job with the education system, so the people growing up in our communities have those opportunities. But we still, even if we're doing an awesome job on that, we still need to be a magnet for people in other places, because that's going to ensure that we, or at least maximize the likelihood that we can win this next battle and continue to maintain our lead.
Wow. Well, Steve, I can't thank you enough for not just joining us and for all you're doing nationwide to be that voice of entrepreneurship, to be that source of inspiration for people across the country, but also for helping us frame the conversations for the rest of the day, which I know are going to make a difference in shaping our path forward in this journey. So please join me in expressing our appreciations to Steve.
Thank you all.
Thank you, my friend. Wow. And with that, I'm going to invite my colleague, I think Dean Rahim Bia is moderating the next panel. By the way, brand new as of 2 months, Dean of Engineering? 4. Who's counting? Yeah. Floor is yours.
Saying hi, yeah.
Yeah, thanks
Well,
for
I'm trying to figure this
just
out.
I know. Hey, I just
That him and the guy that was with him at
Kindergarten.
There is Goran. Here it is. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Check. We're on.
Wow, that was impressive. Pretty good. All right, so thanks for settling down so quickly. This is really a surprise that you did it so well. So congratulations, you did a great job. I have the opportunity to moderate an amazing panel with outstanding folks, and I'm surprised that I'm on this panel, but the president put me here, so I think I'm good to go. I'll take it. The title of the panel is Inclusive Atlanta, Emerging as a National Leader for Inclusive Entrepreneurship. And I'm going to take a little liberty as a moderator, since I'm here now and I got the mic, to tweak it a bit. And actually, Lieutenant Governor and I, we had a good call yesterday, and we talked about really innovation for our shared interest in innovation for the region, for the state. And so I certainly encourage the panelists as you respond, if there more information that you can provide about the city and also the state, we'd love to hear that. And actually, Paul, you and I, we just had a side comment about even broader collaborations and even the region. So again, encouraging you. I don't think I need to encourage this group to do anything, because it's a really powerful group. You're going to do what you want to do. I know that already. But I really want to encourage you to think about Atlanta, but also to think bigger. I have a few questions that I'll ask, and then we want to take some time to have, ideally, a few questions from the audience. So we'll do intros. I'll do my intro first, and then I'll ask everyone to give a brief intro that's relevant to this topic, and do it very, very quickly. Not where you were born and where you played softball and all that good stuff, right? All right, so I'm Raheem Dia. I'm the Dean of Engineering, and as of 4 months, I'm 4 months in, I'm also a professor, and I focus on cybersecurity, and I am also an entrepreneur. So I am deep in this space. It is certainly the hardest thing that I have ever done. We founded an industrial cybersecurity company about 3.5, 4 years ago, and we're at that point now with Colonial and the recent hacks where people actually really now feel it's a problem, and it's been an emerging market. It has emerged. So even my company now is at this point where the hockey puck, the slope has increased, and we got to make some really interesting decisions about scaling. So, Paul.
All right. So I won't talk about my softball career. I didn't have one. I guess Lieutenant Governor and Mark actually have baseball careers here. So I went to Morehouse undergrad, as was mentioned earlier. I had the pleasure of going to grad school here. I think Raheem and I were actually in grad school at the same time. And since then, spent 15 to 20 years in town building some startups as an entrepreneur, some cybersecurity companies, and influenced by people like Chris Claus along the way. And now, over the last few years, spent my time as an investor. I recently launched Panoramic Ventures with Mark Buffington. And so now looking at how I help other entrepreneurs fulfill their dreams of making their ideas a reality. And so happy to be here with everyone today.
Hi, I'm Laura Hodson. I grew up in Atlanta, came to Georgia Tech on a track scholarship, and studied aerospace engineering. And then after getting my MBA at Harvard, really became a serial entrepreneur, which I think means I had just undiagnosed and unmedicated ADD. So I've started a number of businesses, from consumer products companies to service companies. My most recent business that I currently run is called Now Account, and we've created the first payment system that supports small and mid-sized businesses and their ability to get paid immediately. So not only am I a serial entrepreneur, but I wake up every day serving the entrepreneurs that are the true heroes of our economy.
I'm Guy Primus. I'm a two-time Georgia Tech graduate in industrial engineering. Let's see, Paul's actually an investor, through SoftBank Opportunity Fund in my company Valence, which we create new paths to success for Black professionals. That's our mission. And so, in doing that, it's been an incredible career. I too have undiagnosed ADHD, and realized that through my son, who has diagnosed ADHD, and really, have been collaborating with quite a few people on this panel. Actually, Laura actually saved us a few times and helped us meet payroll through Now Account. So I'm one of the kind of few champions, or quite a few champions now. And actually, I'm also a patented inventor, and so that kind of brings me back to my engineering roots. Even though right now I'm managing people more than and strategy and raising money more than anything, but it's always great to be here back at Georgia Tech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jewel Burke Solomon. I did not graduate from Georgia Tech, but I feel like Georgia Tech adopted me. I started a company back in 2012, right on this campus pretty much, called PartPick. We created technology to recognize replacement parts. Two of my collaborators in the company are here. You'll hear from Dr. Nashley Cephas later today. We built that company up and ended up selling it to Amazon end of 2016. And based on my experiences working on the company, trying to raise money and do all the things you have to do as a founder, I really decided that it was too hard, and I wanted to make sure that it would be a little bit easier for the folks coming up behind me. So I started in 2017 angel investing. I took on a role with Google to lead Google for Startups in the US, and most recently launched a $50 million first fund called Collab Capital. We made the announcement this morning that we closed the fund specifically to invest in Black-led startups across the country and specifically in Atlanta. So all of my work today is dedicated to how do we make sure that the road is a bit easier, specifically for underrepresented startup founders and in this region, importantly.
I'm Mark Buffington. I'm from Atlanta. I came to Georgia Tech on a baseball scholarship. Realized late in my tenure as a student here that wasn't going to be a career. But I had a background in decision science, so I was recruited by a hedge fund out west. It was right in the middle of the dot-com craze, so I started making, as I started to accumulate a little wealth, I started making investments in startup companies and just fell in love with the process of building things with people. So I left the hedge fund world and started making investments really as an angel. And then I talked to Steve Case last night about why I ended up moving back, but I started seeing all sorts of opportunity here from Atlanta and my network at Georgia Tech that was just frankly significantly better than what I was seeing in the Bay Area. And so consciously made the decision to move back and really focus on underserved and overlooked founders based on geography. But along that journey, I met people like Paul Judge, and so I was one of the early investors in Pindrop, but just realized that there are just tons of people who are totally overlooked and underserved, either on the basis of geography, gender, race, et cetera, et cetera. And so picked up, moved here to Atlanta really to try to be a big fish in a small pond, or smaller pond. It's not a small pond today. And it just really, I couldn't have made a better decision. And this whole theory and focus on inclusivity and finding opportunity where others aren't looking has really just been a tremendous career and enabled us to build one of the largest venture funds in the region. So I think that's why I was asked to speak today, but yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Duncan. I attended Georgia Tech on a baseball scholarship in the mid-90s. I tricked myself into thinking that was going to be my future career by spending 6 years in the minor leagues after Georgia Tech, but was an entrepreneur throughout my early years after baseball. My wife was a graduate of Georgia Tech also, and my undiagnosed ADHD led me into running for office about 10 years ago. And I won a state house race and was in the state house, and really knew nothing about politics, but really understood policy and thought that was really the pathway forward. Came up with some big ideas around healthcare and criminal justice reform and some other areas, and just realized I either wanted to be in charge or go home. It just wasn't really worth the scale of sitting in the back row of the House. And so I ran for lieutenant governor, and I ran with a little bit of a different platform than what most folks do. It was a policy over politics platform. And so every room I walked into, whether somebody was going to vote for me or not, I really wanted them to understand I stood for policy over politics. And so one of those pathways that helped us win was when we articulated that policy over politics, it was this notion of we want Georgia to become the technology capital of the East Coast. And it's a big idea, but it's one that I think from start to finish helps us become a better state, how we educate our kids in a 21st century global economy, how we raise capital from around the world, how we capture and cultivate innovation. And so once we won the office of lieutenant governor here in Georgia, we're able to partner with Georgia Tech, and thank you, Dr. Cabrera, and just grateful for Dr. Peterson's help and Deborah's help as we've built out this big idea around Partnership for Inclusive Innovation, PIN, as we call it, and it's certainly been an incredible opportunity for us to really build on this moment in time in Atlanta and Georgia and really try to create a pathway for the next generation.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Chris Klaus, and I guess my entrepreneurial path started probably as a kid just playing video games, and got tired of just playing video games, wanted to code up my own video game, and that got me into coding. And I see a lot of other entrepreneurs, a lot of other engineers got their start with gaming and coding up games. I didn't want to just code up the games, I wanted to also hack games, so that helped me with my security skills. And then my first product started in high school, building. I was interested in not only getting games, I was figuring out how to get games on the internet, but I was like, oh, hey, there's all these security issues on the internet. And thought it'd be kind of cool to take my skills of writing code and automating the security holes that I was finding into an automatic product that would find, basically a vulnerability scanner. And I released it for free while I was at Georgia Tech. And that would be, I got a lot of feedback, including the dean of students, saying, hey, why are you hacking this network? And I was like, hey, it's a free product and it's helping people find vulnerabilities. The good news is it turned out that would have been called customer discovery, because I actually had research institutes and universities around the world starting to reach out going, hey, I've downloaded your product. Can you add this feature, that feature? And I was actually in my Smith dorm here at Georgia Tech campus with three other roommates, and they were getting tired of me because they were back then we didn't have cell phones. It was all one phone line in the dorm room, and they were like my assistants or support. But I ended up starting a company out of Georgia Tech. And fortunately, one of the things that brought me to Atlanta, I grew up in Florida, but my grandmother lived here. So I called her up and used her spare guest bedroom to set up Internet Security Systems headquarters. And fortunately, I had a very successful path with doing that. But I always wanted to give back. And I wanted to give back to Georgia Tech. And so there's a Klaus building. I don't know, this morning I was trying to get past my own building because there was a line of cars going to some event. I didn't know if it was for this event. But within that, one of my things is I talked to so many students in my building, and I'd be like, hey, why aren't you doing, they had all these great ideas like many engineers or just kids in general have. I was like, why aren't you doing a startup? And the number one issue probably 5-7 years ago was, culture. Never even thought of it. Wasn't even an option on the table. And then, so I was fortunate to say, okay, let's try to build a program working with Steve McLaughlin, and Bud Peterson was very helpful, and everybody endorsed a program called CreateX, where the breakthrough, and I really think it's unique to Georgia Tech, but should be replicated everywhere, is this idea of for the summer, instead of interning for a large company, why don't you intern for your own company? And that was a breakthrough because number one blocker was culture. Number two was time. How do you get students to find the time to do a startup? And you can kind of get them to work on it as an internship for the summer and figure out how to fund them. And I'm proud to say that after 5 years, more than 5 years, we had 900 startup teams apply for this summer batch. And 90 of them got kicked off last week. And I think I think it's going to continue to grow, and I think the real opportunity to be more inclusive, I look at it as a funnel. I think you have to start with the kids learning how to code, and it could be as fun as playing Minecraft. I'm sure if you have any kids, you've heard of Minecraft and other games. Get them to code for those games as a language. It's one of the things I'm proud of is that Governor Deal was here on campus, going to the Klaus building to sign the film and video game tax credit. I know a lot of you guys heard Atlanta's got a lot of film in Georgia, but there's also video games included in that tax credit. And while he was here, I was like, why is foreign language the only language? Why not computer language, something that kids could learn? And he goes, hey, that's a great question. And Georgia was the first state to change the rules that you can take Java or computer programming as a language. So I want to make that even more, like right now, I think they're going to make it for high school, but they really need to take it down to middle school, which is when I started learning, and some of the best engineers I know started learning coding very, very early on. It is like a computer language, or it's like any language. Like like learning Chinese is tough, but if you learn it as a kid, it's much easier, right? So if you learn computer languages earlier, it's easier. But if you move up, and then I think if we can take CreateX kind of as an accelerator model, I believe it should be replicated into this inclusive community, the ecosystem, such that Clark, Morehouse, Spelman, every university, all the University of Georgia schools should have some kind of program like this to give kids this option where, hey, out of the 4 years or 5 years or 6 years you're at your university, can you intern for your own idea? And because it's the least risk, you don't have a mortgage, you don't have a family, you can focus on a startup for a summer. And and I'd say everybody who's been through that, even if their startup didn't succeed, there was so much learning. They now know how to put together a pitch deck. They know what equity is, et cetera. There's a huge difference between going to a class and like reading about how to drive a car versus getting in a car and driving it. And I think that's what CreateX is enabling entrepreneurship to do at scale. So I want to continue that path towards inclusiveness, and how do we scale that for all the kids in Georgia and really across the country and around the world.
Great. Yeah, I see I've already lost control of the panel. Not even asked a question yet, but so good. So when I think about, and I love Chris, so when I think about inclusion, a lot actually comes to mind, and it's inclusive innovation. It's racial and ethnic diversity, it's gender diversity, it's regional, right? It's urban versus rural, and where we can start ideas. Also the type of tech, right? Chris, you just mentioned CreateX, and that's a lot of this are undergraduate students that have great ideas, and in a few months they can come up with prototypes. But we also have, like I see Gleb standing right there, where this really deep tech that took years and years to develop, and then finally you've produced a product that you can actually sell. So I love to understand, what does inclusive innovation mean to you? Is it all these things? Is it a subset? Just briefly, your thoughts. And Paul, you want to start, or anybody can start?
I'll start. I mean, I think it really, for me, it's about being able to relate to whatever you're developing, right? So I think Chris talked about him being a gamer. I too was a gamer, but it wasn't, kind of something that I really gravitated to once I got to college, because, I would have been in the dorm playing Mario Brothers the whole time, right? So for me, having Don Ratliff in front of me in a classroom and actually going to work for Caps Logistics made everything that I was doing a lot more relatable. Reading Jungle Rules and hearing John Emley's story and the power of storytelling made everything very much more relatable. Working for Will Smith, him telling the story of how no one wanted to make The Pursuit of Happiness because they saw it as a story about a homeless black guy and nobody wants to see that, and him saying, no, this is about a father's love for his son, makes it more relatable. And I think likewise, if you're the son of a doctor, my friend Stefan Bancel from Moderna, both parents are physicians. And so he, was really already on the mRNA train before any of us kind of knew what that was. And so I think, me being from Pittsburgh, me being an industrial engineer, a lot that's going on in Atlanta is relatable to me. And I think that's where we should kind of place our focus.
Perfect.
I think that the word, any organization that truly, genuinely wants to be inclusive, they've got to use that definition not as a static definition, but as a dynamic definition, one that continues to evolve and continues to mean different things. And I think one of the eye-opening experiences for me when I got into elected office was this willingness to want to be inclusive, but not necessarily for all the right reasons, right? It was, for me, being inclusive is all about perspective, right? So if I'm working in geographic areas or across industries or across races or across gender or all of the other definitions, ultimately what happens is the work product is better because of the perspective it provides into those products. The life experiences, the work experiences, the educational experiences. And so for me, I think it's so much more important than just a static definition. You got to constantly, every day, grind and evolve to be inclusive. And at the end of the day, I think that's an inviting environment for folks all across the globe, for that matter.
Yeah, I think, to me, inclusive entrepreneurship means changing what we think entrepreneurship is. Because I think we often think of entrepreneurship as a value chain, but a value chain is a set of activities that are in a fixed chain of processes. Entrepreneurship isn't that, it's an ecosystem. And when I think of an ecosystem, I think of activities that are sort of self-formed But there's room for surprise, there's room for opportunity, they're not fixed. And so when I think about my entrepreneurial journey, you know, I know value chains, aerospace engineering, we know how to do that. But I met my business partner. My business partner is Stacey Abrams. We've started 3 companies together. We did not meet through a networking event. We did not meet through an educational meeting. Nothing was forced. We met through Leadership Atlanta. And I really do think that for an ecosystem to be inclusive, there can't be class systems, there can't be tribalism, there can't be status. Stacey and I came from very different backgrounds. And we met through Leadership Atlanta because we weren't trying to meet. We were open, right? Our minds were open, our hearts were open, we were imagining things and we were curious. And I think creating that type of environment is where entrepreneurship really comes from.
We have time to add to that?
Go for it.
Yeah, well, when I was invited to speak on the panel, I thought, prepared and thought a lot about what I would say. And so I actually looked up the definition of inclusivity. And it's interesting, the definition, according to Webster's, is not excluding people on the basis of race, gender, sexual orientation, et cetera, and particularly those who are marginalized. And I thought about it, and I thought that definition is not really sufficient. It implies that, hey, I'll invite you to the party, but I'm not really asking you to dance, and I'm not engaging proactively. And I think to Laura's point and Jeff's point, there's something that needs to take place, a transformation and engaging, amongst communities, amongst different types of people, and I think that's what inclusivity is. It's proactive, not reactive.
And I'll add one more point on top of that. I think one thing that I'd like to see with, I guess, in terms of inclusiveness is anybody who's run a business or a startup will know that like their key KPI or key performance indicators are really key. Mm-hmm. And I think we should measure it because when I went in and started analyzing like how many kids learn how to code in Georgia, it's like less than 1%. Right. And then how many are black or female, it's like 1% of 1%. It's like ridiculously small. And I think by measuring it and saying, hey, here's the numbers, we can only go up from there. And I think even with like Georgia Tech, like how many African-American students are here? Could that number be higher? And I think I've seen things that could be huge shifts. Like this year, we didn't have I have a high school graduate, and as he applied, he didn't have to do the SAT and ACT, and that looks to be a big blocker to get into admissions for a lot of universities. And they saw a big uptick in both women and people of color to get into or apply to these universities. So some of those things are really good indicators. I think if we measure that, we should be going towards a overall goal, not just, as you mentioned, Mark, that, hey, we're inviting you to the party, but let's intentionally say, hey, we want to definitely invite everybody, and if they're not coming, why not? Because that's really the big issue, I think, is we could be like, hey, we've invited everybody to apply to tech, or we invited everybody to apply to different schools or learn how to code, but if it's not happening, what are the blockers and how do we solve that? And you only do that by measuring it.
Yeah, you know what, I'm going to add on to that, measuring it, and I think pointing at Dr. Cabrera and saying do what Starbucks and Carlyle have done and actually make it part of everyone's kind of performance, right? So the KPI, it needs to be measured and managed at the top, but everyone needs to feel that it's important. And I think that we're well on our way with you and Bud, and I think you guys are laying a very, very solid foundation. But I think measurement and paying attention and making sure that you're not going to let it slide. This is not a one-time thing. This is something that goes on, time after time.
But I think within the startup world, you have to give the flexibility for KPIs to be different for different businesses. So when Stacey and I started our first company, it was called Nourish. It wasn't a tech company. And so we weren't invited to dance, right? Here we were in Atlanta. There were all these great incubators. Yes, I had an engineering background, but the startup itself didn't seem to fit the box of what a cool startup was. So in a way, there was a class system just within startups. We weren't cool enough. And you would think in the shadow of Coca-Cola, starting a beverage company might be pretty easy in Atlanta. It really wasn't, because a lot of the large corporations don't shed entrepreneurial thinking. So there were lots of ex-Coca-Cola people that gave us advice as if we were shipping billions of cases a day, which we weren't. But we felt left out because we didn't fit the box, right? It wasn't high tech or it wasn't such and such. So I think the KPIs have to be different. You can be exceptional and take a very different path than overnight raise $100 million and you're off to the races.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I agree wholeheartedly, and I think that's one of the things that we can do as Atlanta is really build the ecosystem that works for us based on the resources that we have. You're right, we have Coca-Cola, we have Delta, we have Home Depot, we have all of these major companies that have built companies that don't look like the traditional tech. And obviously we have huge talent on the tech side as well. So we can really leverage those resources to build the ecosystem that's not a copy of Silicon Valley, but really is the best Atlanta that we can make.
I think it's great. And actually, and that gets me to the next, I was going to go right to actually ask that question.
Oh,
so.
what we can do?
Yeah.
I was going to touch
Okay,
on inclusion for a second, because we talked about kind of what is it, but there's also why do we care? Like, why are we doing inclusion? And I think what's interesting is there's this kind of notion that we're doing it because it's the right thing to do, right? But if you actually look at it, it's actually the profitable thing to do, right? Like there's studies, like a diverse team delivers higher profits, deliver higher market cap, deliver higher returns. And so if you look at the $1 trillion at work in venture capital, if you can get people to understand that they actually deliver higher returns if they have diverse teams because they're finding problems that other people won't uncover. They're getting a management team that thinks about problems differently. They can do customer acquisition in a different way. They can access the Black and Latino spending power that's out there. And so as a company or as an investor or as an LP, if you're not prioritizing and maximizing diversity, then you're choosing to not maximize returns. And if we think of it that way, it changes the world because all of a sudden it's like, there's this quote that Ben Horowitz says, it's like greed trumps race. Right? And so if you think about the incentive structure, we can actually get the result that we want if we realize that it actually is the best thing for the bottom line. And so I think we spend a lot of time talking about why inclusion or what is inclusion, but it's kind of like if we tie it to the bottom line, I think we can get there faster and get there in a more sustainable way.
So I want to, so this is great. I want to double click. I guess that's old now saying that. I'm going to double click on that though, right?
Works, right?
Is it? Yeah.
It still works.
I use a Mac. I don't. So why is it that we're so resistant to that, right? The data shows that exactly, that companies that have diverse boards, for example, are more profitable, right? And more diverse groups make better decisions and all these better outcomes. Why are we so resistant to that?
I think there's certain things that it's just maybe more socially acceptable or politically correct for like certain people to say versus others. And so, sometimes Mark and I are in a room and I was like, I'll cover that, Mark. But if you actually take a conversation about inclusion and diversity and then mix in profitability, some people could take that the wrong way, right? But I don't think we should shy away from that because I think it's the reason that a lot of businesses exist, to create jobs, to create sustainability, to create profit that you can invest back in the community, invest back into problems that make the world better. Mm-hmm. But it's a delicate balance of having that conversation and intertwining those two topics.
Yep.
And so I think what people sometimes do is take the safer route of detaching the two, and then sometimes inclusion also just sounds like a nonprofit. Right? So oftentimes, for example, I'm involved in, SoftBank has Opportunity Fund, a $100 million fund dedicated to investing in founders that are Black, Latino, or Native American. And sometimes when we say that, people assume that it's a nonprofit. It's like, no, we're here to deliver outsized returns, but we think we can find those in founders of color. And there's not a trade-off between diversity and excellence. Right? And so I think we have to not be shy about attaching those two topics of diversity, inclusion, profitability, success, excellence. And so I think it's great that we're having this conversation, but it's kind of, you think about the next phases and stages of this conversation, it's being more comfortable with some of the delicate points in it.
Yep.
I think the reason that we resist it is because it's hard.
Right?
I mean, my 15-year-old son is proof positive that a body in motion stays in motion and a body at rest stays at rest. Like, he will take the easiest route wherever it's going to go. But because it's hard, it involves breaking things apart before you put them back together. And I'll give you a perfect story, which is the Georgia Tech campus. So a couple of years ago, probably the last time that we were in person for an engineering board of advisors meeting, I remember we were over in one of the bioengineering buildings, and at the time, Dean Gary May made a comment that we had a shortage of classroom space and that students were having to actually take classes on Saturdays. And as I switched from meeting to meeting, I walked by a bunch of empty classrooms. And I remember thinking to myself, it is noon on a Friday. How could we possibly have a shortage of classroom spaces when I just walked by a bunch of empty classrooms? And so I went to him and I said, we seem to have a superfluous amount of classroom spaces here in this building. And he said, well, the shortage is over in mechanical engineering. And I remember thinking to myself, well, I have an idea. Have a mechanical engineering class over in the bioengineering building. And he said, well, the faculty don't want to have to walk across campus, like their lab is over here and their research is over here. My husband's the IE, the logistics expert, but I think there's a solution here. Give them a pedometer and call it a fitness program and tell them to walk from building to building. But that's where innovation comes from. Within our own world of innovation, we're still separated. Why are all the AEs over in the AE building? And why are all the MEs in the ME building? And why are the bioengineers in the bioengineering building? When the greatest innovation happens when an AE accidentally bumps into a double E waiting for coffee. So it's hard for us to do it here.
Yeah.
It's also uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, my company started this thing called the Board Challenge with one of my friends from business school, a guy by the name of Brad Gerstner, who took Snowflake and Roblox and kind of investor in a lot of companies. And we talked to the CEOs and we asked them to just do something very simple. Consider adding a black board member. And most of them don't know any that they would kind of just logically and naturally put on their board. And so they don't have the networks, and I think we have to facilitate the networks, and that's why I love Georgia Tech. Being in Atlanta, being, as Chris said, Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, Emory, there's such a melting pot here, and I think, kind of really capitalizing on the networks and the ecosystem, to use Laura's word that we have, makes it a little bit easier, a little bit more comfortable because you know those people going in and you don't have to kind of figure it out at the 11th hour.
It's perfect.
I think inclusiveness has to be intentional and it has to start at the top of every organization. Leadership has got to fully embrace it and commit long-term to it. And it's got to be more than a project, it's got to be part of the culture. And to Paul's point, it's got to be so much more important than just doing the right thing. It's got to be woven into the very fabric of perspective, of innovation, of product development, of profits, of organizational strengths, and about clients too. Customers, reaching into different communities and putting yourself and positioning yourself as a separator from your competition. But it's got to start at the top. And the strongest leaders that embrace this notion of inclusiveness, I think, are the ones that succeed long term.
One of the, and echo what Jeff's saying and what Laura was saying with the silos, I think tech has started a thing called threads. And threading is this idea of like you have all these disciplines at Georgia Tech, and how do you thread between some of these disciplines to be multidisciplined capability? One of the first ones was video games, which I like, by the way. But I think that concept of crossing not just multidiscipline, but maybe multi-organization, realize Georgia is an ecosystem, and is there a way to thread across, not just within the Georgia Tech campus, but across schools, such that there is this growing ecosystem where there is more African Americans that can have access to some of the, leadership, entrepreneurship, resources that are occurring across the whole state. And I see the intentionality of that, where Tech said, let's build a roadmap that we're going to thread different disciplines within the campus so that there's better uses of resources and outcomes. I think the same, if you take it to a more meta level, you should be able to apply that to entrepreneurship across, make that the center and thread that across the state to all the different organizations within Georgia.
And I want to follow up a bit on what Joel said earlier about, and as we bring it back to our home, to our city, and to our state and region. So what do we need to do here to make Atlanta, to make Georgia more inclusive when it comes to innovation? What are some action items? Where can we start?
One thing we need to do is recognize that there is a lack of willingness on the part of some people racism is a real thing. Here in Atlanta, despite the fact that demographics say that we should be beyond that, if you overlay maps, and I know you know from Leadership Atlanta, overlay maps of our city, and on basically every measure, you can draw a line straight through the city, north and south, where the disparities are massive. We have to have some recognition around that, because we can't just say, let's be inclusive, kumbaya. Like, no, there are realities that are at play, and the gaps are getting wider. So that's the first thing I think, is that we have to have some recognition around it. We have to have some reality about the disparities that exist today, and understand that a lot of it is racial. There's, of course, the socioeconomic elements, but again, you can overlay the maps and pretty much see black, white on all of them. So that, to me, is the first step.
I think the other thing we need to do is challenge those that do get ahead to stay in and get back in the trenches and support people that come behind them, like Chris and others have done. One of the things, we had a Power and Influence Day during Leadership Atlanta, and I still remember this from 2004. They mapped the power base of Atlanta decade by decade. And Atlanta's got this amazing strength, which is you can come here from another city, and in a pretty short period of time, you can be a leader. You can be a leader in business, education, philanthropy, community, religion. That's not true in a lot of cities, so that's a huge asset. But the challenge with that is, if you look at the power base decade by decade, the same name was never on there twice, which means we don't have consistency. We have some one-shot wonders that sort of take their winnings and go off. And that's an awesome responsibility, to stay in and work for the person that's coming behind you, as opposed to sort of like, being happy with a single or a double and a Cadillac and a lake house. Like, we gotta go for home runs. Singles and doubles don't inspire greatness. And we have so much potential in our resources, but I think it's up to those of us that are maybe a little bit ahead to not be done, right? To stay in.
Yeah, I think reaching out to some other VCs that have vested interest in Atlanta as well. And I think about Hans Tung, who's on my board, and backed Peloton, right? Hans needs to be here. And he actually, when we first were here, when I first took over CEO, he said, hey, would you consider locating your tech team in Atlanta? And I said, absolutely, and I know where to go for engineers, right? But Hans needs to come here and spend some time here. And I know Paul actually took, Mayor Reed on a, kind of a little trip to Silicon Valley. I think we need to do the other thing, which is get the VCs here and immerse them at Georgia Tech and at Emory and all the other schools, but, kind of really spend some time here and understand really what's going on here, because it's amazing.
I guess two things I would like to see. I guess one is just, I don't know how many kids, especially at the high school level, know that there's this cool path of engineering and building really cool solutions to problems that could be across the spectrum. And I would like to see how do we do more outreach there in terms of reaching those kids and realize it's not just a couple of nerds like Zuckerberg and Gates and all these guys. There's a whole ecosystem that's growing. I think the other thing for me, one of the goals I had with CreateX trying to start that was, I strongly believe the number of startups is kind of if anybody looked at sales, the more at-bats you have, the more success you will have. And I actually think, and part of that would be the outcome of like unicorn companies, right? I was fortunate to be one of the first unicorn companies, but I don't believe it's unique. And that was one of the things, a lot of people were like, oh, you lucked out, it's very rare. I think what's changing though is the abundance of capital. It used to be like extremely hard to get money. Every CreateX company that has any customer traction is now getting money. They're also getting, they're all staying here. We've had 0 startups that have been formed here that have been asked to move to California. So I see this as a way to really grow the ecosystem here. And to Laura's point, giving back. And one of the things that I wanted to build into, like I gave back with the Klaus building and the CreateX, but we've actually had every entrepreneur that's gone through CreateX, we've asked them to pledge to give back in a meaningful way. And we left it open. We didn't want to tie it to a number or what that means. We just said give back in a meaningful way once you succeed. And so I'm going to be calling on a lot of the CEOs that succeeded later on and be like, hey, you need to give back. And I think that's kind of build that into the culture, give that back into the DNA of what we're building. It's not just, hey, make a lot of money and, like you said, go retire on a sailboat, but go help the next generation, the community. I think that's something that we've got to bake into the overall community as a whole.
Well, and I think you mentioned, elementary, middle school, high school, lower education. We need to reach out to the young people in the broader community and allow them to see themselves here. So, Jewel, when you were talking, I was thinking back to years ago, I started a charter school in Adamsville in Southwest Atlanta, and we call all of our students scholars, and we ask them from the time they enter kindergarten, where are you going to go to college and what are you going to study? And you can change it every day. You just need to be thinking about it. But I think the most important thing we did is when they graduate us in 8th grade, we held our graduation here. We actually held it over in Scheller. And most of those scholars had never been on a college campus. So after saying it for 8 years that they were going to go, we've had a graduation here, we've had a graduation at Morehouse, we've held a graduation at Georgia State. Like, we intentionally brought these young folks into a college setting and allowed their families to come and celebrate. And we've got these amazing campuses, this network of campuses around Atlanta. We should allow them to experience it when they're young.
Yep. The other thing about what Atlanta should do, I think a lot of times it's about not looking outside for the answers, but looking within. And I mean, we just even look around the room, like we have the ability to really shift like the trajectory of the city and this region. I often point to like the 3 C's, or Alex laughs at me sometimes, I talk about it so much, but these 3 things that Atlanta has that like we're so close to, like sometimes we forget how special they are. I mean, one we're sitting at, right, at Georgia Tech, right? But you think about the colleges that we have in this town, from Georgia Tech to Emory to Morehouse to Spelman to Georgia State, like the talent pool that represents. I mean, the reason these large companies are coming here is because of that talent. So if we want to build our own startups, build our own innovation, we have the hardest part of the equation, the talent with the colleges. And then if you look at the corporations that are here, I had a friend that ran a fund on the West Coast, and he said, he was sitting at lunch, and he said, you guys have real companies. I was like, of course we do, what do you mean? He said, no, like they make real stuff you could touch. Like they make like paper and hammers, and like you make real stuff. He's like, yeah, but you could talk to those companies, they have real problems, and you could create real startups. So we have these corporations right down the street that are in the room as well. And then the third thing that we often don't bring in this conversation, which should be at the center of a conversation about inclusion and diversity, is the culture, right? Atlanta culture drives U.S. culture, which drives world culture. Like our music is the music you hear in London. Our music is the music you hear in Tokyo. Our films that are filmed here are the films that you watch around the world. And if we put those 3 things together, like we have ingredients that no other city has. And right now, those 3 worlds are, for the most part, still sitting like across the room, like at a high school dance,
playing,
right?
Toddlers.
Exactly. But as we bring them together, like really interesting things happen. And I think there's a few examples of that starting to happen. Like there's a company called Greenwood that we started that is a digital bank to help minorities have financial success. But it's Ambassador Young, it's Michael Render, also known as Killer Mike, right? And then there's like 6 of the top 7 banks in the world came in and invested $40 million in this Atlanta-based company to solve this problem, right? And then someone asked earlier, like, what's the Atlanta equivalent of South by Southwest? It's like we looked up a few years ago and we realized, like, wait, there's this music conference, A3C. That's kind of the biggest, most popular hip-hop conference in the country. It's been based here in Atlanta for 15 years, and it was 100% white-owned. It's like, wait, the biggest hip-hop conference, like anybody? And so I partnered with Ryan and TK at the Gathering Spot, and we acquired it. So now it's black-owned. And then we called Alex and Haley at the time at the Chamber and said, hey, we think we can make Atlanta South by Southwest. Like if South by Southwest was invented today, it would be based in Atlanta. It would be rooted around hip hop. It would include tech. It would include social justice. And we did that right before COVID for the first time. And Google came to town and sponsored. I think Jewel and her team were involved with that, and like Salesforce and others. And we had those conversations and we owned them right here in Atlanta. And I think those types of ingredients that exist where we can move the needle ourselves without looking to the outside for people to come in and solve it for us.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that. I mean, we had our second event as Valence here in Atlanta at the Gathering Spot. It was because of the culture. And when I talked to L.A. Robinson at Bessemer, he's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Atlanta for the culture.
Yeah.
And I think that last C does get ignored. I think the other two are no-brainers and common sense. That other one is the one that we should embrace, 100%.
Perfect. So we have a few minutes left. I think we can run over just by a few minutes. So I do want to give the audience an opportunity to ask one or two questions since we got this amazing group. I got more. Speak now. Lisa.
I'm a data person. I'm a person who's really focusing on citizen development impact, which I think is missing across the nation. There is, when we start talking about inclusivity, I just said that wrong because I'm nervous, but when we start talking about being inclusive, everyone can claim their own inclusiveness. And so this lack of connected data, which, talk to me later, all of you funding organizations, and this lack of looking at what keeps the students here, and do we have livable wages or do we have resilient? Do we even know what resilient wages are within our community? So the question is, with inclusive entrepreneurship, what aspect of relatable data and data connectivity, across what history of data do we have for these conversations? Because I think it's important.
I think it's a brilliant point, honestly. And my last patent is actually looking at the data going forward, but kind of really trying to understand each individual and what motivates them and who they can connect with. Because I think, again, the point has been made, seeing yourself in someone who's been successful makes it a lot more attainable. And so really, we are literally actively trying to go back and re-engineer kind of how people think about their individual paths to success. We're kind of use this term Peloton for professional fitness, and really kind of get people excited about it and motivated because they see someone who's motivating them. And I think, again, going backwards is a little more challenging because you don't have the historical data necessarily, but I think we can start today and collect those data.
Right, and then we have history.
Right.
I don't have an answer to your question, but I've got, you raise a great question. At the state level, trying to figure out, we always trail the private sector by decades, right? And so we're just starting to figure out that data matters. And we'll wait a couple more decades to figure out how to use that data to make good decisions. But, for us, an early mission profile for Partnership for Inclusive Innovation was to make this a Georgia story. And look, it's going to be dominated by Atlanta, right? I mean, 100x, whatever metric you look at, Atlanta is going to be the success point for technology as we continue to grow out. But from a ecosystem standpoint, it's important to include as many corners of the state as we possibly can because of different industries that we talked about, because that's part of inclusivity. Logistics, Savannah's driving the elements there. We've got fintech on the northern elements. We've got health IT. We've got all types of different cyber out in the Augusta region. And so we want to make sure that they feel included, but also from an operational standpoint, we have to go into the Capitol 40 days a year and we vote. And there's folks in the rural parts of the state that don't necessarily, at least for a while, too long, didn't understand how important those elements of innovation in their classrooms in those small rural communities, right? History tells them that they're just trying to produce ag-related jobs and whatnot that just walk out and take over the family farm. But now they're seeing these opportunities because they're being, we passed Senate Bill 108, where now it requires every high school kid in the state of Georgia to receive at least one computer science class, so that light bulb goes off. So now, instead of going back to drive the tractor on the farm, they're now maybe part of a startup that's trying to help use a crop design system that allows that tractor to be utilized 24/7, all of those different elements. If we engage those rural communities, we also get those rural legislators to then get a governor or the entire political system to come on with the funding that needs, to come on with the educational tracks that need to maybe augment themselves slightly. And that ecosystem begins to run at a quicker pace.
All right, I'm getting the sign that we should wrap up. I do want to give the panelists just 30 seconds to give just a closing statement. Maybe something that you want to say. This is the time to do it. So you can pass if you want, but you have an option of just closing out.
We're going down the line.
Whoever wants to speak.
I'll start, I guess, since I'm on the other end.
We'll
go
start
back
with
this
Chris
way.
and see if we got any time left.
Thanks. I'll be the last word then, I guess. I think I'm really excited with President Cabrera, and I think a lot of the energy that I see at Georgia Tech, I think it can be replicated, and I love to see this inclusiveness really be spread. I do think, as Paul mentioned with the culture, we do have an amazing culture here, and it's probably under-recognized. If you go outside of Atlanta, a lot of people know about a lot of the culture, but we don't even embrace it as much as I think we should. And another aspect to it would be the civil rights. We're kind of the mecca for that, and I don't think we embrace MLK and the civil rights as much as we should. We could become the symbol around the world for inclusiveness and entrepreneurship, and I'd really love to be a part of it and enable it as much as I can. So I'm all in on helping inclusiveness.
I think we'll look back in time and see the period that we're in right now as an amazing launching point for what Atlanta and Georgia as a broader perspective are going to achieve. I think back to the civil rights movement was a defining moment for Georgia and Atlanta specifically to launch itself into being the next best us. I think the Olympics, and certainly I was a part of this process on campus watching the Olympics come alive, allowed us to economically develop much, much quicker than maybe what the normal trajectory would have. And I think this period of time around innovation in Georgia and Atlanta specifically is going to be a point in time that allows us to become even better at what we're doing. The world's paying attention to what we're doing here in Georgia. It's no longer a regional play, a national play. Literally, the world is paying attention to what we're doing. Let's do it really well and lead the world. I think it's the future opportunity in front of us.
I might add, I think we're all here because we believe that Atlanta can really put itself on the map as the most inclusive community really in the world. We have all sorts of assets and diversity that other cities don't. But I might challenge the group. Sorry to roll the grenade in the room right here at the end, but I might challenge the group. We have a very real world challenge that's happening right now in our city that I think would be a great step back in terms of putting ourselves on the map and in terms of the most inclusive entrepreneurial and community in the world. And Jewel kind of touched on it with this line between North and South. But there's a very real world probability that Buckhead secedes from Atlanta right now. And to me, that would be a massive step back in what we're trying to accomplish and how we're trying to brand Atlanta. And what I live in Buckhead, and what I see is that my neighbors are bombarded daily with issues around crime and issues around lack of services that they're getting. And that message is winning. And there's no counterparty that's giving them a different perspective on why they should stay, why we should engage in more conversations, not necessarily across that line, but definitely across that line as well. But they're just hearing one story. And for Atlanta to become what it should become and could become, we can't allow that to happen, in my mind. But somebody has to step up. We need leadership that is going to really have those tough conversations, because I think we can all agree, if you're a family and you have kids, safety and being, not being subject to crime or being put in danger, we all agree across that, whether you're a male, female, black, or white. But those conversations have to take place, and they're tough. And they're tough conversations, and I think if we really want to put Atlanta on the map, we have to prevent that from happening.
I agree. I'll just actually add a tool to help with that, because I do think that is the critical point that we're in right now, is having difficult conversations and making sure that all of these assets and all of these pieces to the puzzle that we have, we're actually able to put them together to make the most inclusive city in the world, to build a company, make that vision true. So there's a startup here called Civic Dinners, and they facilitate these difficult conversations and make it a little bit easier, so you don't have to do the planning part to have these types of conversations. So I will just put a plug in for that. Jen Graham is the founder, Atlanta-based company. They have a huge relationship with Facebook and some other tech companies that they use. But I will just give that as an idea for you all to go and have some of those more challenging conversations to make sure that we don't miss this opportunity that's ahead of us right now.
Yeah, I'll keep it simple and just say celebrate the small successes, right? Let everyone that we know that has kind of moved the ball forward, let's recognize them and reward them, and let someone else follow their example.
Yeah, and I would say, we talk about how Atlanta can put ourselves on the map. I don't think it's that we can or we should, it's that we must. Atlanta is an entrepreneur. She shouldn't even exist, right? I mean, she's just where the train ended. And so if the definition of entrepreneurship is like having big dreams despite your lack of resources, everything about Atlanta is an entrepreneur. So it's not just that we can, it's our responsibility. We have to do this. And in terms of, you made me think of a tangible takeaway when you were talking about the 3 C's in corporations. I think a lot of large corporations, they will all say they want to help build inclusiveness. They want to help disadvantaged businesses, et cetera. They don't really know how. And so they'll put a little bit of money into a fund and sort of check the box and call it a day and feel good. But that doesn't move the needle. And that's not in the critical path of their business. There is a way to do this. There's an organization called the $1 Billion Roundtable. There's only about 28 companies that qualify for it. I don't think any of them are Atlanta companies. I know Coke aspires to it. But to be a member of the $1 Billion Roundtable, you have to spend at least $1 billion a year with minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses. That's serious commitment. That's not, I'm going to put $10 million in a fund and feel good about it. That's serious, because now you are buying stuff. And the most important dollar you can give a minority or a women-owned entrepreneur is a dollar of commerce, because that's commitment.
Yeah, I think 3 quick things in my 30 seconds. One, I want to acknowledge Dean Bea and President Cabrera on having this conversation. You could have overlooked this conversation, but to gather us and have it means a lot. And I thank you and acknowledge you all for that. And President Peterson for the foundation over the years of kind of creating an environment where this conversation is comfortable, and the work that you all are doing with Partnership for Inclusive Innovation, I think carries this on. It's been doing it for the last couple years. So those are important that we have leaders like that in our community to set the stage for this. The second thing I'll mention right quick is, when Mark and I decided to partner and create Panoramic Ventures, I mean, the name of the firm is Panoramic, like we look where other people don't. And it's really about this, like how do we find diverse founders? How do we find people in overlooked cities and rural cities and in other states? And so, I'm betting the next several decades of my life on doing this work. So we'll be here to partner with all of you to continue to do this work. And we think it's important to kind of have a fund at scale, right? A $300 million fund. That means we can write a check that's anywhere from $100,000 to $10 million, and we could do that monthly. And that's important to fuel this next generation of entrepreneurs that we're all excited about. And the last thing I'll say is I think we should all leave here with a spirit of enthusiasm. I mean, even though we're recognizing the 1-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd, we're recognizing the 100-year anniversary of the riots in Greenwood and in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? And we're all coming back from COVID, right? It's the first time in a room with no mask. Like I left my mask in the car, right? But it's this moment where kind of the world's reopening. It's never been a better time to really, as much as the playing field is not level, there's never been a better time to be black in America. There's never been a better time to build a technology company in this city, in this state, in this country. And so I think that we should all leave with enthusiasm that we can, and Atlanta has been in the forefront of every time we're rising from a moment like this. You mentioned kind of the history around civil rights that Atlanta has led. And I'm excited that the people in this room that will continue to do that.
Good deal. Well, let's just end on that. Thanks. So we have another panel next, right? Is that?
exist, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please take your seat so we can begin the next panel.
You,
Have
Yeah.
you met Mark Buffington?
no, I have not. I did see him at the panel. Okay. Okay, I'll give you an update during lunch if you are still around. Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Hi, Krista. Thanks for doing this. Hi, Shannon. Welcome. Thanks for doing this. Absolutely. Yep. Awesome. Please.
At least these lapels or pens or clips are better. I was at a conference once.
You ready? Yeah, I'm going to grab John.
And when I got up to give my talk,
Let's take that to so. Can I steal you for the panel?
It was like a literal
Hi, Raj.
headset that wrapped
Yes, thank you.
around your head and over your
Thanks
ear.
for doing this.
And I'm like, this is fine if you have no hair. Right. But I mean, it doesn't fit. I was so annoyed. I just
So-
ended up holding it like
Yeah.
a microphone. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, exactly.
I never know how high to make this.
I think.
I always forget.
like,
I
do I
should have
go-
worn a jacket.
That's what I was going for us.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic.
Maybe if I just move. I'm gonna put it here. Oh, nice.
You cleared the background check? How'd that happen?
Who would have known? I feel like the microphone is very subtle. Because at first I was like, are they wearing a mic or do we just have good acoustics in here?
Yeah.
So at least
Hey, don't leave before I give you your
It's on. I
sample
guess so.
bottles. They're in my bag.
says it's
Yeah,
on.
no, unfortunately not.
Yeah, I bet
Hi,
they're
Olivia.
controlling it.
Yeah.
Have you seen Nashley?
So mics are live, but actually don't need to sit on
Somebody should move
Oh,
over.
okay.
I think
I'll
there's
grab it.
only
Thanks.
6 of us.
Oh, really?
Oh, we're missing
Well, we're
still.
missing
Yeah, I
one
already
and then
took a
Steve
turn.
there. Yeah.
Hi, Nashley. So, nice to meet you. I'm Siva Raghupati. I'm going to moderate your panel. That's right. What's up?
Hey.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet
and
you.
like when I looked at
So
all
I
the
gotta-
people on the panel,
Can I steal her for the panel?
Why am I on
Okay,
the panel?
awesome.
I feel like I'm like the
I
outlier.
also
Thank
feel
you.
like that, but I think that's just the constant imposter syndrome that is
Are we all
always.
live?
I finally
Okay.
emailed Siva
Sounds
because I was like, which version of me?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would,
Yeah,
please take your
right.
seats. We're about to begin.
Right, yeah.
I was like, am I invited as associate dean?
Yeah.
Actually, you can take that
Yeah.
seat, and the microphone is
Like,
right
I was
there.
Just gonna talk. Tell me which hat you want me to speak from.
Yeah. I know. He was like, oh, you could just kind of incorporate whichever makes sense.
Airplane mode.
Okay. Yep, makes sense. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, good morning. I'm already ready for lunch. I'm Siva Raghupati. I'm a professor in the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. I've been at Georgia Tech now for 21 years. And for the first 16 years of my career, I was fortunate to have done 3 venture-funded startups based on research from my lab, and loved the experience, as excruciatingly painful as it was doing the startups. But about 6 years ago, with the help of Chris, you heard from Chris and Steve and a few others, we launched this program called CreateX on campus, where we help students launch startups. And I know a lot of you might already know about CreateX, but I thought it would be useful for me to share with you this lens of why inclusion matters, right? you heard Paul say something really important. Inclusion is the right thing to do, but it is also contributing to long-term value creation. So when CreateX was launched about 7 years ago, we didn't really have a platform for students to dabble with entrepreneurship and create companies. And so we created the platform, we invited students, we included them in the process of company creation, and over the last 7 years, we've launched 230 ventures, and the total valuation of these ventures when they left us was about $60 million. That was the valuation of these 230 companies that we created. And we just went through a valuation exercise, and these companies are now totally valued at about $800 million. That is the power of inclusiveness. When we include a new demographic or a new population that's been underserved, you can create tremendous long-term value. And that's a perfect segue into sort of letting my panelists introduce themselves. I know a lot of them for a long time. Some of them went through CreateX and are running really, really successful companies. And the others on the panel have either done startups or have been working with startups for a long time. So without further ado, I'm going to, Courtney, could you introduce yourself?
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everyone. So I am Courtney Law. I am the managing director for Biolocity. So we are a joint funding program between Emory and Georgia Tech, and we fund early stage medical technologies. I actually am new to Atlanta. I just moved here from Seattle about 8 months ago. So I'm very fortunate to be a part of this at this point. My background is in research, actually, so I have a PhD in medicinal chemistry. And my interest in innovation and entrepreneurship really started during graduate school. So being able to discover a drug where we started going through the patent process, and it really got me interested in not only my entrepreneurial mindset, but also working with other early stage researchers trying to navigate the commercialization process. So I spent my career just working on and building strategic programs and initiatives around how to support early stage entrepreneurship across the board, whether it was local, regional, or across the US. And so I'm really excited to be a part of this ecosystem now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Krista Walton. I'm the Associate Dean for Research and Innovation in the College of Engineering. I'm also a professor in chemical and biomolecular engineering. I've been at Georgia Tech for about 12 years. So I, through my professor side, have spun off 2 startup companies from my research group over about the past 10 years. They were about 5 years apart. So I've participated in NSF I-Corps. Many of you know that Georgia Tech is a Venture Lab is a founding node for I-Corps. So I actually went through that twice. It took a lot of begging from postdocs for that second one because it's a pretty grueling program. So I know some about the innovation ecosystem here at Georgia Tech just because I've participated in it as a faculty member. So that includes, getting incubator space through ATDC, working with GRA for early phase funding. And then on my other side, with my other hat on now as Associate Dean for Research, I really have a strong interest and drive to help faculty grow their entrepreneurship abilities and ideas and just expose them to what we have on campus available to them, help strengthen the resources and infrastructure, and just help be a part of creating the next big thing out of our faculty research side.
Hi, I'm Shannon Ivanchek. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Trupani. We are a CreateX company that came through the 2016 cohort. Trupani originally started through a research project in the water quality space out of a lab right across the street there. And originally we were working on international water quality. And then around the end of 2018, we had a pretty major pivot to address lead in drinking water in the US. Since we made that decision and really found a focus in that area, we have been growing very rapidly over 2019, 2020, and now into 2021. Currently, we're contracted with the Hawaii Department of Health and Nevada Division of Environmental Protection to conduct lead and drinking water programs for about 1,000 schools and child care facilities across those states. And we're really starting to innovate on the way that traditional environmental sampling is conducted and tie in some digital components there and start to move that industry forward and have that opportunity there. So really excited to be back and be on the panel today, and so grateful to CreateX and everything that Georgia Tech has fostered.
So hello everyone, I'm Dr. Nashley Cephas, and I am an AI expert at Amazon, artificial intelligence. We focus on mitigating biases and fairness in artificial intelligence technologies. And I've been at Amazon for over 4.5 years. Originally was the CTO of the startup company PartPick that Jewel, if you saw her, she was just up here. Jewel Burst was the CEO of, and we sold the company to Amazon in 2016. And I am a Georgia Tech grad school, electrical and computer engineering, 2014 of my PhD. And originally from Jackson, Mississippi, graduate of Mississippi State University for undergrad in computer engineering. And if that wasn't enough, my day job on the side, I also have a startup, a nonprofit that I started back in 2018 in my hometown of Jackson, Mississippi, called The Beam Path, where we do free tech help for people in the community, and we give away scholarships and grants. And then I decided to scale that by purchasing 14 acres of land in downtown Jackson, Mississippi, to build a tech hub, the first of its kind in that area, to really enhance and provide equity and access to technology for the people in that community. So thank you, I'm so excited to be here.
And I'm John. I am the co-founder and CEO of Fix. We make a device that plugs into your car, and then whenever you have a problem, it will tell you in simple terms what's wrong. And so we started the company in CreateX in the first kind of venture lab startup lab course at Georgia Tech, and so have been a huge byproduct of all of the initiatives and things at Georgia Tech. I was a mechanical engineer at Georgia Tech, graduated in 2015, and yeah, really excited about kind of the programs that are in place and things we can do going forward.
I'm Corey, a co-founder and CEO of a company called Gimme. We build food service technology. We help people who make deliveries to vending machines and grocery stores happen frictionlessly. What's pretty neat is to be back here today. We launched as part of the original cohort of CreateX in the building just right over there with Dr. Siva, who helped us do it, and we're really excited to be back today.
Awesome. So my first question is, all of you have a lot of experience now either creating a startup or working with startups. And I know we touched upon this topic in the first panel as well. Why do you think personally that inclusion is important for a startup and entrepreneurship? Courtney, do you want to start?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I think, one, I'll echo a few of the comments that were made in the first panel, because yeah, I think that the more inclusive your organization is, it does help in the profitability sector, but it also helps, I think, retain a good culture within your organization. If people feel like they're a part and are included, they are more loyal, if you will, to that group. I think it also helps, I mean, with inclusivity and diversity, you're able to generate new ideas and keep in line with the folks that you are trying to connect with outside of your institution. So in general, I think inclusivity is just really key for a successful company.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I also think that having a culture of inclusivity helps with morale, and it helps with retention, and then it even keeps the cycle going for better recruitment because the culture is in place. If you're only focused on pipeline and trying to have a good pool of candidates for various things, that's great, but if that doesn't translate into your organization to where those people feel actually part of your team and they feel like they are valued and that their opinions and their creativity matters, then the retention of those people is not going to be great. And so I think it's really having a true inclusive environment. People want to be there, and it will continue and perpetuate better diversity once you have that in place.
Yeah, I think one of the areas that has really resonated for me is inclusion for, entrepreneurs is great, but what happens when you have really diverse entrepreneurs that are breaking into industries that are really traditional? So like we're working in the water space and we do a lot of government contracting, and a lot of government contractors aren't late 20-year-old women. It's a lot of 50 or 60-year-old guys. And so we had a school district that we contracted with, and at the end of the project, the director of the maintenance department was like, we've never had a young female team of contractors before. And so, now they're one of our best references as we go forward to new work. So I think when we think about inclusion and we think about diversity, like we are going to be the ones that are disrupting industries, and then we can show these more traditional industries what diversity looks like, what inclusion looks like, not just in the startup space, but in the traditional kind of engineering space. And so I think promoting it, here can really be a catalyst as we all leave, today and go back into our respective industries. And I think that's something that's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's being said here today so far. I often make the analogy, they often say if you build it, they will come. With the project that I'm doing a lot of times in Jackson, Mississippi, and in areas like that, sometimes you have to build it and then convince the people why they should come because they don't feel included. They've never felt a part of that space. And so what we have to do is show up in different ways that are non-traditional. And so what that means is when you connect the entrepreneur who is the barber or who's the beautician who's going to install your wig, right? You connect her with all the tools that we have in terms of AI, in terms of software development, in terms of finding the right color for your hair and finding the right makeup, then what you've done, you've created a whole new realm of entrepreneurship and innovation that no one else can touch. And I often tell people, I have a PhD, I've sold a company to Amazon, I lead teams at Amazon, but only you are the best person to solve the problems that you deal with every day, not me. But I can help you provide the tools for you. And so what it means in terms of inclusion is that you're inviting those other people to the table so that we can get something that we've never seen before happen.
I think inclusion is so important just because great entrepreneurs come from anywhere. And so creating, one of the things that I think I'm super proud of Georgia Tech for is like creating this culture that this path is viable for anyone. When I came into tech, it was very much like you did research or you went to work for a Fortune 500 company. And I think the vision of CreateX has really been great in the fact of like, hey, creating this third path. How is this, and then opening it up to everybody. Like I never wanted to start a company coming into Georgia Tech. It was a friend that brought me into this class and then found this problem, got really excited about it, and then boom, we have this huge company that does tens of millions of dollars of revenue. And so it's just great to be able to see the culture kind of forming around how do you make this an option and a viable option for everybody? Even people that might not think that they could do it, or providing the resources and the funding to be able to do it so that they can take a summer off and not have to work the job that they were going to work in order to pay their bills and be able to survive. So
I think inclusion matters because community matters. And I'm a product of the Atlanta education system, I'm a product of the Atlanta college system, and we launched our startup right here in Atlanta too. We've been blessed with a lot of victories along the way. We were named Atlanta's best B2B business. This year we were named Atlanta's top startup. But none of those things, I'm convinced of this, absolutely none of those things would be possible if we didn't get help. None of the things I did on my own or even close to. We've got a community of people in Atlanta starting, right here. I'm looking at one of the guys that helped us like day one in the journey, who's staring me, back, who helped us with the education to get started with, the courage to go out and ask for resources, with the knowledge that, hey, you can't build it by yourself. You need to get customers on board if you want to start a business, and you should talk to them before you build something. And along the way, other people have gone out of their way to help us. The community has helped us. And so if we're not learning as entrepreneurs how to participate in that community, learn how to serve, learn how to give back, learn how to create opportunities for the people that come after us, then there's not going to be anything. And that, I think the basis of community has to be inclusion, where we're looking down the aisle and we're trying to help people.
Yep. I think even though we sort of repeated some of the considerations, I think we heard some new points as to why inclusion matters. I'm glad we did that. I'm going to turn to something more actionable and ask you, in your respective operations, have you seen mechanisms that work better in terms of improving inclusiveness. And I'll start with an example just to seed your thought. I talked about how CreateX was an example of being inclusive to a section of the population that we hadn't catered to before. And one of the things that we did right up front is, okay, what is important to our students to dance at the party? Well, students are at the university to earn credits and to graduate. And so most of what we do at CreateX, students earn credits for doing it. We could have been completely extracurricular and said no credits at all, but we didn't think that was the right thing to do for the institution. And so a lot of what we do is for credit. I know John did the very first class that we did. We still offer the class, and it's a 3-credit class. Students can take it. And that's something that we did in order to not just say, yeah, we open it up for students, but to do things that mattered as a mechanism so that students would be willing to participate. So I'm curious, in your respective operations, have you seen mechanisms that work really well in terms of improving inclusiveness? Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
I'm happy to take that one and go backwards.
Yeah.
One of the things that we do, it might be, I think it's a little bit unconventional, but as we talk about mechanisms that allow for inclusivity, we took a look at mechanisms that might work against inclusivity, and we wanted to delete those. We wanted to surround ourselves with people who wanted to connect with us on our journey, who connect with our culture and wanted to help our industry. And so one of the ways that we never wanted to introduce unintentional bias is we didn't want to accept resumes. I didn't want to know where they live. I didn't want to know, where they went to school. I wanted to know that they cared about the problem that we're solving, and on that basis, invite them in. So since day one, we've never accepted a resume. The first thing that we ask an applicant to do is send us their favorite YouTube video or XKCD comic. And if you're not a geek, XKCD is written by a guy who is a geek. And so that's a bit self-selecting, but if you don't know that, that's fine, because you can use YouTube. And so on that basis, we want to connect with somebody who might want to join the team and understand that as a starting place. So for us, that's worked well. It's, I think, exposed us to candidates that hopefully we would have met anyway, but that we've definitely met because they connected with us vibing a little bit differently, and us connecting with them wanting to participate with us on our journey because of the culture. And so for us, that's a mechanism that's worked well for us, is ignore maybe standard institutions that are very popular but may cause people not to consider everybody that they should be. That's worked for us.
And I still have the YouTube video that you all submitted to get into CreateX in year 1. And
you gave me that idea.
I know, and I think there is a real NFT opportunity there.
Oh, man.
John?
I think there's one of the things that we've kind of seen, I think there's a lot of survivorship bias in entrepreneurship. People know what was successful for them, and they try to paint that picture onto it. But I think a big part of kind of really thinking about inclusion is what is preventing somebody else from starting something? And then trying to systematically remove those hurdles and barriers and things that are in the people's path. And kind of on the note of survivorship bias, seeing the things where our company has almost died, and the things where we've had to figure out ways around that. Several of them were around kind of funding and things like that, but even just as simple as getting bank loans and stuff for hard assets has been tough. But I think figuring out how do we remove those barriers to entry is also a big part of it.
Yeah, just to echo that, I think I can kind of put them in 2 buckets. We've had a lot of external mechanisms and then internal mechanisms as well. And externally, on the surface and on paper, a lot of these programs exist, but do people know about them, and are they approachable? One of the things for us is we a few years ago got DBE certified, which is a disadvantaged business enterprise certification that minority or female founded and owned businesses can get. But it was 3 years in before I even knew about this program, and it was only through an old colleague that I even heard about it. And so, making sure that things that are on paper get translated. And part of that is being able to network and put yourselves out there, and then, making sure that, people are invited into the rooms where these types of conversations are happening and where these interactions are happening. So I think externally there, I've noticed a disconnect between programs that are available for women and minority-owned businesses, and then what connects there. And then internally, one of the mechanisms that's been really beneficial for us is inviting everyone on our team into a lot of conversations. There was a lot of talk about KPIs on the last panel, and so making sure that within our team, whether someone's in the field, collecting environmental samples, or whether they're working on proposals, that those people are communicating, and that they're all aware of what the KPIs for the business are and like what our vision is. And we have a lot of people that are really passionate on our team and that will go and spend time on their own, like learning about the issues that we're working on, and then their ideas, being able to like pour that back into the company. And even if it's not their exact role, having that collaboration be open has been a really good mechanism for change and for growth. And even within the COVID times, working remote, and we've opted to stay working remote from here on out, but being on those Teams calls and having the ability to share those ideas even behind a computer screen and have those open channels of communication has been a really good mechanism for us.
Yeah, I would add that, so at one point I was managing up to 10 people. I'm an individual contributor now at Amazon, but as a manager, a people manager, you have to be a little bit of a mother, a little bit of a counselor, a little bit of a therapist. And really what it all boils down to is that people just want to feel like they're being heard. People just want to feel like their opinions matter. Even if they really don't, you still got to make them feel like that they are. And you got to consider what they're saying. And so different mechanisms like, hosting retrospectives every month, for example, having a suggestion box. These are just simple little things that you can do that have no overhead whatsoever, and that really helps people feel like they're included and they're being listened to. One simple thing, just practically, we used to do, I remember working for a job where every Thursday night, of course I was the only woman, the only black person, every Thursday night they would go out to the dive bar and they would drink, which is, I'm fine with that, nothing wrong with that. But every now and then, maybe can we go get ice cream? Maybe can we go see a movie or something? And so just little things like that, you want to make sure that you're very aware of, that you're not totally imposing like this culture that's real significant or specific to one particular group of people, and making sure that you're kind of trying to spread out or at least alternate every now and then. So they're just some practical things.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to step outside that for a second and maybe speak from a systems level as a person who's in administration. There was a study done, I think it was in the 1980s, out of Carnegie Mellon. They had 3M, Hewlett-Packard, and Bell Labs. And they were curious about why these people that are highly educated, really smart, come into these places. And over time, you see a certain amount of them rise to the top, and they're super innovative and successful, and the others are fine, but they're not, there's sort of a separation. So the question was, why? What's happening that makes, when they're all coming in on this level field, what makes it change? And so what they found in this study is that the people who are really successful, they know people who know things, and they called them knowledge brokers. So these people don't have to know everything themselves. They know other people who know things, and they can build their own collaborations and figure out how to get something to work that just by themselves they couldn't do. And so I think there's some lessons that if we're trying to foster inclusive entrepreneurship and have more participation from underrepresented groups, whatever they may be, those are often the groups of people that they don't know who knows things. They are sort of have a built-in disadvantage because they were not part of those networks before, and how do they even know how to get into the network?
Yeah.
And so I think as someone who is in the dean's office here at Georgia Tech and is really interested in trying to help our faculty and our researchers build businesses and have as much diversity of thought as possible, I think that's something we ought to think about is how do we help everyone know people and become knowledge brokers and know people who know things so they don't have to know everything. Then it becomes like less daunting. Then you're like, oh, I can figure this out because I know these 10 people, or that person has a whole separate network. And so I think, mechanisms for doing that are, actually not that complicated in principle. It's just connecting people, providing spaces for people to get to know each other, having, facilitating matchmaking. And I think if we think kind of locally at Georgia Tech, maybe that's having resources that are very centralized and not so siloed, and being able to just help people find their path, because sometimes that can be a barrier that you think you have a great idea, but you don't know where to start. And so I think that kind of thing impacts the underrepresented groups more than maybe others. And so that's just sort of my broader view. That's maybe a little bit of a tangent from the question, but.
No, I think that makes sense, Krista. Like one of the things that we realized, we track KPIs on how diverse and inclusive we are at CreateX, and we tried different mechanisms. And I talked about the mechanism of credits. But another mechanism that was really powerful for us is having diversity and inclusion on the delivery side, on our staff and faculty. I can stand as much as I want in front of female students and say, yeah, you should come to CreateX, but it's so much more powerful when somebody like Shannon comes and talks. You should see the energy amongst our students when our female entrepreneurs come back and talk to them. So,
yeah.
Courtney.
I would say the one thing that I would add to that, so within my team and my organization, we put on a lot of events for early stage entrepreneurs and faculty and students, et cetera. And so even when we're trying to create a schedule, I'm like, okay, great. Who should we have speak about X? And everyone's like, oh, well, we want this managing director from wherever, or this person. I'm like, okay, let's think a little bit deeper. Who else can we? Because that person, I've seen them speak over there and over there, over there. There must be new people that we can tap into. So just the challenge of thinking outside the box, and it also being a conversation that we're having as a group, not just me saying, hey, no, we're going to just do X, Y, and Z. The other thing, and I'll speak to this from being a board member, from that perspective, it's, when we would look for new board members, people would say, well, I just don't know anybody else. It's so great that you're here, but I just don't know anybody else. And I'm like, well, that's awesome, but just maybe you should expand your thinking a little bit. Maybe you're not always looking for the CEO. Do you know any mid-level, mid-career people that will be that CEO? Maybe we should start looking into that. So I think it's the constant challenge / questioning of, hey, we don't just have to make decisions off the fly, but really think a little bit deeper when you're trying to build a program or make connections, et cetera.
Right. And this is a good segue to, this is probably going to be a difficult question to answer, but I'm going to still pose it to you. Have you seen mechanisms that people think work for inclusiveness, but in your experience has not worked at all? I'm going to throw it back to you.
Oh man,
Corey?
On this one?
Or unless anybody else has an answer right off the bat. I'm just curious, have you seen mechanisms in your daily operations where, oh wow, that did not work. We thought it would work. That did not work in terms of improving inclusiveness.
If you want.
Ashley?
Yeah, so of course, Amazon is a big place. Teams are, some teams are better or greater than others. But what I've seen a lot of times with a company that, granted, and this is, Amazon considers themselves the world's largest startup. So it is somewhat entrepreneurship related, but I can relate to these things at startups as well that I've worked for. But I think what you've seen is that when I first joined Amazon in 2016, there was no Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, like literally nothing. And what you've seen now, especially given the events that happened last year, we've seen a huge jump into that direction. And someone mentioned earlier, they have the money, they want to do something, but they don't necessarily know how. So what not to do is to ask your Black employees or your female employees to join every single event, every single diversity thing, every single talk or whatever for everything that goes on in the company. You will quickly wear us out. You will quickly have us thinking, I don't want to work here anymore because this is too much, even though we all want to help. So think about a very structured way that is not a huge burden on those underrepresented group of people that will be just as beneficial in scaling their feedback across multiple teams and multiple organizations instead of just every little person reaching out to ask for help. I think also one thing not to do is when a person of underrepresented group comes to you with a problem, don't minimize them. Don't act as if, hey, this doesn't exist. You're just overreacting. I'll be rich by the time I've counted how many times I've had that said to me. And then the last thing not to do is to say, okay, if you think it's a problem, how about you go fix it? Okay, on top of my day job and trying to deal with all these things that I'm dealing with, you want me to now do a whole experiment and try to solve this problem on my own. That's definitely not the way to do it. There are teams and people now that can help with that sort of thing. It's a matter of how do you work together, how do you scale, and how you be efficient with it.
Yeah, I think that's so important. I think a lot of times the burden falls on someone that is impacted by the problem, and we really need to try and remove making that the default solution. Something else that I've noticed that I think I really appreciate, and the intention is always there. One of the things that has kind of been a theme throughout my journey with Trupani is that good intention doesn't equal good impact. And so one of the things that has happened a lot is, especially when I was younger, people would say, oh, you need to connect with this woman, or you need to connect with this woman, just strictly because I'm a woman that's doing this. And that's great, but what would be more strategic and beneficial sometimes for Trupani is connecting with people in the industry. And so, really being more intentional about when people are trying to help and make those connections. And I think with time, as my confidence has grown too as an entrepreneur, I've also been better at articulating that as a need, but kind of recognizing that, especially for those of us who are in the position to connect people, and really trying to make sure that we're removing that default instinct. One of the things that I was really appreciative is of the network of the CreateX teams as well. Like, yesterday I was talking to Corey, and he was like, I forget exactly how you framed it, but you were basically like, what are you guys most in need of right now, and kind of how can I help? And really, I'm really appreciative of having that community that is willing to go back and kind of pour into some of those younger teams that are coming through at different stages. So, yeah.
Anybody else seen mechanisms that don't work for inclusion?
I think we've kind of talked around it a little bit, but I think maybe this is getting better with time, but I think it definitely used to be that you thought inclusion just would arise from diversity. And I think that's a mistake, because you can't just kind of have, hire people and bring people in and then just say, well, we did it, now we're diverse. So I think that can be a mechanism that fails, that you sort of stop it after the recruiting and hiring cycle. Like, that part is super important, and it's the beginning, but the culture and all of that you're building on the inside, you have to be intentional about that as well. Not just be intentional about who you hire, but intentional about how you treat each other and how you train people to include people and talk to people. And I think that's something that's maybe, I think, is getting better, but it's not just about the hiring.
From my experience, if we look at inclusion as community, the biggest failure that I've seen is when there's a failure to engage, a failure to engage in community. And it's, I think, hopefully something that brings a lot of optimism to this room, is that by participating, it creates an opportunity for community and opportunity for inclusion. It seems to be a common thread, whether we're looking at entrepreneurship, what can create failure in entrepreneurship? Well, a fear of failure, a fear to engage in entrepreneurship that you might fail. And so I don't know if we've gotten inclusion right. That's not something that I can speak to, even in my own experience, other than if we fail to engage and fail to try to participate in the solution because we're just afraid of the topic entirely, I think that's going to hold us back. And by being willing to sometimes be wrong, but say, I want to get it right, I want to be an entrepreneur, so I'm willing to fail at my first one. I want to be inclusive, so I'm going to put myself out there and try to learn, even if I don't have it right the first time. If the community is willing to teach and to help, then hopefully we can get there.
And the only thing I would add to that is, and I think it's kind of been said as well, but really just make it a part of the fabric. So it's not something that, oh, well, I've done the checkbox of diversity, we've got this diverse person, it's great. But also, it's continuous improvement, making sure that you are thinking about this not just once or twice or at metrics time but just like you're continuously trying to learn about a new aspect in your business, make this part of your continuous learning as well.
this will hopefully be my last question. I think we're running into lunchtime, but I know each of you have been on your own entrepreneurial journey yourself or helping others. Is there one thing from a resource standpoint that you wished, I wish this existed in Georgia Tech, in Atlanta, in Georgia, and that would have helped me not being excluded in a particular portion of your journey? And anybody can take this.
I can jump in. I think one of the things was whenever Trupani came through, we were always a little bit of this misfit because we weren't really like hardware or software at the beginning, and we now are kind of a little bit of a hybrid of that. But I think Lara mentioned this on the last panel session, like with her, company that she had, her first company that she had started. But there's a lot of really good businesses out there that don't fall into that box, and I think Georgia Tech could be a little bit more inclusive of those. I think if we look at engineering, kind of, at least my lens of engineering is really problem solving. And so sometimes it's not fully reinventing something, but sometimes it's understanding the systems that are in play and figuring out, maybe a specific way to improve a process or something like that. And so I think, as engineers and as problem solvers, especially outside of, kind of your traditional engineering domains, like with your environmental engineering and with your civil engineering, there's a lot of opportunity for really strong businesses that can do really cool things that aren't going to, check that box of, being a totally coded solution or whatever that looks like. And so fostering inclusion of those types of businesses too.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll maybe piggyback off of one of your comments about this assumption, or maybe just because of the majority maybe are software or coding or something like that, or apps. I'm a chemical engineer, and so my startups have all been wet chemistry based, and we have to make these things, and I can't use my research lab, right? So, problems we ran into early is how do we even get space to do this? And eventually we found a solution through ATDC that we could rent incubator space over in the Ford building with labs that have fume hoods, right? But that wasn't available at first, and so we spent a long time trying to figure out how do we even find a place to try to build out this idea to do the synthesis of these nanomaterials, and so I wished that there were more resources like that. I think that if you're just looking at pure bulk of what business are being started from Georgia Tech, maybe that's not such a large amount. But for us, that was a kind of a huge roadblock in the beginning, is just having the right kinds of infrastructure to grow and to even start to grow, to even get to where you could try to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a similar experience. We were trying to build an incubator out of styrofoam and some light bulbs because we didn't have access to the labs. And so, I'm sure there's a lot of stories like that out there.
Yeah, my postdoc wanted to use his kitchen fume hood and to do some stuff on his stove, and I was like, I cannot sign off on that.
Yeah.
It's like a terrible plan.
Yep, we had also bought like a bunch of like chicken egg incubators that we were incubating Petri film in to like grow colonies of E. coli from water samples. And so I just had them like plugged all over my apartment, which went over really well with my roommate.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And I guess I can speak from a different perspective because I'm new.
Yeah.
And when I was trying to decide if Atlanta was the place for me, I'm like, well, it's got a lot of great schools there. I see that there are a lot of entrepreneurial programs. I see that there are, X, Y, and Z, but I didn't, from afar, I couldn't see all the connections between the different organizations or even within an organization, how they worked. But I was fortunate enough to have some contacts in Seattle who knew some folks here, and then by word of mouth, I actually met a lot of people before I moved here, which was awesome. But unless I started talking to people, it was hard to make those connections. So I think from an external perspective, it very much appears that there's a lot going on. It's just how does it fit?
Yeah.
Courtney, welcome to Atlanta. We're better off for having you. Shannon, thank you for bringing up the hardware or software thing. We do both, and so just by having a hardware component, it seemed like it disqualified us from 90% of some of the venture sources out there. They're like, oh, you build a thing. And we're like, yeah, it's great. Like, we have a patent on it, and we're really proud of it. Unlock something nobody else does. We're like, it's terrible. It's expensive. There's a supply chain. You have to wait for it. We're like, why is this a negative? And they're like, well, we specialize. We're focusing on SaaS. SaaS is sexy, so we want to stick with SaaS. And having both hardware and software together made us feel like we didn't really fit into the hardware bucket, we didn't really fit into the software bucket. And you asked what's missing. I feel like we got lucky. We came out of tech, and one of our first customers was like, hey, do you need like revenue and office space? And we're like, yeah, we need all those things. And they're like, well, we're excited about what you're building, so we'll buy it. And when you work with people that do food distribution, they have huge facilities. So one of the guys is like, we're moving out of warehouse. We've got a spare one. Would you like to use it? I'm like, yeah, if you've got a spare warehouse, we'll take it. And can rent be baked in? He's like, sure. So things like that along the way where the community gets together and can help compensate for if there's a lot of institutional support in certain areas. We help SaaS companies. But we've got SaaS and hardware. They're like, you don't count. And if we can find institutional support for things that don't fit into the standard molds, then we can allow ideas that don't fit into the standards molds to succeed as well.
Yeah. And for us, a big thing that we kind of found, there was a lot of support of people that had done the entrepreneur journey, exited, kind of were really successful. There was a large group of those people. There was a really good group of people that were at our level, like other companies in our cohort that went through at the same time. But one of the things that we've only found recently and that we've had to really work hard to try to find is like, who are those group of people that are one step ahead of you, that have really recently been on the journey, have done it in your sector, kind of in, like Corey said, like we do consumer, and Atlanta, there's not a lot of consumer stuff and people that have done it well, and there's a lot of B2B, a lot of SaaS, a lot of fintech, a lot of healthcare and IT, life sciences stuff, but we like really struggled to find people who had like built a big consumer company that were 1 or 2 steps ahead of us. And I feel like we've gotten to cultivate that over the years just as we've gotten bigger. But that layer, I think in life and in startups, this has always been a framework to try to emulate is like having someone 1 step ahead of you, having people at your level and having people that you're pouring into.
Yeah.
And so creating that virtuous cycle is, I think, important to in fostering an inclusive nature.
Well, John, I'm glad you're always 1 step ahead of us.
Got to do my best.
I'll just add that, and this is what I do on my day job too, but really forcing people to think about the ethics around what they're building and the biases that may occur in the fairness of their products, and as well as the inclusion of their products, and the user experience behind that. And so sometimes there may be something that happens organically. One of our mottos is you can't assume unless you test. You can't assume that it's not biased towards this group or that group until you absolutely know, or whatever that use case is for you and your product. And so maybe making that into the IRB review board process, or a committee, a special committee on that, or a team that does this benchmarking or audit testing on whatever it is that you're building. I think I would like to see that grow. And don't worry, I think Georgia Tech is great. I use Georgia Tech as a model for a lot of great things, but this is something that's kind of, unfortunately, primitive in a lot of areas in industry, as well as across academia, that we're just scratching the surface of. But I would like for us to be at the forefront of that.
Wonderful. Before we thank our panelists, I did have an announcement to make. Lunch is ready outside, and so you can grab your lunch and you can find a seat anywhere you want. And we are coming back here at 1 o'clock for the next panel. With that, I want to thank the panelists for the time. Thank you all for being here and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is the first of the afternoon sessions, and I thought I started with a story. So a student, an alumni, and a professor walked into a living building, and they started talking about entrepreneurship. So really, this is a very interesting panel, and it's about the young entrepreneurs. Last night, I was asked, where does it stop? Why do you stop being a young entrepreneur? And I pointed to Steve Case. I said, well, this is when you're not a young entrepreneur, but anybody else is probably an entrepreneur or young entrepreneur. So first, I wanted to remind you a little bit about the motto of Georgia Tech. It's progress in service. And of course, the service part is really about providing value and doing good things for your community, and entrepreneurship and inclusive entrepreneurship is definitely part of that. This is very much highlighted in our new strategic plan, the Institute strategic plan, as well as in the research strategic plan, which we call it Research Next. And really, when you stress the inclusiveness part, this is not just about having a diverse population participate in providing answers, but really in having them at the table asking the questions. And that's what I'm hoping also that we can hear from our young entrepreneurs today. One thing that came out also of the sessions this morning is the power of the network. It's the connectedness. We heard that from Steve when he mentioned talent capital and collaboration or connectedness. And we heard it from the others too. And there is a very interesting paper in here. I know President Cabrera is aware of it. It's called The Strength of Weak Ties. The Strength of Weak Ties. And the point about that paper is that when you are within a network, you know as much as everybody else in the network. You have similar experiences. You don't gain much. However, if you have one connection to another network, be it in a different professional setting or a different group of people, now you tapped into the power of that other network. And that's why a lot of times what you want to do is when you're trying to do something bigger than what you're aware in your own conditions or your own circumstances, the best way to do is connect through so-called weak tie to one person that will connect you to this other one. So the power of connectedness, as we said, is really important. And in this case, what we have on the panel a recent graduate, but she's coming back as a student. We have an we have a professor and an alumni in the reverse order. So we have a chain from students at Georgia Tech to someone who graduated from Georgia Tech to a professor here at Georgia Tech. And the three founders here are Tamara Smith, we have Professor Barakola, and we have Lavonda Brown. And they're going to discuss with us their experiences and lessons that they learned in here. So since this is not a panel, it's a discussion, I'm going to ask to start with Tamara first, is to tell us about her startup journey and anything she wants to talk about. And then we can take it to the next two founders.
Okay, well, hello everyone. My name is Tamira, and my startup is called STEMinista Collective. And this was inspired out of my own experience as a young girl in STEM. My mom is an electrical engineer, and so at a young age, I was involved in robotics in middle school. And as I got older and older, kind of the number of girls in these settings decreased. Pretty much once I was in high school, I was the only girl on my teams that I joined, and I was one of a few girls at competitions that was working on the robot side of things. So once I graduated, I started mentoring an all-girls robotics team in the Atlanta area. And through that experience, I kind of saw what the power of creating an inclusive environment for young girls can do in terms of promoting their interest in STEM and making them feel comfortable pursuing STEM. So in the summer of 2020, I was part of the CreateX cohort for that summer, and I started STEMinista Collective, which basically teaches young girls about different STEM careers, because a huge issue with the STEM gender gap is that a lot of girls don't know the breadth of STEM careers out there and how their interests that they have already, which they may think directly relate to things like fashion or athletics or doing things like dance and stuff like that, how they relate also to different STEM careers. So in our kits, we focus on showing how these everyday interests relate to STEM careers, and we have them do this through hands-on activities like building their own wooden bird puppet or creating a public health campaign for their home and things like that so they can experience doing these activities, and then from there kind of determine whether or not this is something they're interested in pursuing long term. And that's kind of a little bit about Seminista, and I'm coming back in the fall to be a part of the Masters in Human-Computer Interaction program here at Tech, where I hope to learn more about the ed tech side of things and incorporate more of that into Seminista, because it's something that I want to be accessible to lots of young girls and not just be something you can only do if your parents can afford like expensive kits. So I try to keep the price point low, so incorporating more things through technology that's easily accessible and isn't going to add overhead costs to our physical product is something that I'm really looking into doing and hoping to do more with as I learn more about human-computer interaction.
Thank you. I'll skip over Professor Cola and ask Lavonda maybe to go next.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lavonda Brown, and I'm the founder and CEO of iGauge. And so iGauge is intelligent drug screening technology. And what we do is use computer vision to analyze your eyes to determine drug and alcohol levels. So as the moderator alluded to, I'm a 3-time graduate of Georgia Tech. I received my master's, my PhD, and also my MBA from here. And while I was doing my PhD in 2010 to 2015 under Dr. Howard, I did some robotics, and that's when I started eye tracking. I was looking at eye tracking for education with robotics, and then I also moved over to eye tracking to diagnose early onset Alzheimer's detection. So that's kind of where that began, and that was in partnership with Emory. And then came back to B school. I just graduated last year in 2020, and that's when I realized that eye tracking for education may not be the best route to go, and that drug screening technology was more of an untapped market. So to kind of connect the dots between grad school and starting the business last year, I was in a relationship where my loved one, he had a drinking problem. And so while I was analyzing eyes for our Alzheimer's patients during the day, I would come home and I would see like his eyes, and they would be, slow to react to light, or they would be, you could see the blood vessels, so they would be pink, or his eyelid height would be a little lower. And I wasn't thinking about iGauge at that moment, but those experiences is what led to iGauge. So once I came to B school and I really understood, like, okay, you're uniquely positioned to build this technology to assist people who may have a drinking problem or a drug addiction, and it could even impact it bigger than that. So the device, iGauge, it's meant to be used on your mobile device, and the target is B2B, so we're looking at larger companies like construction and transportation companies. However, I want to be able to give the application to individuals for free so that they know whether or not they can drive home or if they need to call an Uber or call a Lyft. And so that's free, but that also gives us some data collection, and while our main primary goal is still the construction. So I feel like we have that impact, but we're also a very scalable company. So I'll stop there.
Bara.
So I'm Professor Baracola, and I do nano stuff. And how I got here is a very, very long story. But I, since I was given the liberty to talk about whatever I want.
Yes.
Most people have had experience when someone's kind of connected to you, but you kind of felt like maybe they didn't have the time or didn't want to talk to you. You can kind of feel that it was not a genuine interest in connecting, like just networking. I'm making a point because to do outreach is one thing, but what you believe matters, right? And I firmly believe from my life experiences that what you believe drives the impact more than the act of outreaching to bring people in. And it comes from 4 things that really define who I am. And it touches on something that Paul Judge mentioned. My father's from the Bronx. He grew up on the streets around when hip hop was created. Lived a life that people would categorize for a while as being on the streets, being counted out by society. In his 30s, became an engineer, changed his life, moved out of the Bronx, went to Pensacola, met my mother. My mother's from Pensacola. Her parents are from rural Alabama. Drove trucks, hunted, fished, did all those things that rural people do, farmed. so you look at me and my experiences and what shapes what I believe. I have this element of culture in me that really understands and can identify with street culture, for lack of a better phrasing. And I have this element of me that identifies with rural culture. And the other two things that have always been a part of who I am are science and sports. Right? It's very diverse things. Those are the things that really shaped my journey to being a nanotechnology person. It's kind of hard to put your finger on that, but not just being a nanotechnology person, but being somebody who wanted to build something to solve a problem. Because the other thing I'll share with you is that, inclusiveness is a goal. It's not a problem. Mm-hmm. And if you want to solve a problem, you have to figure out what the problem is. You have to define it. And then the second thing, which I think is most important, and I think Paul's partner, Mark, mentioned this about people in Buckhead not going to South Atlanta. You have to make it personal. So you have to identify the problem and make it personal. So for me, a lot of things are personal because I've experienced them. I have cousins that never graduated from high school, but then got master's degrees from Columbia. I have family that have been in prison and then have come out and become entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. So what I know is that when you look at a city like Atlanta, that there's a lot of talent in the streets, right? It's not just talent in the colleges. It's not talent in the universities. And I believe that. So when I go and build Carbice on the southwest side of Atlanta, I'm not doing it for Opportunity Zone impact. I'm doing it because I know that the people who live there, when they hear my message from someone who believes what I believe, it will touch them. I've taken 14-year-olds. I've had them grow carbon nanotubes in my facility in a day. So I went to Vanderbilt. I played football. I was a walk-on, had a scholarship, got introduced to carbon nanotubes 9 years after they were discovered. Football career didn't work out because I tore my ACL 3 times. Mm-hmm. But I fell back on something that I thought that I could do uniquely to be great at. And I took that to Purdue, did a PhD there. Then I came here as a faculty member with a specific goal because I came to Atlanta because of, when I think about why I came to Atlanta, it's because of what I believe and how I think about the country that I live in, right? I'm a guy, I was an Eagle Scout. I've always done a lot of service stuff. When I think about America, I think about it as a company. And I think about it as when I think about the history in this country, I think about the movie Office Space. How many people have seen that? You remember that guy Milton, who they sent to the basement? That has in many ways been the Black experience in America from an HR standpoint. We have been Milton, sent to the basement. And I say that not to say something to be sad about. I say that to say something to be optimistic about. So I saw Atlanta as an HR opportunity because I believe a certain thing. I can come to Georgia Tech, I could build a manufacturing company, and I could hire people that other people don't want to hire. I could bring people in that other people don't want to bring in because they put them in the basement, right? So part of what I'm doing at Carbice, we make a material that solves the overheating problem of electronics. We're going to put that in the chip, and every semiconductor in the world will one day have it. But we're also going to make it. We're making it, we're building it, we're creating jobs, we're using technology and innovation that came out of Georgia Tech that is underpinned by a belief that everybody can be involved. So.
Thank you, Bara. So you've had different paths, different experiences, all three of you. What advice would you give your younger self, knowing what you know today? Anyone, you can start or you can finish.
I guess I can go ahead and start. I guess the advice I would give my younger self is that it's okay to not know what you want to do. Because I was very indecisive when I was in high school and what I wanted to do. I had a lot of different interests. I'm a pretty creative person, but I also like the analytical side of things. I like to create things. So I was kind of torn in between my interests and what felt right for me. So I changed my major 3 times once I got to Georgia Tech and finally ended up in industrial design. which I think was a great fit for me because it kind of merges all those interests I had and allows me to have like full creative freedom over the things that I create, and also incorporate some of the mechanical things and thinking about aspects of my projects like design for manufacturing and how is these things going to be scalable and where am I going to source these materials from. And now that I've gotten older, my focus has become really clear in that I'm really interested in creating accessible technology for underprivileged youth, specifically because of my experience working with these programs that are like $400 for a week-long summer camp to get introduced to these really cool pieces of technology that we have access to here at Georgia Tech, but those just simply aren't accessible to everyone, and how that limited my own experiences when I was younger, and how I see that limiting the experiences of some of the girls I work with and other students I worked with over the years. So I guess I would just kind of go tell myself that I could calm down a little bit, that everything's going to come together in the end, and all these different experiences are creating something that's going to make a much stronger, bigger picture for me.
Nice.
Some advice that I would give to my younger self would be just to speak up, because my voice needs to be heard. I bring a different perspective, and just because it's different doesn't mean that it's wrong. I have different experiences. I bring something different to the table, and being a Black female is not something that I need to just, I mean, I know that now, but back then, I need to tell myself to speak up, and it's okay to stand up and be different. Because I'm the only in the room, it doesn't mean that my answer is wrong. So I would say just to speak up, and for everyone else that's listening, speak up. Just say your truth. Somebody needs to hear it.
So calm down, speak up. Vera, what would you say to your younger self?
Same thing, actually. Yeah.
Speak up.
I learned to speak up in grad school, and I think that if I would have done it earlier, things would have progressed differently, a little faster. Not better, but different.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. So entrepreneurship, I don't have to tell you, is risky business. Do you think Georgia Tech, in particular, has the right level of risk tolerance? And do you have the right level of risk tolerance, the appropriate level of risk tolerance? How could we change it if you think we don't at Georgia Tech now? But I know you have a lot of ideas about that. So
yeah. Well, I mean, look, I spent a lot of my life running headfirst into other people. That's a lot of risk. So I in general have a lot of tolerance for risk. I think, for me, in this Georgia Tech ecosystem, to define what risk tolerance means, it kind of is tied to some objective, though, right? So I think you have to kind of have strategy to really answer that. Like, so if we say that we really want to pull out a lot of companies from our research and have a lot of entrepreneurship, I think that on the individual basis, the system has yet to be set up fully to enable people to be risk takers. Who are not naturally risk takers. So I think that you always get people who are natural risk takers who come into any system and they're going to push it. But if you want to create a culture of risk taking, I think the system has to be really communicating it in a repetitive and loud way. And I think we're making great strides, and I think this is a testament to that. But a lot of it's tied to the incentive system that may be set up around faculty or students, because that's really what people respond to, I guess, and their willingness to do something that's out of the norm. So,
I guess to piggyback off of that, one of the reasons that I ended up joining CreateX was because of two of my professors in the College of Design. One of them was Stephen Cheninis. He's actually is one of the coaches for the CreateX program. And like every year around the time of the deadline, he would come into our class and he would be like, "You guys should sign up for CreateX. It's really awesome. It's like a great chance for you guys. Everyone should do it. This is like a perfect fit for industrial design majors because you guys are used to making stuff." And like every semester, I'd be kind of like, "Oh my goodness, here he goes again on his rant about how great CreateX is." Every single week. But then after joining another class that was called Startup Brand with Professor Roger Ball, actually part of the class was creating a brand and a product that we were interested in, and then creating a document and applying to CreateX. So through those two professors, it kind of encouraged me to apply to CreateX, and without them, I probably never would have even looked it up and learned more about it or submitted an application. So I think, kind of going off of what Vera said, it's really important for faculty and people that students are looking up to kind of encourage them to take these risks and see this as something that is attainable for them and that is something that they can do and have the potential and the skills to be good at.
Lavonda?
So I think that Georgia Tech is on the right road to increase this risk tolerance with entrepreneurs. And so iGage was also a CreateX company in the same cohort, so summer 2020. And that exposed me to, just developing my business, customer discovery, and doing the things that we needed to do. It's actually where we established our business. I took Law for Entrepreneurs with my professor right here, Arn Rubinoff, as well as some other legal courses to get my business off the ground. And I also took a CreateX course with Karthik, and that's also in Scheller. So I say that to say there was a lot of resources here at Tech to help me start my business and get it off the ground. In addition to that, I also participated in the Venture Labs Female Founders Program. And so I believe they run 2 cohorts of that so far. And so that was a different perspective where it was all female founders, and we were able to, just have a support system amongst other female founders and talk about problems that are specific to us, about not being heard at the table or, thinking that you're the secretary when you come with your one of your employees in the business. And so it was nice to have that, and I was thankful that Georgia Tech had it. Now, I will say that it would be nice to see, unless I don't know about it, but something that's geared towards, minorities at Georgia Tech within that same realm of entrepreneurship, like a CreateX or female founders here at Georgia Tech.
So this isn't, we didn't encourage them to talk about CreateX and Venture Labs, but I'm glad you mentioned both of those. It's not a commercial. I know CreateX, is being mentioned a lot today, but it is actually a testimony to the success of that program, of course. And I think right now we're trying to pull that experience into, or to learn from that experience and to try to leverage it to help the faculty actually start companies and so on. So, since this is a discussion, it's not a panel, as we say. I don't know the difference, but this is what we're doing. So this is the time for the audience. If you have any questions for our colleagues, our friends here on the panel or on the discussion table, round table, to ask them questions. So anyone would like to start? Why don't we start, John?
Yeah. So Barry, the question about in a technology company like Carbice, what do you think the length of time that it takes to bring something forward from a laboratory to some commercial level of success? How long have you been in that sort of incubation cycle? What do you think is the normal expectation for how long that should take?
So Barry, before you answer, I'm supposed to repeat the question for the audience.
Right,
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question is for a manufacturing or a technology company like what Carbice is, what Barry's company is. What is the time frame? What is the length of time it takes to bring it to market? Is that it? Yeah.
So I think the entrepreneur should drive that based on the strategy that they have. Because at the end of the day, you could raise $100 million many different ways. You can give up 70% of your company, or you can give up 10% of your company. And you could start the journey with rich family and your own money, or you can start it with no money. And so part of it is all of those factors matter in that journey to me. Like my journey is one where I came out of school with a lot of debt, so I had negative wealth. I needed to take a job. I came to Georgia Tech, faculty member. I couldn't raise money because I didn't have any type of credibility for doing that. So I had to do grants and I had to do other things. It took a while. And then when I did raise money, I raised a certain amount where I wanted to try to manage the cap table to a certain level. Carbice probably could have raised more money and moved faster maybe a few years ago, but those are decisions. So I think ultimately that's actually it's the art and the science that we should talk openly about and help people learn how to do that better.
You had a question, Sue?
Yeah, it's a question for all three of you guys. So like when you talk about inclusiveness as far as being an aspect of school, right? I know there's a large population as far as like people that I know, people that I talk to, where don't necessarily want to go to college as far as start their own business. A lot of people were ready to start straight out of high school. They know they want to do, they know they want to go after where do you see that going? How do you see that improving as far as people not want to go to the debt loan, the debt aspect of school, and also just skip up levels?
So again, to repeat the question is, how can we be more inclusive for those who are interested in starting businesses or companies but are not necessarily going to college? They will not be exposed to what Georgia Tech has to offer.
I mean, I'll jump in. So I think that college, to me, is just a set of experiences and challenges. And to me, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you need to maximize your set of experiences and challenges as early as possible in life. So this idea of whether you go to college or not, those decisions will be influenced by other things. But if you don't, then you got to still think about how do you maximize your experiences and challenges. Because you need to fail a lot early. So, I'm a big proponent of making better use of high school to do that. That's a thing that would take a lot of people getting behind it, but that's just the thing, is that there's find people where college may be a financial barrier or for other reasons they don't want to go, but to try to frame what college is differently. I think Georgia Tech offers, and other colleges offer, a very unique set of experiences and challenges to grow on. But you can also get experiences and challenges to grow on too, but sometimes people don't value that or know how to value that to leverage it for future things, and that may need to be taught.
Tamira, you want to try to answer that?
I think, like he was saying, high school could be leveraged more. I think it's a great chance for you to learn things where it's like not quite as high of stakes. Like you don't have to worry about paying for all your bills if this all goes down the toilet, or how you're going to make things work if you're not making enough money from your ventures to support yourself, and you need to get a job on the side, but that takes away from how much time you can spend working on your company. So I think high school could be a really great place for people to kind of have these experiences, or maybe even like classes that are like directly related to these topics on entrepreneurship, and just teaching like even the general concepts behind it, like KPIs and things like that, and just even some of the lingo, so they're kind of have that head start when they get to college maybe, or whatever experience they're going to be doing after they graduate high school, and they have kind of that working knowledge to start with that they would be getting if they came to a school like Georgia Tech and were exposed to programs like CreateX.
Lavonda, you want to add?
Yes, so I do want to say I think that's a great question. And I sit here and I think about it all the time, because I know that because I went to Georgia Tech for grad school and I participated in all these programs, that I have access to all these resources that I know that my friends and family don't have access to. I'm the first generation college graduate, master's, PhD, MBA, first everything in my family. And so I didn't have it. So I understand, like, how do other people get access to these resources? And I don't have the answer to the question. I do want to say I don't have the answer. But I believe there are different organizations that, like RCIE, where you can get in touch with to do things where it's not necessarily built or targeted to Georgia Tech, different programs that Georgia Tech has to offer. That's just what I know best because I went here. But I have the same question, and I really appreciate the question.
This side, any questions? Yes, sir.
Dr. Brown, we know he was a student, but I'm thinking of violating privacy when they superstars.
Okay.
Could we put together enough resource capabilities for you as students to be able to succeed as entrepreneurs, and we centralize those resources in a way that you can easily access? I'm including both course offerings, whether it be through different colleges, whether it's business college, whether it's engineering colleges, science colleges. Would a centralized base of all that be felt? Did you have such a resource? I know you independently went out and found a lot of things, as well as the various programs. Would some type of database like that assist you, and possibly even for the question that was answered a moment ago, would that be available then to also high school students to possibly access and even attend things?
So again, just to repeat the question, is that do we at Georgia Tech, did we provide a centralized set of resources for you to succeed, or for people like you to succeed? And is that possible to provide it to high schools and others?
So a lot of the short answer, yes. And so a lot of it came from my MBA program, because you can kind of pick the electives that you need to basically make your success. So I took the law classes that I needed from you to build my business. I took the technical product management courses that I needed. I took the entrepreneurship courses that I needed, because I knew that that's what I wanted to do. And then they also offered that CreateX course, which taught us customer discovery. And so that was the perfect concoction for me to establish the business. I knew how I wanted to establish it. I knew what NDAs I need to have in place. I knew who I need to have on the board, all of those things. But I can't say that that's something that we can put in a database and package to give to, let's say, high school students. I'm not sure what that would look like. And then also, to relate it to my PhD in ECE, there's also that Tiger program that Georgia Tech has, where you can commercialize your PhD work, or partner with some MBA students, and they can help commercialize it on that side. And so I did look at that when I was in my PhD, and when I went to my MBA, it was still kind of out of scope from where I was headed, but that's also something to leverage within the program. But all of those things, I'm not sure how to actually package it and distribute it. Maybe some of the panel.
So maybe to probe further, I think part of the question is really related to the non-course type resources or non-academic resources. Is that what you meant, or am I putting words in your mouth?
The engineers, indications off the ground, she had access to a lot of these programs because of her involvement
Sure.
in the business college. What can be done to help the engineering colleges have access and awareness of these various courses and offerings?
Okay.
Well, when I was in the ECE program, I was aware of the Tiger program, and I think that that's the most beneficial program for an ECE student. And so they can partner with, Scheller College of Business in order to commercialize it if they're interested in it. And then there's also the option to do like the dual degree MBA, PhD program as well. So I guess just making that more known, widely known earlier in the process instead of later in the process. That would be my advice.
Okay. Yes.
I think it's very interesting that, throughout the morning we talked a lot about inclusive, entrepreneurship. That's what this forum is about.
Right.
But then we also are really focused on Georgia Tech. But then, we have other conversations coming later about the city of Atlanta and about the state of Georgia. So how do we kind of include more people outside of today, other colleges, other very talented students who have potential, and we have the resources here. So how do we offer that to them and incubate them then in order to be able to impact the world?
Well, President Cabrera may want to respond to that a little bit later, but let me repeat the question, and that is, how do we go beyond the Georgia Tech ecosystem? We talked about inclusive innovation. We talked a little bit about maybe including high schools, but we have other both colleges and other communities that, how can we use the Georgia Tech experience and resources to try to include others in inclusive innovation? Anyone on the panel would like to answer it?
I'll take that and tie it back to something I was thinking about that I would be remiss not to say. I think a lot of times we don't really discuss like what a business really is. Like a business exists because community allows it to exist. If you want a big business, then you need a big community to allow it to exist. Like you can make a technology all you want to meet a technical need, but there's choice in commerce, in its community. And so I say that to say that with college, I think that if you look at the data, very rarely do very young people create businesses that are allowed to exist in large communities. There's time that it takes to build that out. Because really, when people always ask you, like, what's the size of your market? The size of your market's really tied to the size of the people you know in the network. So when you go to college, you expand your network. And I think that being able to communicate that, because I got a lot of people in my family that say, I don't need to go to college, I do this and that. And I tell you, I do real estate. Like, my wife's in real estate, and she has PhD, and guess who she sells houses to? People who have PhDs, right? Who are you going to sell houses to? People who just graduated from high school with you, right? It's your size of your market. Like, so we need to do a better job of communicating what business is to get people on a longer track and be a little bit more patient about building that out. So connecting that together, I think it takes a lot of success in different ways for us to bring people into the community. You know, when I was early here, before people at Georgia Tech really paid attention to the Beltline, I rented a bus, and I took faculty and I drove them around the Beltline and said, this is going to be big. Everybody should know about this. And I did that because that's how Georgia Tech gets into the community, is that you have to identify a problem and then you have to make it personal. Me getting them on the bus was to make sure that they visited what it looked like to be personal. Until we as individuals at Georgia Tech make all of Atlanta personal, not just the restaurants in Buckhead. You know, go to Lakewood, go to, you know, Oakland, go all around and make it personal, then that's the foundation for that connectedness, to me.
Anyone else would like to add to that? No? So, yeah.
Well, I have a question maybe for Lavonda and Barrett, because you're in Atlanta and you're stuck with us because you're coming to grad school, right? But the two, why stay in Atlanta? We've had that conversation, right? I mean,
yeah.
Gleb went to California, others have made these choices. Why stay in Atlanta, and where were the good, the assets that you found, and maybe the frustrations that you faced? Oh, you want to?
Do you want to repeat it first?
I'll repeat it. I don't want to repeat it, but I'll repeat it. So, President Cabrera is asking, you know, especially from Bara and Lavonda, is why keep the business in Atlanta? What keeps you here? What attracts you? And what can we do to remain here?
So, you want to go? Go ahead.
So for me, environment is very important to me, and so I know that about myself, and I want to be in a place where I feel like I'm home. I love the culture here, and in addition, I have all access to any and everything that I need access to. And it did help to go to Georgia Tech for grad school, so I have a network built here. But I love the food, I love the music, I love the people, and right now my business sits within Kit Labs, which is a co-development space for minority-owned businesses, amongst other things that they do. But it's just a great environment for me, and I love the people that I sit next to, and they're very helpful for my business. So environment, that's my answer.
So after I got tenure here, I went out and interviewed and got an offer from a school in the Bay Area. And you know, if I were motivated by just like making money, I probably would have just gone out there because it would have been easier to raise money and do things. So part of my decision process was, and this is my personality, I'm very long-term focused, and I decided that it was the best thing to do long-term to take on the hard challenge of building it here, because there was a higher upside potential of getting it right. And I say that because of the comment I made earlier, you know, the Milton comment, the HR comment. There's an underinvestment in human capital in not just Atlanta, but in rural Georgia, in Pensacola, Florida, where I grew up. There's an underinvestment in human capital. So if I can use what I'm doing as a teacher to become a good teacher and tap that, if I'm building a manufacturing company, you know, I'm gonna get 2 employees for every 1 that I get in California. And so I think that there's a lot of advantages that I decided that, you know, capital raising was difficult. Like, we raised money from London. I wanted to raise money in the United States, but just to be honest, I could not. And there are various factors that went into that. So, you know, but we solved the problem. And, you know, we got the money we needed to go forward. And I think that because of that now, we've kind of gotten over a hurdle where I'm seeing what was a hard decision before kind of pay off.
So I don't know if Deborah Lamb is still here, but President Peterson maybe can also speak to this question about the partnership for innovation that goes beyond Georgia Tech and outside the Atlanta area. Maybe I'm coming back to your question about, I thought that's what President Cabrera was going to talk about. That's why. Yeah.
You might need a microphone.
You need a microphone if you want to say something.
I think I can probably
Speak up.
It's for the streaming.
Oh.
Okay, here. Why don't I give you my microphone like this? Here we go.
Stand close by.
I will stand there.
I won't take long.
Now that we don't have the mask.
So about a year and a half, 2 years ago, the lieutenant governor came to Georgia Tech with an idea to create a way to make the state of Georgia the technology capital of the East Coast. And he created a task force that Senator Isaacson, Johnny Isaacson, and I co-chaired, and that task force met for 6 or 8 months, came up with some recommendations, and the ultimate recommendation was that we create this thing which now has become the Partnership for Inclusive Innovation. Originally, the funding stream was going to be $500,000, a commitment from the state of $500,000 a year for 3 years, and it would be matched by funding from private businesses. It worked very, very well. We actually talked to, thinking we needed 7 companies, we talked to 10, and we ended up with 11 that wanted to support it. This past year, they put it in the recurring budget, so it's in the B budget at $1 million a year from the state each year, so we won't have to go back and ask for new funding. And we're in the process of trying to expand the partner companies to about 20 corporate partners, each of which would commit $100,000 a year, and probably 10 or 12 civic partners like Metro Atlanta Chamber, Georgia Chamber of Commerce, TAG, those types of groups. So the idea is that this would, to try to foster new business creation and development across the state with a focus on rural Georgia. So it's not just Atlanta-centric, it's about rural Georgia. And so that's in the process. Lieutenant Governor has been just a tremendous champion for this. It's going well. As I mentioned, we're in the process of trying to attract additional corporate and civic partners. And we've identified, we've rolled a little bit of what we were already doing in terms of the smart communities activities, some of the student internship programs into that whole initiative. But it's about a $4 million a year enterprise that seems to be going very well. Is Deborah still here? Deborah's back there promoting more business, I think. But Deborah Lamb is the executive director, and I'm chairing the board of that, and it's going well.
Thank you. So yeah, I wanted to close that because I think it does speak to how we're connecting outside of Georgia Tech and outside of the metro area and so on. Anyone else? I think last chance, maybe for a, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for all of you. I think that you chose to build businesses in interesting circumstances. Like you had a full-time job as a faculty member, or you were in a PhD program, where there are already set expectations of what success looks like. So nowhere in your application to promotion or tenure does it say you start a startup and you get points for doing that, nor in your dissertation defense do you get points for starting a startup. How do we make it so that our incentives get aligned? If we are serious about commercializing technology, how do we get the incentives aligned so that folks like you who are doing the work in the lab can do it and succeed in both places?
So the question is, how do we align incentives for both faculty and for students so that commercialization becomes more widely accepted?
I mean, I think you can there are some kind of tactical policy changes that can happen. I think those conversations have been going on a little bit, and maybe it'll come to something tangible. But I do think at the same time that, I mean, in order to, what I mentioned before about identifying a problem and then making it personal, I think when you get to that level and you really want to push something, you kind of have to set your own metric. Like for me, and to be honest, I never really was concerned about tenure. If I left here, that was fine. Whatever it worked out, worked out. I just focused on the plan of being the best at this track, right? And I do think that that's a communication thing, because to some degree, there's a lot of noise when you start off as a professor telling you what you should be focused on, right? And you kind of, this is where mentoring can come in, to have maybe one person through all that noise tell you, it's this noise, just do this, work on what you want to work on, and it'll work out. I think that's important. I try to actually do that now for some junior faculty I mentor, to just help them guide through that noise. But I do think, there are some tactical things, too much detail to get into here, that maybe can incentivize faculty and make other faculty pay attention to it. And I'm optimistic that we'll do some of those things. So that's the faculty perspective.
So to clarify, I didn't start my business during my PhD program. So I started it last year, and I finished my PhD in 2015. But I think that, as Vera alluded to, there's a lot of things that are going on where it's changing. And even professors now, they're starting their own businesses, and students are starting their own businesses. And so it's only a matter of time until they collect the data and show the success stories, like XYZ, did this, and this is why we should have those incentives. So I think we're in a good place for it to happen. Professor back there, Glad, started his own business. So it's a lot of stories that are coming to surface now, and once those are displayed, this will be in place.
Tamira, you want to add?
Yeah. Well, I started mine during my senior year. So I started the application process in January, and I graduated in August of 2020. And I guess some of the...
Good timing. Good timing. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess some of the incentives that I had is it was just a passion I already had. And then, through the professors that were around me and some friends I have that were, pursuing, their PhD here at Tech or in different majors, we're kind of also talking about CreateX as a program and their ideas they were personally, applying to the program with. So that kind of also encouraged me to, they're doing it, I have ideas of things that I would like to see and things I'm really passionate about. I've been mentoring robotics students for, 8 years. So I think, that's an area that I could do something with. And so that's really what encouraged me to apply to the program. And then, with CreateX, not to do another plug for CreateX or anything, but they do give you a stipend during the program so you do know that you'll be making some type of money, even if, say, you don't get really great traction with your product and you're not making a lot of money from selling your product. So that was also a great incentive. So it's not like you're just spending your time doing something that you're not really getting any payoff from in terms of taking care of expenses you may have or other needs you may need that would be met by taking an internship or some other type of job during the summer. So that was also a good incentive for me going ahead and joining the program and starting my company.
Well, thank you. I wanted for the record that, we have Tarina Smith, we have Barakola and Lavonda Brown. I think, just by the names themselves, tell you these are creative people, and if they were not starting companies, they will be in some kind of a design or designers. And I do want to also thank Tamira's mom, who's here. Thank you for supporting her. And last, I'm reminded of the U.S. Army in World War II had a saying, and it was a Billie Holiday song that says, "The difficult will do right away, the impossible will take a while." So I think this is where we are. We're doing a lot of great things here at Georgia Tech and beyond. I hope you will continue to support Georgia Tech and to join us and support these entrepreneurs and others. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to share we talk about what's not working as well. Got quiet. Is that the... Someone has to give me a green light. We good to go? Are we good? We're good. All right. President Cabrera said we're good to go. We're going. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2 p.m. panel here. We have a great group. My name is Alex Gonzalez. I'm Chief Innovation Officer for the Metro Atlanta Chamber. It's so great to have people in a room again. This is my second event in 7 days with the entrepreneurship community, with this hybrid thing where we have people streaming as well as having people in the room. And for those of you that aren't here, you're missing it. Absolutely, the energy is great, but we love all of you, and hopefully we'll be having great things over the coming months as we continue to unite and to collaborate as an innovation community. As we get started here, one thing that I do want to thank Georgia Tech and President Cabrera. We had a walk about 6 or 8 weeks ago, and right here through the beautiful Georgia Tech campus, and he mentioned this idea of inclusive entrepreneurship. I wanted to have a forum, and boy, in no time, there's an email and things happened. And that intentionality is why we continue to progress and also why we'll work on issues. And to the question that someone mentioned earlier, how does Georgia Tech extend beyond its walls? And President Peterson, I think back to just the whole start of Tech Square, and I always think about your story of bringing in AT&T and the first innovation lab and really reaching out to really create this ecosystem that I think Georgia Tech has created. And so with us too, we have a lot of ecosystem builders as well. And we're gonna have a great discussion about what's working and what's not, and what's gonna push us over that edge we keep talking about to be this great innovation capital here in Atlanta. So with that, let me start out with quick intros from everybody. I'm just gonna give everybody a sense of what you're doing, what's going on. Blake, let's start with you.
Sure. So Blake Patton, I'm managing partner of Tech Square Ventures. We're an early stage venture firm based here in Atlanta, actually right up the street in Technology Square. We're also the venture firm partner along with Georgia Tech and 12 large corporations in Engage, a unique corporate innovation and startup accelerator program here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Blake. Sherry.
Sherry Ferruccia. I'm a Georgia Tech employee assigned to GCMI as the Chief Executive Officer. And at GCMI, we were stood up through an economic development grant to serve the city, the state, and the region, and ultimately the nation to enable and accelerate medical device innovation. So we have everything from preclinical studies all the way to product realization. I will say that I am not a Georgia Tech grad. I went to Auburn University. Like my friend who was on the panel earlier, my family is from LA, better known as Lower Alabama. And my husband is from Pensacola, Florida. So we have a lot in common there. And I am also a first generation in my family to graduate from college, to basically the first on everything as well, only the second to graduate from high school, and apparently I have a record that I don't wish that I had. I'm still the only one to have done that. So, it goes back to access, not just inclusivity and diversity, but also access.
Excellent. Thank you. Jay Bailey, which by the way, I think today I've been on more panels and podcasts with you. Yes.
6.
So you just beat up Mark Gorland, so go ahead.
When I am not serving as president of the Alex Gonzalez fan club, I'm Jay Bailey, president and CEO of the H.J. Russell Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And let me correct myself, because very intentionally we changed our name, and my team would be very upset with me right now. But intentionally we changed our name to the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs. Let us get out of the business of entrepreneurship and focus on the most important cog in that conversation, which is the entrepreneur. We are building the largest center in the world, dedicated to growing, scaling, developing Black businesses at 54,000 square feet in honor of one of the greatest entrepreneurs this city has ever produced, H.J. Russell. Glad to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. John.
I'm John Avery, the director for the Advanced Technology Development Center, ATDC. It operates out of Georgia Tech, but it's actually a statewide mandate. So we're sort of an economic development service to support entrepreneurs, technical entrepreneurs all across the state of Georgia. Founded in 1980, so I've been doing this for quite a long time. I've been in the role for about coming on 3 years now.
Great. And we're really going to focus on this theme of, again, about inclusion, but also collaboration, which is a big part of what everyone here does. So John, let me start with you. With ATDC, I'll use what we all know and love it by versus the full name. But it's 40 years, and congratulations to everyone at ATDC, because you celebrated 40 years in a parking lot, you know, trying to have a huge festival in the middle of the pandemic. But clearly it's been a big catalyst, much like I mentioned before with Tech Square, in terms of driving the innovation economy here in Atlanta. What is the thing that ATDC does to give access? And how do you partner with other organizations, even outside the ATDC confines?
Yeah, ecosystems are tough, as we all know. It's a lot of elements to it. And so like I said, we operate out of Georgia Tech, but we try to partner with any other organizations around the state who are helping entrepreneurs. So we think of ourselves as a support network, and a sort of a foundational support network. So we have full-time staff. We have probably one of the most well-resourced systems in the state. And we try to make those available to other institutions across the state and the region to bring those resources to the entrepreneurs in that state, in that area. So we've got people on the ground right now in Augusta, in Athens, and Savannah, working with local systems there. We just had a partnership in the Curiosity Lab up in North Atlanta through T-Mobile there. It's our newest vertical. And so we want to bring the resources that we have through ATDC, like I said, as a foundational framework for everybody else who's doing support for startups in the state of Georgia, in the technology space. So that's how we look at it.
So it's a pretty broad mandate, you know, beyond within the walls here. Absolutely.
In fact, you don't have to have any association with Georgia Tech as an entrepreneur to be involved with ATDC. Our services are for all of the state of Georgia and technology founders anywhere in the state.
Wonderful. And I know, you know, people think entrepreneurship, they do tend to think ATDC. And I do want to kind of jump now over to you, Blake, in terms of on the Engage side, because we talk about kind of access for entrepreneurs here in terms of all around the state. But you did something that many say can't happen, which is getting a bunch of corporations to collaborate with themselves and then with startups. Yep. So talk a little bit about the Engage story, how that kind of happened, and uniquely how it happened here in Atlanta.
Yeah, well, I think it is unique. For Atlanta, one of the things that I think is unique about the whole ecosystem is the degree of collaboration here. So I'm not sure, you know, you could have brought together a group of companies like that anywhere else in the country to support entrepreneurs the way we are through Engage. But the way it came together was, I think entrepreneurs, this will resonate with entrepreneurs because it came together kind of an entrepreneurial fashion. There was the CEO of Invesco, Marty Flanagan. I had been hearing from his peers this desire, how do we connect our large companies with the startups? How do we support Atlanta in becoming a leading ecosystem? Recognize that to do that, you know, the answer to that, you know, had to include partnering with Georgia Tech. So Marty and Bud got together and they, you know, called us. And the beginnings of Engage were really like any other startup. We sort of did customer discovery. We got out and talked to those CEOs here in town. And what we heard was that desire to connect, the desire for them to build their own entrepreneurial cultures, a desire for cross-corporate collaboration and connectivity, and then, you know, a desire to help Atlanta be a leading tech hub, not just for altruistic reasons, but because that's what they knew it took to build and support, you know, the talent they needed here and the innovation networks here. So, you know, that was sort of the genesis of it. But what really made it work, I think, was that from day one, it was designed sort of so everybody wins, right? It was to help drive innovation for the large companies. We leveraged all the entrepreneurial resources here at Georgia Tech and the credibility that Georgia Tech had in partnering with those companies to understand their innovation needs. Right. And then the entrepreneurial resources of organizations like ATDC to build out the accelerator program for the startups.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a great success, great story for us, particularly for our corporations. And to kind of continue on the theme of collaboration, GCMI, actually 2 questions for you. One is, when we think about healthcare innovation, are we somewhat understated here in Atlanta? And the second thing, what is it that you do to help drive collaboration, not just with entrepreneurs or technologists, but also the university? That's a big part of this ecosystem.
Yeah, really great questions, and I would say that we are vastly underestimated in healthcare. I mean, if you think about within just a few miles radius, we have the Georgia Institute of Technology, we have Georgia State. Georgia State's doing a lot in the area of health IT. Georgia Tech is doing a tremendous amount in, we always have the #1 biomedical engineering program. Everything from med device to even drug discovery, drug delivery. We also are doing a lot in health IT and in health analytics. We have the CDC, we have our partner, Emory University, Emory Med School, and then we have Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. We have Piedmont, we have Grady. I mean, there is a plethora of expertise and resources right here in this city, not to even mention the state and the region. Every single entity I just mentioned, we partner and we collaborate with. Yeah. And I think that speaks to the culture at Georgia Tech, is that, I believe, and the reason that I was really drawn to Georgia Tech was the culture of serving the community, the culture of giving back, and how we are encouraged to do that as employees. And so it becomes natural to collaborate. And because collaboration is not always easy. And public-private partnerships, for anyone who's listening, there's a reason why they fail 87% of the time. They're really hard. Right. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. You can't be in the business of transactions. You have to be in a business of building those lifelong relationships with people. People do research and people do business with people they trust and who they like. Right. And so you have to build those relationships. And Georgia Tech has been very supportive of everything that we've done, first at PTC and now at GCMI, right. As we continue to focus on building those collaborations and and serving the community in an effort to really accelerate and enable medical device innovation.
Absolutely, wonderful. Jay, I'm going back to a comment that Steve Case mentioned earlier, which is, innovative ecosystems has to be a place where you can create wonder and possibility, right? And really it came to the center, it's about being able to take risk. I know when you talk about the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, that a big part of what you do is giving people space to take risks. Talk about why that's important and specifically for the entrepreneurs you're working with.
Should have did the homework and saw that question coming.
Yeah, I was going to surprise you.
The real idea, guys, we lose GDP every year because the brilliant ideas that exist on the south side of tracks of every city in America never reach the marketplace because those individuals don't believe they belong. That their ideas don't matter. When we talk about innovation, show me somebody more innovative than a single mother with 2 kids making 17 grand a year. The way she thinks, her determination, her grit, how she still smiles when there's nothing in the refrigerator. And when you talk about failure in the community I serve, we're focused solely on black entrepreneurs, and we don't apologize for it because it's data-driven. Atlanta's 54% African-American. And literally, as we look at the numbers when we talk about disparity as far as size of businesses, we're the worst city in the country for income inequality. Worst city in the country when it comes to economic immobility. Child born into poverty has less than a 4% chance of reaching the middle class. Newsflash, guys, there are no poor white neighborhoods in Atlanta. In the Atlanta public school systems, there are no failing Latino schools. Almost all of the poverty is black. So if we're not focusing on changing the trajectory for the black economy, we're not really trying to move Atlanta forward, and we're being intellectually disingenuous in our approach to really try to move the needle. What does that come down to? The biggest surprise that I had with the Russell Center was belonging. Before we were even a center, before we had a curriculum, John, when you came by and there was dust on the ground and wires hanging down, we were still seeing 1,500 to 2,000 people a week walk through our doors, and we didn't even have a curriculum, no website. When I start thinking about the skyline and the makeup of Atlanta, although I may be a black guy, when I look at the skyline, I don't see any of those buildings in the skyline that are owned by people who look like me. Where can I walk into where I have this safe space to fail and fly, where I don't have to carry the burden of being twice as sharp, twice as smart, twice as articulate, twice as on point? Because if you can't be vulnerable, you can't learn. And how many spaces on the planet can I be vulnerable enough to take off the armor and say, I don't know, I need some help? And so what we've really focused on is that I think so many programs, and we'll probably get into this in the conversation when we talk about entrepreneurship and empowerment, we look at it through a charitable lens. Like, oh, we can give them a few dollars to help this thing out. But most programs are only focused on being informative, not transformative. And if we start to create this collaborative community that doesn't focus just on curriculum, let's talk about community, culture, and covenant, those things that actually matter most. What gives me the self-esteem, the self-confidence, the belief that I can actually do this? And I can guarantee if I focus on well-being versus profits or revenue, I'm going well-being every time. Because if I can find a CEO that's confident, that feels like he's going to make it or she's going to make it, and they have the support that they need, I'll take that every day over revenue. And so we've got to create this space because it just doesn't exist. I love what Kit Labs is doing. I heard some Kit Labs folks in the building. But we need 10 Kit Labs for the need. We need 10 Russell Centers. And so we hope to be the first of many, or the start of this new trend that makes innovation inclusive. Because I guarantee all the other places that people talk about, be it Miami, the Silicon Valley, Cambridge, the Research Triangle, Nashville, or Austin, none of them have made innovation inclusive, and none of them have gotten diversity right.
Right. Well, here's what I'm going to do here. First of all, be ready, because I want to go to all of you early for questions here pretty soon, so we can have a good conversation. But now let's truly have a conversation. You know, we're pretend we have whiteboards or flip charts or whatever. And look, there's so much momentum happening right now in Atlanta. We know that it's hot. The collaboration, I think I'd put against any other region in the country. But let's talk about what's the thing that could hold us back. What's the thing you worry about that could hold us back? And Blake, let's start with you in terms of growing our innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think Jay said it well. So first of all, we won't be a leading tech hub if we don't figure out how to engage, half our talent base, and you can't address diversity in technology without addressing it here in Atlanta and in the South, right? Half the nation's black population lives here. And so I think, interestingly, when we started, we talked about Engage, we talked about Texas Ventures. When I started, having been an entrepreneur, what I knew entrepreneurs needed was access to customers and markets. So fortunately, I think we've been building this platform for a need that is just amplified, right, for those underserved and underrepresented entrepreneurs. So hopefully, we can use all these resources that we're all talking about that already exist here as a force for good, in this. So I certainly worry about that connectivity, providing that access and all that. And behind that, we've made a ton of progress on this here in this region. But access to early stage capital, especially right for underserved entrepreneurs, is still a challenge. It's way better than it has ever been. Entrepreneurs have way more choices than they've had before. But the South is 24% of the nation's GDP, but only 7% of the nation's venture capital is invested in the region. Mm-hmm. So I think I would say access to capital, but also solving the problem. Jay was talking about making sure that there's access in those buildings, access to those leaders. It takes customers to get a business off the ground. It takes partners and access to markets, and even access to the right problems to solve that people will care about and support you for. So I think those are the two things that I wouldn't say are holding us back. I think there are opportunities in spades here, but those are the gaps we have to close.
Oh, excellent. I do want to come back in general to talk about access to customers too, because at the end of the day, a founder needs customers. That's the ultimate capital. But
yeah, and I know we'll talk about it, but I can talk a little bit whenever it's right about how we've translated that into sort of how that looks in our portfolio as well.
Absolutely. You guys have done an incredible job with that. Sherry, how about you in terms of what's holding us back?
So I want to start by saying I love my job and I love Georgia Tech. Okay?
She's not wearing red and black.
No, there are no buts. There's an and. And I think we have a real opportunity at Georgia Tech to be less risk averse. It's a dichotomy, and I find it strangely interesting that we are, entrepreneurial in spirit. We preach entrepreneurship. So many of our faculty and our students are interested in entrepreneurship. They start companies, or they have an idea. And I'm going to talk about faculty for a minute because that's who I primarily work with. But then something happens. And what happens is we get worried about the risk. And it slows down, and then it slows down, and then it slows down. And ultimately, you know, we often see innovation on the shelf. So my challenge to, you know, to Georgia Tech is that we look at how we can fix that problem. How can we better serve faculty? How can we support them? How can we operate at the speed of industry? How can we be more nimble? How can we be, you know, less risk averse? And what that will result in is access. We will see, you know, we will be more inclusive. We will see more diversity in our founders, in the type of technology that we push out and we license. And I think that we'll be a better, institution. We'll be a better city, state, and region because of it.
Great. And another thing I want to come back to.
I love my job.
Well, and you bring up an interesting point. Something we should come back to as well is this whole aspect of our risk perspective or appetite, even as a region, as investors, as entrepreneurs. And you know, Blake, I'm sure you know the conversations we've had about that. So we'll come back to that as well. I think it's even broader than what you've even mentioned as well. Jay, things that might be holding us back.
I went to UGA. Go Dogs.
Whoa, now.
So I know very well.
No, not what's holding you back.
Wow. Well said. Well said. No rebuttal, no rebuke on that, brother. You get a point for that one, Blake. Nice. Nice.
And for those streaming, you said we know what's holding you back.
Yeah, no doubt. That doesn't happen often, brother. You got that one.
Go, Jack.
But I know what it feels like firsthand to have all the tools and not win the championship. And the thing that scares the hell out of me, guys, is that in this moment, unlike any other time in our lifetime, the stars are aligned. Yep. If we're talking about people actually even having a conversation about diversity.
Yeah.
And in Atlanta, I mean, hell, where else can you go from Ambassador Andrew Young to Andre 3000? We have all the tools. We're cooler than all those other incubator cities. But we've got Georgia Tech, we've got Morehouse, Clark, Spelman, ITC, Morris Brown, Morehouse School of Medicine, Georgia State's down the road. We have more black enrolled college students in Atlanta, Georgia than any other place on the planet. We got this consortium of Fortune 1000s that makes other cities across the world envious. We got more corporate innovation centers in Atlanta than any other city in the country. What else do we need to figure this out? And I'm really afraid of the swing and the miss.
Yeah.
That in this time, to your point about breaking down the silos or getting out of our own way, when we say the term ecosystem, I get a little nervous because it seems like it's an easy word to say that, you know, we're together, John, in an ecosystem. Yeah. But where's the work that really connects ATDC to RICE, the Russell Center? I'm working, guys. And, you know, Blake, how have we really connected? And I think we use buzzwords instead of looking at the real work. And if shame on us, if in 10 years we've not created something that history will never forget and cemented Atlanta as the city that's got it right, and it scares me that when will we have this consortium of resources and this embarrassment of riches, because if we don't get this thing right, those will slowly erode. Yeah. And 20 years from now, my daughter, July 5th she'll be born, but my daughter won't have the access that I have right now.
Right.
That scares me.
Absolutely. Excellent. John, how about you?
I think something that makes me hopeful is, Jay, what you said earlier. You changed the name, right? You're focusing on the entrepreneur, the person. Mm-hmm. I think that's the key that's making this different, that I'm hopeful about. If we can't create this environment where every black founder in the system feels absolutely on par, equal with everybody else in the system for access to the resources, that's the opportunity that we will be missing. Yeah. But I think because we recognize that's the thing that we're trying to fix, it means that those black founders are going to create great companies. And I actually believe that in the next 10 years, the names of the companies that roll off our tongue for the most influential companies will be from black founders in Atlanta who are probably in our system right now. Mm-hmm. And will be activated because of what's happening right now.
Right.
Hope so.
And of course, we're starting to see that now too, with Calendly becoming born, these queries. So we're starting to see that momentum. I want to go back to this risk element, because I think there's something that when I have conversations that comes up all the time is oh, we're just conservative, or the polite South. I think it came up during some discussion about entrepreneurs want to exit and just get what is it, a boat and
two boats and a Cadillac.
There
I
you
can't
go.
tell you how
Two
many
boats and
times
a
I hear
Cadillac.
that. That's not the South anymore.
And also the investors.
We're past that.
Any response from that? What's your is that real? Does that still exist? Are we getting beyond that? And Blake, I'm going to you because I know it comes up all the time in the investor circles.
Yeah, look. So one of the things is, Jay said it well. Right, there's no one more innovative than a single black mom making $17,000 a year. I think a lot of why you see a lot of what happens.
Difference. 17,000.
17,000. Yeah.
Did you say 70?
Oh, I thought it. Okay, 17.
17. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I said 17. But
gotcha, yeah.
But for entrepreneurs in this region. It's been similar. So a lot of times we'll introduce our companies to investors from out of the region, and they're surprised at how far along, how much traction, and how much these companies have had to turn into real businesses earlier than maybe you would have seen in regions with more access to capital. I don't think, I absolutely don't think we're less or more risk averse than other regions. I think there are certain swings that we don't take because we don't have the resources to follow through. Don't give birth to a baby you can't feed. So I think there are some business models that are really hard to do here because you don't have access to the capital to follow on and get them off the ground. But I think the entrepreneurs and investors here have punched above their weight consistently. The other thing I'd say to add to this that ties into what John and Jay kind of said at the tail end of that, a lot of the momentum we're talking about in Atlanta right now and these new companies that everybody's discovering, this has been these were companies inside ATDC back when I was at ATDC, right? Mm-hmm. So these are 5-10 year overnight successes. This didn't just start yesterday, and so a lot of the seeds that are being planted, a lot of those companies that John said that you're going to recognize 5 or 10 years from now, they're already here. They're already happening. The entrepreneurs are already here. So as Jay said, it's about supporting them. But no, I don't think more risk averse. The joke about a successful entrepreneur here, 2 boats and a Cadillac and they're out of the game. That's not true anymore either. Look at just the folks here in the city. I joke sometimes and say part of what's going on is all of us .com kids are in our 40s and 50s now. Yeah. And so doing things. So and just in the Georgia Tech ecosystem, Chris Klaus and Tom Noonan and what we're doing and Paul Judge. So no, I think that is a dated stereotype.
Any other thoughts on risk as our kind of an Atlanta innovation culture? Is that part of it, or how are we fighting it? What do we need to do to evolve from it?
I was in LA 2 weeks ago with a consulting company, one of the big ones. It told me an incredible story. CEO of Allstate saw a problem on the horizon. He knew that the price of buying a car was rising increasingly, like you could buy a Hyundai and it's still going to cost you $500, $600 a month. He knew that would impact his business, and he also knew that he was spending $360 million a year with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. He wanted to fix it. So literally, they stood up a company. The company's called Avail. That company solved that problem from Allstate. And back to what you said, Blake, about having that first customer and how important that is. That company is now doing $280 million a year, and they did it in 18 months. Yeah. You can't tell me if we're talking about ecosystem building with the Chick-fil-A's and all of the, the UPS's and the Deltas and Home Depots and all of these billion-dollar Fortune 100 companies we have, that we can't start manufacturing some wins. Because I guarantee if you tell me where the hockey puck is going, we can train an entrepreneur to score. Yeah. We can train the next Wayne Gretzky. And so I think when we start looking at an ecosystem building and access to capital, if we're solving the big problems for our big corporates here, capital's not even an issue. No, right. Because they're going to pay out of their balance sheet to actually make sure their business runs more efficiently. And I think in Atlanta, we have an opportunity to get really serious. I love what you guys are doing at Engage, but taking it to the next level, they gave you guys about, $1 million each, right? What would you do with 50 each? And would that be the kind of spend they could afford? Yes. And I think we need to focus on taking companies that we know can win, solving big problems, and committing all of the resources necessary, the PhDs and the MBAs that come out of Georgia Tech, the medical students that come out of Morehouse School of Medicine, Georgia State, with all of their talent they're cultivating. How do we create a real ecosystem? And I think money stops being the problem.
Right. So I have like 25 questions here, but I would want to make sure we get to the audience as well too, but we'll kind of interact here. Any questions for this group? Yes, go ahead.
So I know when we talk about Atlanta, we're talking more about Fulton County, but for someone who grew up in DeKalb County who also identifies as I grew up in Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of talent in DeKalb County as well. I think that goes unnoticed, and that's even on the outskirts of what our borders would say Atlanta is. How do you guys tap into those resources?
And just let me, I'm going to repeat it for the people watching on the stream, but I think your question is, how do we address, from your viewing that a lot of this discussion is on talent in Fulton County, how do we address kind of talent outside of Fulton or outside the city? Anybody?
I'm from Decatur.
Yeah.
So I'm east side all day long. And I think, even when I was growing up, Atlanta and Decatur were two different worlds. I think Atlanta, you can be in Augusta and say you're from Atlanta now. Yeah. And so I think that there are no borders, though. John doesn't have a border around his organization, ATDC, nor do I at the Russell Center, nor does Blake. Well, you guys pull from all over the world.
Yep.
And certainly I think I think exposure is the thing that we need to do more, where we're able to make sure that kid off of Wesley Chapel or Candler Road knows that there is access to those resources, because I think that is the huge gap. The exposure gap is just as dangerous as the wealth gap, in my opinion. And so there is an effort to make sure that we're crossing, going down 20 east and west, north and south on 85, to make sure people know that these resources exist. If there's anything, brother, I agree with you on that. But I think the power is that there also is, once you're exposed to it, you do have access to it. Mm-hmm. But I would agree with you, my man, but it's about exposure and our effort to make sure that they know they exist.
Jay, one thing I'd add to that is that I think, Atlanta, it's more even than just Atlanta. It's really, I think the Southeast is the fastest growing innovation region right now. What people like to talk about, are we number 1, 2, 3? That doesn't matter. I think it's the fastest. We are the fastest growing, and Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, is kind of at the hub of that. But it really doesn't mean drawing, hard lines, whether you include which county or not. I think it's really the broader and making sure that Atlanta stays that hub, that heartbeat of that momentum.
Sure, did you have something?
So I live in Gwinnett County. My kids were raised in Gwinnett County, and my husband is actually a teacher in a Title I school. And so what I would tell you is that, again, I mentioned it earlier, is access. It's how do we give those kids access? And yes, we do need to expose them. At the same time, a large percentage of his kids are DACA, they are Hispanic, and they do not have access. Why don't they have access? Because under the current laws, they cannot receive a scholarship at a public university in this state. They do not have access to Pell Grant, any federal grants, student loans. So I think that we also, if we truly want to be inclusive, we need to look way outside of what our comfort zone and say, how do we help all kids who historically have not had access in this country, and support them and lift them up and give them an opportunity.
And then, Doug, sure, you mentioned before, you have
so our mandate is statewide. So we have people on the ground, like I said, in Athens and Augusta and Savannah. We'll be adding some more this year. We added 2 new catalysts this year, MBDA at ATDC, the Minority Business Development Agency, to specifically focus on minority founders. And the first task for those 2 catalysts is to sort of catalog all the network in the Southeast where resources exist for Black founders, minority founders, to have access to entrepreneurial services, and make that network aware of each other so that whenever there's a need in one part of the network that can be addressed by some other part of the network, that can be a low friction connection. Like I said, the ecosystems are hard to build everything you need, access to money and talent and resources and IP and all the different pieces rarely exist all in one place. But each network node has some aspect where they can bring some strength. And so having a mapped network where all those points of light exist and connecting them together, I think is the model. Now, we have the first case of a new ATDC vertical anchored outside of our home office here, just recently announced as a partnership with Peachtree Corners and T-Mobile to focus on, it's called Connected Futures, basically connected companies that are working in the connectivity space. And that'll be based out of a Curiosity Lab in Peachtree Corners. The person that who's running that as ATDC person will be based out of that facility, not out of our offices here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So it's Metro Atlanta, but it's not not in our home office here in Atlanta.
And it's a great example. If you have not been out to Peachtree Corners, it's a pretty cool environment
Great
where
facility
you see
up
lanes
there.
for autonomous vehicles and all that right here in Metro Atlanta, so it's pretty cool. Other questions? Yes?
Atlanta has been known historically to support a variety of industries. We have a lot of key strengths. I know that each one of you kind of represent incubator and activity that, healthcare and in other areas. Looking in the future, what industries do you see Atlanta particularly having those strengths in from your portfolio and your incubators?
Yeah, so the question is, well, what are, we have a lot of diverse industries that that grow here in Atlanta. What are some of the industries of the future? And Sherry, you're...
Yeah, so great question. I think we have we have a tremendous opportunity in the med tech and the bio space here. GCMI is the only entity of its kind in the Southeast. We've not done as good of job as we have a real opportunity to leverage those resources in a way that we've not done before. And Jay and I were talking last night, and we were talking about 7 Black-owned companies, entrepreneurs who had something in med tech.
Mm-hmm.
We happened to run into each other. We didn't even know that each other existed until last night. And my response to him was, let's just make it happen. Let's just do it. I think if we have that attitude towards supporting one another and saying, we want to do this, we've already know that we're the health IT capital, right? So now what do we want to do next? I believe we can do med tech, we can do biotech, we can do it extremely well. We have the resources here. I travel all over the country. And the one thing that people always say is Atlanta has the resources and you like each other. You're collaborating, okay? So, we don't like our university is what I'll hear from the hospital. And the university will say the hospital tries to control us. So, we don't have that here. We work well together. We should capitalize on that. And if we do, I think we will be, number one in multiple of those areas, but I'm going to own med tech and biotech.
And one thing I'll mention too is I think our power is the fact that we are not a one industry town by any means.
Sure. Yeah.
In fact, the one thing I do kind of to build on your question is, because we heard it throughout the day today, that our innovation, our entrepreneurs are beyond just tech as well, or SaaS-based tech. And we have the next future big restaurants, we have CPG and all that. And Blake, I know you're part of the investment portfolio you're looking at is sometimes beyond traditional tech.
Yep.
Which is so weird to say traditional tech like it's old school, but it's so bizarre. But so how do we keep making sure we build upon that as well?
Well,
John?
just one thought to continue on that, the collaboration. I think it's because there is some commonality in what goes on here in Atlanta. You're right, the companies don't directly compete. So if you look at the list of companies that are in Engage, the only reason that can exist is that they're not all in one industry.
Sure.
If they were, they couldn't be in that group working together. But what is common is that in that whole group of companies, we do global supply chain at scale. We sort of do massive infrastructure at scale, global level, Deltas, UPSs, right? That's who's in Atlanta. And that's impacting the world. Every one of those businesses has their segment leading really in their area, but it's all related to global supply chain. There's never been a more critical time for global supply chain in our world right now. So I really think Atlanta, because of that luck of having companies in different industries, but having a common needs around global infrastructure, gives us this unique ability to bring everyone together in ways they couldn't otherwise work together.
Right.
And it's really magic to see that happen.
I'd agree. I think that we can rule logistics.
That's right.
I think there will be no one else even close to us for
Right.
what we have as far as physical assets, technology, et cetera. Logistics will be our way that we separate and create distance from everyone else. I think fintech will continue to grow, but I don't want to underestimate our creative culture.
Right.
There's a tremendous energy that is here that we've never capitalized on. Any of my artist friends, from artists, rappers, singers, you name it, all the checks come from LA and New York still.
Right.
We have never really turned on the faucet when it starts to talk about an economy that's generated here. And shout out to my boy Bame Joyner. Atlanta influences everything. There's so much culture that comes out of this city. And at some point, we're going to hit a corner and we're going to see that monetize and actually create some incredible upswell.
Yeah.
for how trends are created right here in the soil. So logistics, yes, but I think that we're going to bet on the non-traditional creative cultures.
And that's a great point, and we should definitely capture that. Our creative economy is something that if we don't really embrace and make it as much part of our entrepreneur community as tech, that could really hurt us as a region as well. Like, did you have
Yeah, I don't want to add, I think these guys did a good job naming the industries. I think I'll add two things to it. Another is, I graduated from Georgia Tech in 1993, so right before sort of the internet changed how we worked and lived. And I think we're kind of at another one of those points. And the internet changed how we worked and lived because it connected, millions and then billions of people, and we created new ways of working together. And so now everything's getting connected, right? And artificial intelligence, big data, and devices, everything's getting connected. So I think we're getting ready to go through this similar period where we just reinvent how we do things. And I think Atlanta, what's going to make Atlanta unique is all the things we've talked about so far, is we have the ingredients, right, to solve all those new problems. Everything from, how do things decide to work together? How do they work together? How do they decide to pay each other? How do they pay each other? We have the fintech, we have the logistics, we have, all of the cybersecurity, all the pieces that add up. So I think Atlanta's positioned really well for the future. The other thing, and this is kind of a little bit related to what you said, but with what we've learned at Tech Square Ventures and all with the corporate relationships and the work we do with Engage, we've wound up with this portfolio that has, we probably have 20% of our founders are underrepresented. But what's more exciting is the companies in our portfolio that are actually tackling, diversity and inclusion problems, right? And so they're figured out how to go help enterprises solve these problems. So we have companies like the Mom Project, right? Like Inclusively, like Canaries that are bringing more women, minorities, and disabled into the workforce. And so it's not even just the entrepreneurs themselves, it's the opportunities even that creates. And I think the reason that we've been able to have, say, I think about 20% of our portfolio are underrepresented founders, which is obviously we have a long way to go, right? That's not the 54% that represent the population. But it's not because we certainly don't have a quota, we don't have a mandate. Our job is to go find the best entrepreneurs and best businesses. But when we start out with the problems that we see, and we go try to find the brightest entrepreneurs solving those problems, instead of just reacting to whatever surfaces in our network, it increases our hit rate of finding those entrepreneurs that we don't know about, that are working on and solving those problems. And when I love what the Russell Center is doing, I think the HBCUs are only scratching the surface in terms of they're trying to get some of their entrepreneurial efforts going. When Jay was getting the Russell Center going, we got together and he's talked about being a resource to the entrepreneurs, but he's also a resource to us, right? To say, look, we get it, but we don't know how to do it. Help us. And I'll certainly won't forget, when I asked him, what I could do to help, and I'll never forget what he told me. He said, answer my phone calls. When I want to introduce you to somebody, I just want you to answer the phone, answer my text, and meet with whoever I'm asking you to meet with. I thought it was a great answer, and it was obviously that's a promise that we've lived up to.
Amen.
Well, we are about out of time here, so I'm going to ask all of you just in one sentence. I'm going to just if you were to say, what's that one thing we must protect and cherish in order to keep advancing our innovation and entrepreneurship community here? What is that thing? So John, I'll start with you.
I think for me, the first thing that comes to mind is to keep building on the trust that it exists right now.
So build on trust.
Yeah.
Blake, I'll jump over to you.
Connectivity. I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's why all these things we're talking about work, we're plugging in things that haven't naturally and organically connected that you sometimes see in other ecosystems, but it's about the connectivity.
Connectivity. Sherry?
Partnerships, collaboration.
How about you, Jay?
A deliberate effort to see one another.
Excellent. And today is an example of that as well, too. So thanks to all of you for the discussion. Thanks to everybody for what you did.
Thank you.
50 minutes at the
I
end
don't
of
know
the-
how to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I had any really good answers.
Okay. Okay, the last session is going to be a hard one to follow, but we have some amazing faculty here, all from Georgia Tech. So I think we're gonna zero in on and hopefully get some. Sherry Ferrugia said she loved her job. Well, you all have tenure, right? So you can say you have no worries. You're all risk takers, and so please, I think that's one of the things I want to do is dig in and really hear from you the things that we can do better. I think you heard Jay Bailey say now is the right place, right time for Atlanta. I think the exact same thing is definitely true at Georgia Tech. Mm-hmm. Right place, right time. We're going to be coming out of COVID as strong, if not stronger, than anyone else in the country. New leadership, new strategic plan, and so we really, really do want to hear your success stories, but more importantly, how it is we can do better. So I'm Steve McLaughlin. I'm a provost here at Georgia Tech, a faculty in electrical and computer engineering, and actually a bit of an entrepreneur at times, and played a role in some things. And so just super, super excited for today. I know it's been a long day, so we'll try to jump in right away. As I said, we just completed a strategic plan. You heard a little bit about that from President Cabrera today. And a lot of that is about being more innovative, inclusive entrepreneurship, making our community more welcoming, better connected to Atlanta, being as best a community partner as we can. And so this is a great day for us. So I just want to jump straight into it. I know you didn't come here to hear me talk about it. What I'd like to do is we have 5 outstanding faculty members who have all been entrepreneurial in their own way. And so I hope you all will just take a second to introduce yourself, talk about your journey, and a little bit, if you have a company now, a little bit about your company, and then we'll dig into some tough questions. Jen, you want to start?
I'll start. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad to get this all kicked off. So let's see, I've been at Georgia Tech since 1997. I came here from Caltech. Interestingly enough, I came here not ever thinking I was going to do any entrepreneurship, but I ended up graduating. My advisor was Carver Mead, who's kind of legendary in some of these areas, and so apparently I learned something along the way. So before I knew it, when I got to about 2002, along with a couple of my other students, when I realized, no, they really do want to do some commercialization, we did, and ended up sort of launching out, arguably creating a company. That company was called G-Tronics. It was, when it was funded in 2004 by Menlo Ventures, was the first company to be funded by the Tier 1 VCs on Sand Hill Road, of any of them, and it actually was the beginning of sort of a starting point of many companies and a lot of visibility through that first decade of 2000 at Tech, and that was really exciting there. They've been involved with multiple commercialization aspects. They've had different ups and downs. I'm currently actually involved, have one startup company, maybe involved with more than one thing. It's at times one right now, which is called Sophia Tech, which is actually looking at taking technology we developed, which are field programmable analog arrays, all the sort of configurable technology, sort of the newest low power AI kind of structures, and being able to use that for embedded applications. And so this has turned out to be a pretty amazing direction on its own.
Rhett Mayer.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. I'm Professor Rhett Mayer. My home unit's mechanical engineering, so I'm the mechanical thumb, so I took that. I'm also the secretary of the faculty, and I'm also the founder and president of DHX Electric Machines. So DHX is an outgrowth of actually work I did here in my lab. It kind of grew out of that work. We make very high power density electric machines. Really anything electrons to torque, that's kind of us. If we're electrons to torque or torque to electrons, that's what we do. So we have a very innovative cooling system that we use in the motors and the power electronics. And we're about 5 times more power dense than normal motors. Prior to coming to Tech, I just wanted to talk about that very briefly as well, as I had a startup in Michigan as well, and we'll probably come back to it later, but I actually came down to Tech because all of its incubators. And it was very, I mean, this is 2006, and it was very, very progressive, very exciting place to be. And I just look back over that period of time and see how incredibly exciting it is and the growth that we've had. And I was astonished to hear we accomplished that with 1%. So I'm kind of wondering, well, what could we do if they gave us 10%? Or, you know.
Okay, and Gleb Yushin.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Gleb Yushin, professor of material science and engineering. I joined in 2007, and I started a company on advanced materials for next generation lithium-ion batteries that make them lighter, smaller, cheaper, and so forth, safer too. And so, you know, in the beginning of the journey, I would say I'm very grateful to Venture Labs, to ATDC, to Georgia Tech Research Alliance grant funding, especially in the beginning when you don't know what to do, when you don't have funding, when you need just to meet with many people and network and understand, you know, refine your business plan, refine your business ideas, and learn like what it takes to create a company. And so, yeah, this is me. And so this company grew, you know, we started in 2011. It's been 10 years almost. And so we became a unicorn a few years ago. So it's been good so far.
Nice. Yeah. And James Dahlman.
Great, thanks, Steve. So it's a pleasure to be here. My name's James. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Biomedical Engineering at Georgia Tech. I was fortunate enough to create a company spun out of my lab's research, founded technically in 2018, but got our first check in 2019. It was here in Atlanta, based primarily in Tucker, Georgia, although we did a bunch of work, you know, GCMI, T3. And then we were fortunate enough to get acquired about 18 months later. And the company was called Guide Therapeutics. Kind of cool. We were an mRNA delivery company, and 2 years ago I had to explain why mRNA was cool to people, and now people understand. But to make a long story short, I think many of us in this room have had mRNA carried inside of what are called lipid nanoparticles, LNPs, injected into your arm. If you've had either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines, that's what you've gotten injected. And what we were working on is how you could deliver mRNA to other tissues in order to treat other diseases. And as a result, our acquirer was one of these big, not Moderna or Pfizer, but was another sort of substantial mRNA-based company. And so it's been great, and I look forward to being on the panel.
Okay, great. Thanks, James. And finally, Pamela Badi.
Thanks, Steve. It's great to be here. I would say that I'm a little different than everyone because I didn't spin out a company from my research. So I call myself a bit of an accidental entrepreneur. Part of it is having a really forceful colleague who kept trying to find collaborators at Georgia Tech, and I said, okay, fine, I'll just do this for you. And the colleague happened to be my husband, so probably not the best idea for co-founding a company, but it's worked out well, and we're at GCMI. We're a med tech company, so I see Sherry over there, so thank you. I love GCMI. And part of what intrigued me is because I hated it. So that's an odd thing to say, right? I hated it. Like I went through NSF I-Corps, and I thought, this is just so yucky. I don't like this. I don't like having to justify customers, and it works, it's fine. What's the big deal? And then I took a step back and I thought, wow, this is kind of interesting because I have to push myself in a way that I don't really like being pushed. But I've never done this before, and I don't have an MBA. And so what really intrigued me about it is, well, how can we teach students to adopt an uncomfortable space where I might not know more than they do? But look at what they can create, and look at the impact they can have, and look how quickly they can get to it. So I turned something that I kind of didn't like into something that I do, and part of it, I don't really like it. I'm an introvert, so I actually didn't really want to be here, but I'm here. But I really enjoy teaching students, and I also do a lot of work at Emory with clinical and translational scientists. So trying to teach MDs to do something they don't like, that's actually really hard because they'll tell me I don't know anything, and I'll say, yes, but you still have to do this, right? So I think, my company is really intriguing, really interesting, and it was great to hear this morning about some challenges we have about talent and scaling, and that's kind of where my company is. But I like being at a place where we don't know, we don't have the answers, but look what we possibly can do.
Okay, well, great. And as I said, I know it's late in the day, and I really do want to jump straight into some things that I know we are really looking for the most candid feedback that we can get from you all. As I said, you're risk takers, you're used to taking risk, and I really hope that you will be candid with us, candid with the community, candid around land about your own experience. Over the last 10 years or so, I've seen there was a kind of a boost in faculty-led research as it moves toward commercialization through Venture Lab. We then moved on to CrateX. CrateX is, as you've heard an awful lot about, really focused on students, and that ecosystem has just boomed. And I really wonder on your take about what that means for faculty now, because I think the number of faculty startups that we've done is not as high as we want. And so some of that is cultural, some of that is process, some of that is all of the above. And I really hope that you'd be willing to share both kind of success stories, but more importantly, your own, if you had what you wanted, how would the Georgia Tech ecosystem change? How would our culture change? What are the things that we can do to help faculty commercialize their work? You want to start, Jen?
Yeah, no, I think that, yeah, definitely. So let's see. I will say that I do like my job. I'll be careful with that. As I said last time, I'm like, okay, very good. But I think a couple things come to mind, because I've seen that we've had periods where we've actually had really good energy on the faculty side. I remember, if I look back at that sort of almost golden time frame from about 2002 to about 2008, 2009, we had a tremendous amount of faculty energy and startups. And a lot of that sort of carried over. And of course, we've had a lot of, as you said, a lot of really good energy we've had a lot of good energy among the students on the CrateX, but we sort of have lost some of that momentum. And so part of the question is how do we get that culture? And how do we get the culture back? And I think part of it is, maybe part of it is a question of how do we begin to get sort of the core nucleus of entrepreneurs, or those of us who've been successful, to say, hey, we can actually show you, here's the path of this, and maybe also help to push a little bit of, if there are things that are inhibiting some faculty, which I think there are some issues that we run into. I think the other thing is also helping our culture, because I think tech prides itself internally about being really good fast followers. We're really good at being the number 2 or number 3 into the game versus the number 1 into the game. And there's something cultural about that I think that's something else we really, you change. And I was really impressed by the comments I heard in the last time, forget the gentleman's name, who was talking about how important the creativity aspect is. And that creativity aspect is important. And if we want to talk about it from an inclusion perspective, that's what you really want to try to empower. I think there's a lot that sits right there. So I'll start off there and let others jump in.
I think that inclusiveness for me goes to community, right? And it's sort of a symbiosis of empowerment and engagement. And I think that's where we can really make a difference. We need to look at the faculty. We sort of got levels of mentorship that we can engage in, and I think we can look into a place in the classroom and, like you were saying, sort of bring in and sort of de-risk that third path. We heard about it this morning. But sort of entrepreneurship is almost the third path that we've done a great job at encouraging through CreateX, but we need to percolate that through our entire student community, through our entire faculty community better, and say that, look, here's how you demystify that, here's how you de-risk that. That goes to our culture of how we recognize and celebrate that success. But I think through the student lens briefly as well, is that there's some real challenges there too, right? We are a spectacular institute, and there's a tremendous pressure to succeed. And if we don't help people understand that a path to success is also entrepreneurship, right? Because you always hear the numbers, right? So, well, 97% is going to fail. Well, that doesn't sound like a path to success. right? But we heard about that earlier, saying, look, sometimes you hit a wall, and that's okay, and there's success and learnings that come from that. So I think as a faculty, as part of this tremendous community, maybe we can share by including our experiences in class, like bring it into class, bring it into, an example. Like I said, I teach mechanical engineering, so I'm mechanical design. Even in there, you can do that, and there's always opportunity. I think everybody's probably going to remember spring 2020. If you were teaching during that time, you're probably going to remember that semester. But it was great for me because I had one day where I didn't have to come down to campus. I could take my webcam to DHX, and I walked around, and we were teaching shafts, and I was like, hey, here's a shaft. And this was going into a particular motor that was going into a particular application in aviation, and it was tremendous. So I think it's sharing that experience in a way where we can help people overcome a concern that, maybe this is an incredibly long shot. This is a huge risk path, and so I'm better off focusing on executing really well and going into a more traditional career. And I think we have an opportunity to do that. Candidly, on the faculty side, I think we're actually doing quite well with that. There is, again, celebrating the success. I think that's key. And everything we heard that earlier today. I think if you have an opportunity to celebrate that success a little bit better, recognize it as part of a tangible outcome from research, and then that's really going to help commercialization and sort of maybe move away. I think somebody said earlier, like, innovation on the shelf, or, you hear about death in the lab. If we empower that differently and recognize successes and help people overcome that, failure in a startup is not necessarily a failure. It's just that particular journey came to an end that was different from what you thought about, and that's not a reason to not do it. So I think I'll maybe leave it there, but we can probably have more conversation on what we could do as a unit, as a community, to change that and encourage more recognition.
Yes, I support that. I guess if I want to be critical, I think it's all about mindset of faculty and students as well, and it's changing a lot. So when I started, for example, many senior faculty were pretty much against entrepreneurship. They thought university is not the place to do it. There are businesses, go start a small business somewhere else. And so if you are at university, you have to focus on teaching, you have to focus on research. And my personal concern, maybe I'm a little bit chicken, that they may, if they would do evaluation of my tenure package, how it's going to go? Is it going to be used against me? And so I talked to my chair at that time, and so he convinced me that it's not going to be used against me. But in the future, I think it might be nice if we kind of support it to say purposely that yes, if we send letters to external committees, external evaluations, say yes, please do comment on commercialization activities, entrepreneurial activities. So it sounds like a positive thing to do, at least not as neutral or negative. I think that would help a lot. And I would also say that even though we have lots of activities nowadays on campus, to support students' involvement in entrepreneurship, I would say that I was surprised to learn that we didn't have students run business club. Right. So we kind of incubated it in my lab, and we kind of started this year. So I encourage your students who are interested in these activities to come and join, because students, they have their own mind. They want to have their own agenda. They want to attract speakers that are of interest to them. And I would also say that networking is the key. I'm also introvert, so it's difficult for me to talk to you guys. I prefer much more technical discussions. And so for students, many kind of engineering students are also introverts, so it's difficult for them. So if we can facilitate more of these discussions, would be very critical. Because without network, it's very hard to figure out what you need to do, how to do it. Is it successful? Are you destined to failure, right? Yeah. Is it going to be a waste of time or not? Yeah.
Great. So, if I'd answered, how Georgia Tech at the structural level could improve the odds that you're going to have successful startups, I'd say one or two things. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said because I agree largely with what folks have said. Just add one or two things. The first is that I think there were certain structural changes that have been made recently, in particular around the GTRC organization, that I have noticed have made a positive change. And I haven't been here that long. I've only been here 5 years, but I have noticed within, the last year or two, I feel like the arrow is heading in the right direction, which gives me some optimism. It's easier to get things done in a way that I think they should be done to maximize the chance of success. And the second thing I'll add is that I think success, like entrepreneurial startup successes, will beget success. And I think there are two reasons for that. One, I think if you're a faculty member looking around your department and you see a few of your colleagues are having fun and doing these startup things and kind of exploring that, I think it's going to entice you to do it for a number of reasons. And I also think that success will beget success because you can go to your colleagues and say, well, how did you do this? Who did you speak to? Can you introduce me to this person? And so on. And the reason why I think that second one is true is because since we had our exit, I have all sorts of VCs knocking down the door asking me not only about what's going on in my lab when my second company is going to come out, like me, but in addition to that, they're also asking me about what's going on in my department. And, so I'll talk up, one of my colleagues, Phil Santangelo, who I work with, goes, I should talk to Phil, or Annabelle's doing stuff or whatever. And so I think that also increases. And so what I'm hoping is that, you get a chance to have sort of a snowball effect where this kind of builds on itself. I'll stop there.
Yeah, so for over 2 years now, so I serve as the Associate Chair for Innovation and Entrepreneurship in ECE. So there's a human put in place to support the faculty within the unit. And so what I have noticed, so kind of the good and the bad. The good is I'm seeing a lot of effort, especially with what Siva is doing for discovery, to figure out, well, where are the friction points and how do we overcome those? So I'm pretty hopeful in terms of how we're going to streamline how faculty engage with the Office of Technology Licensing and kind of understand the steps, because in my role, I can't hand my faculty members an infographic that says, these are all the steps you take. And I would love to be able to do that. But I do think we're on the right path. The other piece is understanding intellectual property. So I'm on the Intellectual Property Faculty Advisory Committee, and we're rewriting that policy. So I think, when we work with undergrads, we understand when they're not employees what to do with them. We understand faculty are employees, but kind of this middle space where you're maybe a graduate student and you're intimately involved with what's getting spun out, clarifying where those sticky points are, I think is really important to protect our students, as well as understand how can we be creative, but we're also, we're faculty members, our students are very critical. So kind of that's the good and the bad. And I want to underscore what Gleb said for faculty. It's really important to be bold and clear when we're requesting external letters, because we really understand getting tenure, because that's really streamlined. But then when you look in the faculty handbook, what it says about going from associate and beyond is that be creative, be innovative, be all these things. And maybe we get it, but not all our peer schools get it. And so I think we should take the opportunity to give our school chairs some latitude to request more information, so that we see our faculty as a kind of a multi-dimensional individual. And if we were going to cultivate that, we should be really clear about how we want to evaluate that.
Well, we heard from Steve Case at the very beginning talk about, the three essential elements: talent, capital, collaboration. I'll also kind of spill collaboration over into culture. So both the Georgia Tech culture and how it is we at Georgia Tech interact with the broader city, with the broader state, with the other partner institutions. So I would really love to hear your perspective either on barriers that exist around those collaborations outside Georgia Tech, either whether it's institutions, whether it's other partners. How can we be better in being a better partner and really being a part of that broader collaboration that seems to be, and we've had, that seems to be the theme that's kind of come up over and over again, that's, this is the moment, and it's that collaboration and the networks that we need to build. How do you see, as a faculty member, how do you see yourself fitting in, and what can we do? How can we be better? Anybody?
I can take a stab. I do see an opportunity for us. I mean, I think that there's a space, and I can tell you this straight through the lens of DHX, where, I mean, we're a producer, right? So we spent a lot of time, and my co-founder Sue has done a lot of drive on this. But we've had to really focus in on team creation, and that's what we use to talk about workforce development. I'm a little uncomfortable with workforce development. It almost sounds like some kind of physical thing that's devoid of people, and it's all about the people, right? So we have spectacular access to really, really high-skilled people, and we've heard about all of those. But where we had to really forge new relationships was with our local community college, with our local technical high school, to go in and get the team members that are on the line, and they are our first footprint on quality control. So I think, working out how to engage that at an earlier level, maybe working out how do we bring that into part of our mission here at Tech? Can we reach out earlier on? Obviously we have outreach programs, but can we do that through the lens of CreateX, through the lens of inclusive entrepreneurship? Can we recognize that part of that picture is that a team is a full team, and there are highly skilled people that do really important things on the production line that may not require, a PhD. That doesn't mean in any way that that's not important membership in the team. So I think that's an opportunity space for us. Certainly through DHX, we found that there was a need to sort of create pathways to do that, and it would be great if we could sort of use this body of really enthused and excited people to maybe thread. I think Chris spoke about that earlier this morning, sort of cross-thread in that way. Say, look, let's hit all levels of people, all levels of skill, all levels of membership in the team, and see if there's some way that Tech could take a leadership position in trying to create those threads.
I might add on to that a little bit, and I want to be really clear about the stuff I'm about to say, which is that, number one, I've only done one of these companies. We have number 2 brewing, but we've only done one. And the second thing I want to say is that the comments I'm about to make are very specific to my field, which is essentially pharmaceuticals, making new drugs. So it's not even bioengineering writ large, because bioengineering also includes medical devices and all this stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, do you want to make a protein drug, an RNA drug, that sort of thing. So, when I think about, I really love the talk, the first session, or the keynote thing this morning, because I basically agree with that, but I wanted to give like a biotech-specific sort of analysis of this. When I think about, like, if you want to really succeed as a biotech startup in Atlanta, I think we have the ingredients here to be successful, but a few things have to change within the city and perhaps within the state. The first thing that we have, that you need, I should say, to succeed is you need really rigorous biomedical science. And the way that I like to say this is that, like, the laws of biology and physics and chemistry don't care what's trendy. They don't care what's trending. It doesn't matter. You can be you can be the coolest company in the world, and if your stuff isn't super real, you're going to bomb out in phase 2 or bomb out in phase 3, full stop. So you can't kind of fake it till you make it. Does not work in biomedicine at all. We have a density of really great biomedical scientists in the city of Atlanta, not only here at Tech, but at Emory, at many of the other places around the city. We have the density that we need. So I think we actually have that checked off. You can start a company with great people here. The second thing that you need is the ability, as we said, access to capital. Biotech is really expensive. It is not uncommon before you IPO in my field to raise several $100 million. It is not uncommon in my field to have a Series A. If you're not you can be like not the hottest company in the world, just kind of like a kind of hot company, and go raise $100 or $150 million Series A. Series A. So it's not just access to capital, it's access to capital that, you can write a big check, and that investor is going to write longitudinal checks. They're going to hop into the A, and they're going to write another 30 million in the B, and they're going to write another 30 million in the C. Right. And right now, to my knowledge, we don't have that in Atlanta. Yep. Those firms are primarily in San Francisco and Boston at the time. Yep. Bit of a limitation. Okay. The third thing I think is you need the ability to scale, and that's why I love the C brought up today. I couldn't agree more. You need the ability to scale, and this is a really big limitation. And I think of it as sort of a chicken and egg problem. You know, if you want, you know, some person who's been a VP of whatever at Merck to come and is now getting bored right. to come in and like run your company as a CEO, and you know that person has all the connections to go raise all that money. That's cool, but we don't have a ton of those people down here, which means that it's harder right. to get them down here. Right. So it's a chicken and egg problem. So there's a bit of doom and gloom in there, but I will tell you that there are a bunch of reasons why I actually am very optimistic about this, and I wrote them down because I think it's important. Oh, and by the way, I also want to say this just because, you know, I know that there are some folks, you know, in Metro and then also perhaps in the state government here. If you nail this, the scale of money that you're talking about is tremendous, tremendous. Mm-hmm. Raleigh-Durham in 2019 had $2.3 billion with a B in biotech thrown into the research triangle. In March or February of this year, Fujifilm wrote a single check to a company in Raleigh-Durham for bio manufacturing, so for $1.5 billion to start, and another $500 million likely. So you're talking about, again, that's not $2.3 billion over the course, that's in 2019, and you probably have another several billion in 2021. These are huge numbers. So, okay, so when I think about this, you know, and so I think the state and this, I mean, think about if we had that type of investment, that would be headline stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think about this, I think that that Atlanta has a chance to succeed, and there are a few reasons for that. One, Atlanta is cool. It is cool enough to poach people from the coast. It is. We have a cool city. The second thing is that these biotech investors are starting to look outside of Boston and San Francisco. I get calls all the time about this. How can we do this in Atlanta? Oh, we may want to set up a shop here. We have, you know, There are big-time investors with very deep pockets who are looking into Atlanta. Mm-hmm. The third thing is that there is actually a model for this. Seattle did this. And the way that Seattle did this is Seattle said, you know, we're not going to be the next Silicon Valley, but we are awfully good at one or two things. One of the things they're really good at is protein design. There's a guy named David Baker, he's a monster. And a good monster, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so David Baker spun out all these sort of protein design-y type companies, and that's sort of seeded Seattle. And now there's a bunch of biotech in Seattle, but it started with a lot of protein design stuff. So they focused in on what they're really good at. They didn't say we're going to be great at everything. They said we're good at whatever. When I think about pharmaceuticals in Atlanta, I mean, infectious disease is, I don't know, important. Wouldn't you agree? And then immunology is important. And the CDC is what, 3 miles from here? 4 miles? Come on. And then the last thing I'll say is that I think we have a way to fix this sort of CEO, C-suite chicken egg problem, which is that you can essentially, we have the talent here, and you can structure boards in startup companies where you have people that are really seasoned folks that don't want to be the CEO, but have enough experience to grow a young CEO. Right. There's a friend of mine named Armin Shirai. We trained together. We're both PhD students at the same time up at MIT. Instead of going into academia, he went to like start his company. He was as young as I was. He was in his 20s. Started a company named Squeeze, was the CEO, and then they structured the board so that he got a ton of advising, and he's still the CEO after they IPO'd. And he's like my age, like I'm 34, he's probably 33, 34. Homegrown talent, that fixes the chicken and egg problem here. So I'm gonna go off my high horse, but I do wanna say that, you know, when I think about like how you can improve stuff, I don't know how to improve everything, but in biotech, I think that those are the ways that you could improve stuff. And I know it didn't talk a ton about a collaboration, but it's sort of, you can see the undercurrent there that the collaboration runs through all of that as well. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
So I'll just follow on a little bit. Thinking of another industry that takes a lot of money is sort of talking about, if you're talking about like any sort of commercial hardware development, and I see sort of things. So I think I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm actually in electrical engineering, electrical and computer engineering, sorry about that. But that's an area of a lot of expertise because, again, not 100 billion kind of numbers, but or a billion number, but typically they assume that you need tens of millions of dollars to get it going. And so it's a similar issue. So one, there is an issue with the capital because most of it sits in Silicon Valley. And so, but there's a second, and so there's a collaboration issue there. That obviously, how do you get that? But the bigger issue is that because there's such a huge entrepreneurial history there, most of the, I would say, most of your C-level side of it, all, they're comfortable with people who are actually sitting in Silicon Valley. And it's near, and even with as cool as Atlanta is, it's hard to move them here. And so then that becomes an interesting set of collaboration of how do you approach it. Because I think on the flip side, and this is something just from my own personal experiences of creating companies there, the talent we have at Georgia Tech is as good as we would see in the Bay Area in terms of technical talent. And better yet, people probably don't value what our students quite as much, although everyone thinks they're wonderful. Into the startup side, there's a lot of opportunity there. If we can bring them in and make them comfortable. Obviously, some who are international students, we got some work to do to make sure that's an opportunity, but we need to be able to do that. But the question then is how to get those people involved. And that might actually require occasionally collaborations where, I put it, you could probably keep the core of the companies here, but you might need to have some of your other office aspects in California. Keep it near the VC, keep it there to get them at least started, so that way you have the chance to grow that homegrown person who will be the CEO. If not this company, it'll be the next one. Because the one thing that does seem to be true, at least that I've noticed in Atlanta, is if people are from here or from this area, they don't want to leave. Almost as firmly as people who are in the Bay Area, they don't want to leave either. So I think if we have the long vision of it, and long doesn't have to be like 20 years, 5, 10 years. I think the ecosystem is definitely ready in that whole space, and also given how much that there's becoming a more push to have everything local in terms of our ecosystem and our engineering ecosystem, or sort of our commercial electronic system. I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a good place to make some inroads at exactly the right time.
If I can piggyback off that very quickly, I just want to say that I completely agree with that, and it hadn't occurred to me before. But now that you said that, I can think of companies that, not just Atlanta companies, but companies within my field in general, that have essentially their entire R&D team in some city, but they essentially have the CEO and the BD team. In my case, it's Boston, not Silicon Valley, in Boston. And the likelihood that that model succeeds, and I think very relatedly is acceptable to venture capitalists, skyrockets now that we're all Skyping, or not Skype, I'm dating myself, Zooming each other anyway.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Gleb, I hate to put you on the spot,
Yeah, sure.
but just I hope you weigh in to kind of share your experience and how could things have been different?
So I have a few suggestions. I don't know if we have enough time to cover those. So one, I will start maybe with the anecdote. So I travel a lot, and so on one of my travels, my neighbor was a used car dealer, and we think about startups, how hard it is, and we think mostly negatively about used car dealers, but it's very hard. It's very hard to do this job. And I was asking him how he does it. And apparently they have conferences, so they put together car dealers from non-competing areas from different states, and they go for a conference somewhere in the secluded area when they eat and dine and sleep in the same place, and they build relationship, they build friendship, and then they support each other, and they share the latest things that worked for them. They share the latest tricks they use, and this friendship lasts for forever. And so I think it would be nice to have similar kind of maybe hub for similar relationship for entrepreneurs in different fields. Could be biofield, could be software field, could be materials field, could be hardware. When we host people from all around the United States, similarly minded, put them together so that they can help each other. I think the support group, internal support is really it's huge. And so they also help each other with network, with connecting with VCs, with connecting potential customers and so forth. It could be tremendous, potentially might have a tremendous impact. And another thought I had was maybe too bold of an idea. I thought, what if Georgia Tech would create a campus or maybe an office in Silicon Valley? Because in Silicon Valley, there are so many VC companies, so they go to Berkeley, talk to each professor, what you're doing, can we commercialize your stuff? Can we, like, what is, it looks hot, can we commercialize it? They go to Stanford, do the same thing. They don't come to here, they don't come to us, right? And so it will be representative, maybe like a sales office, a little bit of technologies, connecting people in Silicon Valley, not necessarily only VCs, but also like entrepreneurs. I was trying to find a co-founder. Obviously, I didn't have any experience in like running companies, successful companies. So it took me 2 years to find my co-founder. So I talked to anybody I could talk to, overcoming my own insecurities and emotional distress while doing it. And so eventually I found amazing co-founders, but they were from Silicon Valley. Right, so one was one of the earliest employees, Tesla. Another one, again, also successful entrepreneurs. They were bringing very complementary skills, and my co-founders were also very young. So I was young at the time, 10 years ago. So my co-founder was, 7 years younger. So in his late 20s, right? And he's been fantastic because of the experiences in Silicon Valley, because of the experiences in successful startup companies, and also the network that they bring.
Gleb, do you think? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to just strongly, I think your quote crazy idea, I would actually strongly agree with that. I think it should be done. So I just want to say that.
Gleb, do you think if we had like an LP day where you put in a nice, these investors are used to nice LP days where you essentially put in a nice hotel, one of these trendy new hotels, and you said, today, all we're going to do is just, it's not going to be a Shark Tank competition, it's not going to be like that, but you're just going to march all the Atlanta-based startups just in front of these investors, and you're just going to do it for a day, and you're going to, everybody who knows anybody who is in Atlanta who knows a venture capitalist is going to email, and we're just going to bring in as many as possible. Do you think that would work, or is that just too simple-minded?
It's a good start, but my experience with VCs, personal experience, it's not like they're lazy, but they're very busy. And so they don't like travel. And so, one of the reasons we had to relocate to Silicon Valley was multiple reasons, but this was one of the reasons.
I agree.
So it's unfortunate, but that's the case.
Maybe you get the associates there, honestly.
Yes.
They'll force their associates out, but
Maybe.
So we actually did that. There were a couple of times. I mean, I think the office there is a great idea. It's hard to beat footprint, but I think we did have them. I think Mithril came for a visit, so Peter Thiel's fund. They came through for a visit, but this is looking back to 2006, and I can think of one or two. I mean, this should.
2004. There was one then.
But I mean, this should be one a week. I mean, if you look, I'm just looking around the room, and I'm seeing some of my friends and colleagues. Barra, I mean, the group here. We have stuff that is really interesting, and it shouldn't be all 7 of us trying to think. Oh yeah, that's right. In 2004, I mean, it should have been last week. This group.
Right.
And so if we had an office, I mean, I think it's a good idea. Even if the office is just generating that, hey, don't forget to come on over, send an associate, whatever it is.
Precisely.
Just if we, maybe that's the first part of getting that money to come and support. And that Steve's comment earlier this morning really stuck with me. That the 1%. I mean, that is, that means there's 99% out there that is available for interest. So
couldn't you take Gleb's idea and kind of make it a two-way thing? And maybe this is what you meant, but so I'm not, this is your thing. But the way I kind of heard it was like, okay, it's a great idea. It's like you stick a Georgia Tech office in Silicon Valley and you expose other folks to us. I'd imagine that if you could also run some sort of boot campy type thing where we sent our best people out there.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Of course.
But I don't. It's your thing. I don't know. I don't know. Gleb, I don't take your thing.
No, but I think it could very well be. If we have some good teams that are starting to build things that naturally would make sense in the Bay Area. That we do say some part of. We do multiple things like the lean startup stuff, and just actually pick it up and do some of that right there. Because could you imagine the customer discussions you could have in a second tier company? I mean, obviously once they know that there's something there, to go, hey, why don't you? You go down the street, go talk to people. Particularly if it's the right industries, right? I mean, if it's not the right place, and there could be a Boston version, it could be a couple of things, but I think just being there, there's no substitute. I mean, so like my first company in G-Tronics, we had to pick up and move the company out to the Bay Area. I was still here. I was on a plane basically every month I was there for 5 days every month, which is an interesting thing while teaching and managing everything else. But it was amazing being in the space and in the ecosystem, or just, even if nothing else, going and talking to my colleagues at Stanford who do entrepreneurship at the same time, and just go meeting them for lunch.
But the thing
It's
about
just huge. There's no way around that.
you could have some sort of selection process here, and the winners or whatever, instead of, would get essentially a scholarship to go out to the Georgia Tech winners here would get a scholarship to go out for a 5-day boot camp in Silicon Valley or Boston or whatever.
Or it could be a class that we teach, entrepreneurial class, that we have a professor, somebody from Georgia Tech teaching class in Silicon Valley.
You could do a professor that was doing the translation stuff. You're volunteering.
It's,
I don't mind.
I'm sensitive to time, although this is a really good conversation because I think it's really great for the audience to hear, the non-Georgia Tech audience to hear kind of the energy and the ideas and the challenges, to oversimplify, of the desire to bring and to stay here, but the reality that so many of our outstanding faculty are facing. And I think this is we're going to have to, I think, end here, but this is a conversation I think we need to keep going, certainly within Georgia Tech. One sentence for each. I think we've been doing that for some of the other panels. So Pamela, you didn't get a chance to weigh in on the last one, but just everyone, just one sentence on, something that we can do better.
So I wanted to come back to inclusivity, because I think that inclusivity is a behavior. And inclusivity means that we operate with ideas and people who we're not used to working with. We're not used to that, otherwise we wouldn't need to be inclusive. So I think that we constantly need to revisit that. It's not something that we're ever going to be done with. I think we should celebrate success, but I think, to repeat myself, to be inclusive, we have to behave that way 24/7.
Steve, as a professor, I'm terrible with one sentence at a time. Okay, so I would say one, I have a positive sentence here. I think there is tremendous opportunity, and I agree with, I think maybe it was Jay on the last panel, where he said essentially, if we don't take this opportunity, essentially what a disaster that would be. I completely agree with that. I think there is, and those of you who know me know that I'm not exactly a blue sky person. I'm not the most optimistic person in the world. I've been reading about pandemics for a decade. But I think there's an opportunity, there's a real opportunity here, and I'm actually fairly optimistic that if you get the right brew of people in, and that Atlanta could make some major inroads both on the inclusive side and my stuff in biotech side. I think there's an opportunity here that we could really take advantage of. Right. I think there's a bright future ahead. Right.
Oh, well, so maybe I'll reflect back not on Georgia Tech, but on my personal journey, like mistakes we made, following your comments. It's, if you don't think about inclusion from the very beginning, you'll have a price to pay. So for example, initially we're very diverse in terms of the technical skills, but we were not diverse in other skills, in other aspects, right? In terms of gender diversity, in terms of other aspects. And so when they started to think about it, like 3 years later, it became very hard, because for a woman to come, to join a team, and she doesn't see anybody who looks like her, right? Mm-hmm. She would think twice or 3 times before she would accept. So it's a significant challenge. And in addition, even nowadays we have about maybe 30%, 33% underrepresented group at CELA. But it's still not enough, and because one of the problems is the pipeline of new qualified candidates, and the pipeline sometimes is built because it's a friend of a friend, right? Mm-hmm. And so if you don't have like diversity of inclusion, if you don't think about diversity and inclusion in the very beginning, it becomes really hard. So at the moment we are having a hard time with the pipeline of qualified candidates. So I was so happy to see Guy giving the talk, and we're trying to connect with Georgia Tech, connect with his organization, try to see how we can overcome it. Right. Yeah.
So I want to echo what everybody's said, but I guess for me, inclusivity is to include. It's an action. I think we have to act. We've got to include. Your comment, like, you know, with the only, I think I understand that earlier. We have to include. We have to include all elements. It's an action we've all got to take, and we have to nurture and foster and grow the next set, because if we don't demystify the risk, we're losing an enormous potential. So I would say it's act to include.
I think we have great opportunity in front of us. I think that goes without saying. I think we've had moments where we've had successes around tech, so we know that it's doable. We know this is a good thing. I think we do need in general to continue to always enable people to be more, sort of be leading rather than just fast followers. I think that actually helps on the inclusivity, because I think we now start to bring in all of the creative voices into the discussion. I think that's really important. I think we also just need to really drop the risk. I think many people illustrated those things. And sort of, you know, there's internal risks that exist. There's also just, if they start to feel even more like, you know, if you're pushed, you're already in a risky situation. If you're, you know, it just becomes one level more, which many who are out on, who are not on in the center of the community have that problem. That's always an issue you got to deal with.
Okay, well, great. Thank you all. Thank you all for everything you're doing for tech, and thanks, everybody.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah. No, I'm gonna use one of your quotes if I can. That's why. Yeah. Hi, how are you doing? I think he has it working in the back.
I can use this one.
Works.
Yeah. Well, what a day, amazing, inspiring, energizing, informative. I am jazzed. I'm slightly overwhelmed by ideas and information. It's going to take some time to digest. But Stefan has been doing some digesting. So for us, so do you want to share some thoughts about what we've heard today? And then I'll wrap us up.
Yep, so first I want to say it was actually a pleasure to be a part of today's activities. I learned a ton. I come away from this being extremely excited about the potential and things like that. So what I'm trying to do is just recap some of the key ideas and themes that came up, some of the opportunities, some of the things that Georgia Tech needs to work on, and going broader and beyond that, as well as highlighting things that were said that I thought were really interesting. The whole idea of creating a space that basically can find, inspire, develop, support crazy ideas. That was a big theme that really, you know, in different ways was brought up throughout the whole day. And basically, how can, not only through Georgia Tech, but also through broader Atlanta, Georgia, all those things come together to be able to do that. The idea of talent, Georgia Tech, and in terms of Atlanta as a whole, is a great place for talent, right? There's underdeveloped talent. There's a lot of things that are here that can attract talent. And so those opportunities are things that we need to look at in the future and take advantage of that. Building more capital, and that's everything from for the local and regional, but also broader than that. I think those are opportunities. Larger pools for scaling. A lot of the discussion was scaling. How can we basically use Atlanta, including Georgia Tech, as a starting point to build ideas, to build some programs, and then branch that out across not only the nation, like Georgia as a whole, the nation, but also internationally as well. And then collaboration. There's lots of opportunities, lots of organizations, and then figuring out how to think about connectivity. That was a big theme across every discussion today, is connectivity. Connectivity between Georgia Tech and Atlanta and Georgia, between faculty and businesses, between VCs and other VCs. It was connectivity across the board, and how to build that and take advantage of the enormous opportunity that seems to be arising right now. It seems like the common thread was it's a unique time. Coming from the pandemic, we're coming on the other side of it, it seems, and there's so many things we've learned for that and so many different opportunities that it would be a detriment to Georgia Tech, to Atlanta, to Georgia if we don't take advantage of those things. And everything is well positioned to do that. We have all the pieces in place. We have everything at our fingertips, and it's just really connecting the dots, putting it all together, and having enough of a vision to basically say Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia Tech, whatever we want to say, can actually be the leader for the future. And so that was one of the key takeaways, which got me very excited in terms of, I think that was part in every single panel. I liked the idea that Atlanta itself was a startup. That was pretty cool, and thinking about it in the context of entrepreneurship. Let me see. We need to work on our fearlessness. The whole idea of being risk averse and actually changing that to thinking about how to position ourselves to build for the future. Big discussion was cultivating role models. Showing examples of success, because that'll also help with access, also help with inclusiveness. The idea of not only follow the talent, but also build the talent. And so, the whole idea of, Atlanta, 54% of the population being African American, how do you basically take advantage of that underserved population, utilizing that in terms of building that kind of inclusiveness and that talent. Let me see. The whole idea of changing the way we think about entrepreneurship, moving away from the whole value chain proposition to more of the ecosystem, but recognizing that ecosystem is not fixed, right? It's constantly, pieces are moving, things are changing, and being able to adapt and adjust with those changes. Not being afraid to engage communities that we may not consider the normal ones we talk to or think about when we're coming up with an idea. So engaging communities, that helps build access. And the key thing is being proactive, not reactive, as we think about this. The term KPI, or key performance indicators, came up a ton. And so utilizing that and the idea of measuring, as we're coming up with ideas and doing things as a way to build momentum and again, get support and things like that. Build the ecosystem that works for us. And making the best Atlanta, which was the whole idea of there's so many different industries, so many different areas, and so the best Atlanta could be leveraging tech, non-tech. There was a whole discussion of arts, music, culture, all these things that make Atlanta unique versus like a Silicon Valley and all these places, and we just have to lean into that and be intentional. The more outreach. Can we use high schools as a way to test some of these ideas of entrepreneurship? There's utilizing that as a way to fail early and learn how to fail so that they can be successful going forward. Looking within for answers, and the idea of working together, using one part of the ecosystem to help the other parts of the ecosystem and build in that regard. And I'm trying to keep it tight here. And then I must say on the last panel, there's a lot more, but these are the gist of things. Incentives, making incentives more apparent for all those people involved, so you can see the value proposition early on. So that one of the comments was how to get faculty more involved. Well, is there a way to make it part of the performance evaluation and things like that? So make it where there's a value proposition there. Build support, design so everybody wins. Keeping that mindset where, so you think about inclusiveness, it's all a function of everybody wins. We do it all together, we all win. There's no like, I have to win, you have to lose kind of mindset. Okay. And focus on entrepreneurs. Atlanta's not a one industry town. We have tons of aspects in terms of logistics and a ridiculously strong creative culture that needs to be tapped into. Build on trust and connectivity, partnerships, things like that. And then I liked some of the final quotes and comments. Must think about inclusion from the start. Otherwise, more or less, there's a cost for adding it later or having to put it in later. Inclusivity is a behavior, and then you have to run that 24/7. And so there's tremendous opportunity over those things. And then the whole idea of active inclusion or active inclusivity. I think that's a big part of this and the whole idea of what we're trying to do here. So that's my take. I have about 20 pages of notes here, so I'm just trying to summarize things in a way that makes it work.
Thank you, Stefan.
Yeah.
Even just trying to organize those thoughts and collecting them today, and look forward to working with you. Yeah. So thank you so much for all that work. I also want to extend my appreciation to Olivia. Olivia, you rocked today. Thank you. We had this idea. We didn't have much time. We didn't know how we were going to put this group together, but we had a champion who did. And I know there's other people in the team, and I'm grateful to all of you. But she was the chief of this. So thank you, Olivia. Much appreciated. Just a couple of thoughts to wrap us up. But a few things that hit me. One I think is a thread that Bara, you touched, in Jewel early this morning, and then later Jay Bailey, which is we have to start from the realization that there is still a pretty strong underlying inequity in the social makeup of the city. And Jewel is absolutely right. When you color code the map of Atlanta, those inequities are strikingly sharp. We're one of those institutions that can stitch that city back together, that can create bridges of opportunity. And this is a very direct way to do that. And even Bara was talking about how his motivation to build his factory in where he did, which is a pretty cool part of town, by the way. But it's like, it's not just because it's an opportunity zone. It's like he has a personal motivation to provide opportunity to people who are too often overlooked by others. So I don't want to lose track of that thread throughout the day, that there is a collective obligation to dealing with that issue. I also love the notion of connectivity, and even this not so crazy idea at the end of how do we establish ourselves in different. And I'll just share one recent conversation that we had with the folks at Microsoft. So for many years, we've been producing amazing talent at Georgia Tech and shipping it west. The last trips I did before COVID hit were to Seattle and to the Silicon Valley. In each of those places, we have thousands of alums doing great things. The folks at Microsoft told us that Georgia Tech is the #2 source of talent. This is crazy. It's one of the top IT companies in the universe, and we're the #2. The #1 is their local university, University of Washington. We're second only. We're in Atlanta, and we're second only to University of Washington. Well, guess what? After years of pumping talent in that direction, the outcome of that is that all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe we ought to set up shop in Atlanta. So that social capital, that connectivity ends up paying dividends in unexpected ways. So this whole notion of how do we even more proactively and intentionally connect ourselves. If the money is not coming to Atlanta, let's go raise it, right? I mean, we have folks raising money, philanthropic money for our campaign, wherever the pockets of money are. I mean, this notion of can we structure ourselves better to intentionally building those connections. Eventually, the money will start flowing without having to make that. Eventually, all those opportunities will come. But I think there's a lot that we can do there. And then the other thread that I think, and Alex and the chamber, you're in a unique position to help with this, is that there are so many cool things happening in this city. And if we were just learn to connect the dots a little bit better, the outcomes can be so much more powerful. I mean, we've just had a little bit of a sample of what many of these organizations are doing, and already even overhearing some of the conversations and some already of the ideas that have been exchanged today makes me think that really the sky's the limit in terms of what we can do by connecting those dots better. You already do an amazing job, and even in the meetings that I've attended, I've learned a ton about what different organizations do. But bringing it back to Georgia Tech, and sharing the sense of excitement that I think James and Jay earlier and others have shared, that there is a sense that this is a very unique moment for our city. And I share that view as well. There's something cooking here that there seems to be. I mean, other cities, other regions of the country are losing population. We're gaining it, and we're attracting talent. We're attracting diverse talent. They're like Black entrepreneurs in other cities. They're saying, "I want to be in Atlanta." Because it is cool. I mean, this city. So there's something happening here, and we have to figure out a way to seize that moment. Georgia Tech. I mean, I think clearly we're only one piece of that ecosystem, but we're a pretty major piece of that ecosystem. And each of us have to, I mean, we have our colleagues from Emory with us today. Of course, Georgia State, just because of its size, the HBCUs, because of its role, its historic role in development. I mean, we each play a role, but we at Georgia Tech have a responsibility of really looking inside and sort of identifying, defining, and accepting that responsibility fully. And taking ownership of it. So I think this probably qualifies as a commitment on my part to working with my colleagues to try to do just that. So my deepest appreciation to all of you who have spoken today. I have learned immensely from all of you. For all of you who worked in getting this together, again, let this be the beginning of many conversations to have, and how cool that for many of us, our very first event post-COVID was to be surrounded by other entrepreneurs talking about how to make our city an example of inclusive entrepreneurship. I think there's an omen there. There's something about that I love. Thank you so very much. And before you depart, those of you who are interested in knowing this building and the history of this building and the crazy bathrooms and why there's that weird foam in the bathroom, and we will offer a visit, and it is pretty cool. And if you have some minutes and you want to decompress from all the information of today, my suggestion to you is go walk the Eco Commons, this park right here, and pause and read some of the information signs, and you'll find what amazing work our colleagues have done building that. Thank you so much for today. Much appreciated.